The lantern swung slow on its hook outside the sheriff's office, casting crooked shadows across the dirt street of Coltrane, Kansas. It was near midnight when Sheriff Roy Whitmore heard the scream. Not a loud scream, not the kind that came from a barroom brawl or a spooked horse. This one was different, muffled, strangled, the kind that came from someone who'd learned not to scream too loud. Roy set down his coffee and stepped into the cool night air, his boots crunching on gravel. The town was silent except for the wind rattling the shutters of the general store. He'd been sheriff here for 11 years, and in that time, he'd learned to trust his gut more than his eyes. The sound came again, fainter this time, from the direction of the old Harlow place at the edge of town. He grabbed his coat and started walking. The Harlow house sat crooked on its foundation, paint peeling, porch sagging like a broken jaw. Roy had been out here twice before, once for a noise complaint, once for a broken window that John Harlow swore was caused by a bird. Roy knew better. He'd seen the bruises on Evelyn Harlow's wrists when she came into town for flour, seen the way she flinched when someone spoke too loud, seen the way John gripped her elbow in public, tight enough to leave marks, smiling like a man who owned the world. Roy had tried talking to her once. She'd looked at him with hollow eyes and said, "I'm fine, Sheriff, just clumsy." That was 6 months ago. Now standing outside the Harlow house, Roy heard it again. A soft, broken whimper. Then a man's voice, low and venomous. "You think I won't? You think I'm joking?" Roy's hand moved to his revolver, but he didn't draw it yet. He stepped onto the porch, careful to avoid the rotted boards. Through the cracked window he could see movement inside. A lamp flickered on a table. Shadows danced across the walls. Then he saw her. Evelyn Harlow was on the floor, her back pressed against the wall, one hand raised to shield her face. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, and blood trickled from a split lip. Her breathing was shallow, panicked. Above her stood John Harlow, a man built like a bull, broad-shouldered and mean. His fists were clenched, his face red with rage. In his right hand, he held a leather belt, doubled over, the buckle glinting in the lamplight. "Every single night, Evelyn," John snarled. "Every single night you make me do this. You push me and I gotta put you back in line." Evelyn didn't speak. She just shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, her lips trembling. "Please," she whispered. "Please, John. I didn't mean—" "Shut up!" John raised the belt. Roy didn't knock. He kicked the door open. The hinges screamed and the door slammed against the inside wall with a crack that echoed through the house. John spun around, startled, the belt still raised in his hand. Roy stood in the doorway, his hand resting on the grip of his revolver. His expression was calm, but his eyes were steel. "Evening, John," Roy said quietly. "Drop the belt." John's face twisted into something between anger and disbelief. "This is my house, Roy. My wife. You got no right—" "Drop it." The air in the room went tight. For a moment, John didn't move. Then slowly, he let the belt fall to the floor. It landed with a dull thud. Roy stepped inside, his gaze never leaving John. "Evelyn, you all right?" Evelyn didn't answer. She just stared at Roy, her eyes wide, like she couldn't believe he was real. I said, "Are you all right?" She nodded, barely. Her voice came out cracked and small. I'm fine." "She's fine," John echoed, his tone mocking. "See? She's fine. Now get out of my house." Roy ignored him. He crossed the room and knelt beside Evelyn, careful not to touch her. "Can you stand?" She nodded again, and Roy helped her to her feet. She swayed slightly, and he steadied her with a hand on her elbow. Up close, he could see the bruises more clearly. Fresh ones on her arms, older ones, yellowed and fading, on her collarbone. "How long's this been going on?" Roy asked softly. Evelyn looked away. "Sheriff, please, just go. It'll be worse if you stay." "Worse?" Roy's voice hardened. He turned to face John. "How much worse can it get?" John sneered. "You don't know a damn thing about marriage, Roy. She's my wife. I got a right to discipline her when she steps out of line." "Discipline?" Roy repeated the word like it tasted bitter. "That what you call it?" "Call it whatever you want. Law says she's mine." Roy's jaw tightened. He wanted to say something sharp, something that would cut through John's arrogance. But he knew John was right, in the worst possible way. In 1874, a man's wife was his property under the law. What happened in a man's home was his business. But Roy didn't care about the law right now. "Get your coat, Evelyn," Roy said. Evelyn blinked. "What?" "Your coat! You're coming with me." John took a step forward. "Like hell she is." Roy's hand moved to his revolver, and this time he drew it. Not fast, not threatening, just deliberate. He held it low, pointed at the floor, but the message was clear. "She's coming with me," Roy said again. "You got a problem with that? We can settle it right now." John stared at him, his face turning darker, redder. His fists clenched and unclenched. For a moment, Roy thought he might actually try something. Then John spat on the floor. "Fine, take her. See how long she lasts out there. She'll come crawling back in a week!" Evelyn grabbed a shawl from a hook by the door, her hands shaking. Roy didn't holster his gun until they were outside. As they walked down the dirt road toward town, Evelyn finally spoke. Her voice was barely a whisper. "He's going to kill me for this." Roy didn't answer right away. He just kept walking, his hand resting on her shoulder, steady and sure. "Not if I'm still breathing," he said. Roy brought Evelyn to the boarding house run by Mrs. Calhoun, a widow with silver hair and a sharp tongue. She didn't ask questions when Roy showed up with a bruised woman at midnight. She just nodded, handed Evelyn a clean nightgown, and led her to a room upstairs. "She can stay as long as she needs," Mrs. Calhoun said. "No charge." Roy thanked her and headed back to his office. He didn't sleep that night. He sat at his desk, cleaning his revolver, thinking about what came next. By morning, the whole town knew. Coltrane was the kind of place where secrets didn't last. By sunrise, half the town was whispering about the sheriff who'd dragged Evelyn Harlow out of her own home. Some folks said Roy had done the right thing. Others said he'd overstepped. And John Harlow. He was telling anyone who'd listen that the sheriff had no right to interfere in a man's marriage. Roy didn't care what John said, but he knew it wasn't over. 2 days later, Roy saw Evelyn sitting on the porch of the boarding house, staring at nothing. Her bruises were starting to fade, but the look in her eyes hadn't changed. Roy sat down beside her. For a while, neither of them spoke. "You didn't have to do that," Evelyn said finally. "Yes, I did. He's going to make me pay for it. He's not going to touch you again." Evelyn laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You don't know him, Sheriff. He doesn't let things go." Roy was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I know him better than you think." Evelyn turned to look at him, confused. Roy leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring out at the empty street. 20 years ago, I knew a man named Samuel Greer. Good man, hard-working. He had a wife, a daughter. One day, I was passing through their town on my way to a job. Heard shouting from inside their house. Heard crying. I stood outside that door for 10 minutes, listening. And I did nothing. Evelyn didn't speak. She just listened. Next morning, I heard Samuel's wife was dead. Fell down the stairs, they said. Accident. Roy's voice was low, steady, but there was something raw beneath it. I knew it wasn't an accident, but I didn't say anything. Didn't do anything. Told myself it wasn't my business. He paused. 6 months later, Samuel's daughter was found dead too, drowned in the creek. Another accident. Evelyn's breath caught. I left that town, Roy continued. Came here, became a sheriff. Told myself I'd never stand by and do nothing again. He turned to look at her. So, no, Evelyn, I didn't have a choice. Not this time. Evelyn's eyes filled with tears. Why are you telling me this? Because I need you to understand something. This isn't charity. This isn't pity. This is me trying to do what I should have done 20 years ago. Evelyn wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. You think saving me makes up for them? No, Roy said honestly. But it's a start. They sat in silence for a long time. Then Evelyn spoke, her voice barely audible. When I was a girl, my mother used to say, "Some men are born mean, others learn it." I used to think John learned it, but now, I think he was always this way. I just didn't see it until it was too late. Roy nodded. You see it now. That's what matters. What happens next? Evelyn asked. You stay here, you heal, and when you're ready, you decide what you want to do. You don't owe him anything. He'll say I do. He's wrong. Evelyn looked at him. Really looked at him. For the first time since they'd met. You really believe that, don't you? I do. She nodded slowly. Thank you, Sheriff. Roy, he said. Just Roy. That evening, Roy was locking up his office when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned to find John Harlow standing in the street, flanked by two men Roy didn't recognize. Hired hands, probably. Men who worked for money, not principle. Evening, John, Roy said evenly. I want my wife back, John said. No pleasantries, no pretense. She's not your wife anymore. John's face darkened. Law says different. Law says a lot of things. Doesn't make 'em right. One of the hired men stepped forward, hand hovering near his holster. Roy didn't move. You got no right to keep her from me, John said. I'm not keeping her from you. She's making her own choice. She don't get a choice. She's mine. Roy's voice went cold. She's not a horse, John. She's a person. John spat on the ground. You think you're some kind of hero, Roy. You think this ends well for you. I think it ends worse for you if you don't walk away. John stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, slow and cruel. We'll see. He turned and walked away, his hired men following. Roy stood there, watching them disappear into the dark. He knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. 3 days later, the first shot came through Roy's window. It was just past dawn. Roy was making coffee when the glass shattered, and the bullet buried itself in the wall behind him. He dropped to the floor, instinct taking over, his hand already reaching for his revolver. He waited, listened. No more shots. When he finally stood, He saw the shattered glass scattered across the floor like teeth. The bullet hole in the wall was clean, deliberate, a warning. Roy knew who sent it. By noon, word had spread. John Harlow was telling anyone who'd listen that the sheriff had kidnapped his wife. That Roy had no legal right to interfere. That he was nothing but a lawless vigilante hiding behind a badge. And people were starting to believe him. Roy saw it in their faces when he walked through town. The way they looked away. The way conversations stopped when he passed. Even Mrs. Calhoun seemed nervous, though she didn't say anything. That evening, Roy found a note nailed to his office door. It read, "Give her back, or I'll take her." Roy crumpled the note and tossed it into the fire. The next morning, Evelyn was gone. Roy found Mrs. Calhoun sitting on the porch, her face pale. "She left an hour ago," Mrs. Calhoun said. "Said she couldn't stay. Said she was putting us all in danger." "Which way did she go?" "I don't know. She didn't say." Roy cursed under his breath and headed for the stables. He saddled his horse and rode out, scanning the horizon. He found her 2 miles outside town, walking along the road, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. Roy rode up beside her and dismounted. "Where are you going?" "Away," Evelyn said without stopping. "Somewhere he won't find me." "There's no place like that." "Then I'll keep walking until there is." Roy stepped in front of her, forcing her to stop. "Evelyn, listen to me. Running won't fix this. Neither will staying. If you run, he wins, you know that." Evelyn's eyes blazed with sudden anger. "He already won, Roy. He won the day I said I do. He won every time I told myself it would get better. Every time I lied to myself that he'd change." Her voice cracked. "I've been dying for 3 years, and you think staying in Coltrane is going to save me?" Roy didn't have an answer for that. Evelyn's shoulders sagged. "I'm tired, Roy. So tired, and I don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me." "You're not the one hurting people." "He is. It doesn't matter. He'll come for me. And when he does, someone's going to die. Maybe him, maybe you, maybe me. I can't live with that." Roy took a slow breath. "Then let me ask you something. If you leave, if you run, where does it end? Next town? The one after that? How long before he finds you again? Or before some other man just like him does?" Evelyn didn't answer. "You're not running from John," Roy said quietly. "You're running from yourself, from the person you think you have to be to survive. But you don't have to be that person anymore." Evelyn's eyes filled with tears. "Who am I supposed to be then?" "Whoever you want, but you gotta decide, right here, right now." For a long moment, Evelyn just stood there, the wind tugging at her shawl, her face streaked with tears. Then she nodded. "Okay." Roy helped her onto his horse, and they rode back to town together. But as they reached the edge of Coltrane, Roy saw something that made his blood run cold. Smoke. Black smoke, rising from the direction of the boarding house. Roy spurred his horse forward, and when they reached the house, flames were already licking at the windows. Mrs. Calhoun stood in the street, clutching a blanket, her face streaked with soot. "He came," she gasped. "John, he came with his men. Said if she wasn't coming back, he'd burn the whole town down looking for her." Roy dismounted and turned to Evelyn. Her face had gone white. "This is my fault," she whispered. "No," Roy said firmly. This is his. He looked at the burning house, then at the gathering crowd. Men, women, children, all watching. All afraid. Roy knew what he had to do. He turned to face the crowd. John Harlow just declared war on this town, and if we don't stop him now, he's going to burn us all. No one spoke. They just stared. Roy's voice rose. I know some of you think this is between me and him, but it's not. It's between all of us and men like him. Men who think they can take whatever they want, hurt whoever they want, and get away with it. If we let him do this, what's next? Your house, your family. Still, no one moved. Then, from the back of the crowd, an old man stepped forward. His name was Hank, a retired ranch hand who'd lived in Coltrane for 40 years. I'll stand with you, Roy, Hank said. Then another man stepped forward. Then another. By the time the sun set, Roy had a dozen men standing beside him, and John Harlow had no idea what was coming. That night, Roy sat with Evelyn in the back room of the general store. The owner, a man named Dutch, had offered it as a safe place to stay. The room smelled like coffee and gunpowder, and a single lantern cast long shadows across the walls. Evelyn sat on a crate, her hands wrapped around a tin cup of water. She hadn't spoken since they'd arrived. Roy leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching her. You didn't have to do that, Evelyn said finally. Get those men involved. They involved themselves. Because of me. Because of him, Evelyn shook her head. You don't understand. John doesn't lose. He doesn't stop. He'll kill you, Roy. And everyone who stands with you. Maybe, Roy said, but maybe not. Evelyn looked up at him. How can you be so calm? I'm not calm, Roy admitted. I'm terrified. But fear doesn't change what needs to be done. Evelyn was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Why are you doing this? Really? Roy didn't answer right away. He looked down at his hands, scarred and calloused from years of work. I told you about Samuel Greer, about his family. You said you didn't do anything. I didn't, and I've carried that with me every day since. Samuel's daughter, her name was Grace. She was 16, blonde hair, blue eyes, smiled at everyone. I passed her on the street the day before she died. She said, Morning, mister. I said, Morning. And I kept walking. Roy's voice cracked, just slightly. I didn't know her, but I should have. I should have seen the fear in her eyes, should have asked if she was all right, should have done something, but I didn't, and 2 days later, she was dead. Evelyn's eyes welled with tears. That wasn't your fault, wasn't it? Roy looked at her. I had the power to help, I had the chance, and I walked away. So yeah, Evelyn, it was my fault. Maybe not in the eyes of the law, but in every way that matters. Evelyn set down her cup and stood. She crossed the room and stopped in front of Roy. For a long moment, she just looked at him. Then she said, Grace would have been proud of you. Roy's throat tightened. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Evelyn's voice was steady now, stronger. Because I am. Roy didn't know what to say to that. Evelyn reached out and placed a hand on his arm. You can't save everyone, Roy, but you saved me, and that matters. Roy nodded, unable to speak. They stood there in the dim light, two broken people holding each other up. Outside, the wind howled, and somewhere in the dark, John Harlow was planning his next move. But in that small room, for just a moment, there was peace. So let me ask you, If you were Roy, would you have walked away from Evelyn that first night? Or would you have done what he did, knowing it might cost you everything? Take a deep breath, pour yourself a cup of tea, and think about what justice really means when the law won't protect the innocent. The showdown came at dawn. Roy and his men gathered in the street outside the sheriff's office. 12 of them, armed with rifles, revolvers, and grim determination. They weren't gunslingers. They were farmers, shopkeepers, ranch hands, men who'd spent their lives building, not destroying. But they were here. Roy stood at the front, his revolver holstered, his hands steady. Evelyn stood behind him, refusing to hide. "You don't have to be here," Roy told her. "Yes, I do," she said. At exactly 6 o'clock, John Harlow rode into town. He wasn't alone. He had 8 men with him, all hired guns, all armed. They rode slowly, deliberately, their horses kicking up dust as they approached. John dismounted and stood in the center of the street, a cruel smile on his face. "Morning, Roy," he called out. "You ready to give me back what's mine?" Roy stepped forward. "She's not yours." "Never was," John laughed. "You really think you can stop me? You and your little posse of shopkeepers." "Yes," Roy said simply. John's smile faded. He looked at the men standing behind Roy, then back at Roy. "You're making a mistake." "No, John, you did." John's hand moved toward his holster, but before he could draw, a voice rang out from the side. "John." Everyone turned. Standing at the edge of the street was Judge Harlan, an old man with white hair and a cane. Behind him were a dozen more townspeople, men and women, all watching. "Judge," John said, his voice wary. Judge Harlan limped forward, leaning heavily on his cane. "John Harlow, I've known you since you were a boy. I married you and Evelyn 3 years ago. I've heard the rumors, I've seen the bruises, and I've kept my mouth shut because I told myself it wasn't my place to interfere in a marriage." He paused. "I was wrong." John's face darkened. "This is none of your business, Judge." "It's everyone's business," Harlan said. "You burned Mrs. Calhoun's house. You threatened the sheriff. You terrorized this town. And for what? To keep a woman who doesn't want to be with you." "She's my wife," John snarled. "Not anymore," Harlan said. "I'm annulling the marriage, effective immediately." John stared at him, disbelief and rage warring on his face. "You can't do that." "I just did." John's hand went for his gun. Roy drew faster. The shot echoed through the street, sharp and final. John stumbled back, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers. His gun fell to the ground. His men hesitated, hands hovering near their holsters. Then, one by one, they raised their hands and backed away. It was over. John fell to his knees, gasping, his face twisted with pain and fury. "This isn't over, Roy. You hear me? This isn't—" "Yes, it is," Roy said quietly. He holstered his revolver and turned away. Judge Harlan stepped forward and gestured to 2 men. "Take him to Doc Miller, then lock him up. He'll stand trial for arson and assault." As John was dragged away, Roy turned to Evelyn. She was staring at the spot where John had fallen, her face unreadable. "You all right?" Roy asked. Evelyn didn't answer right away. Then she nodded slowly. "I think I will be." 3 weeks later, Evelyn stood on the porch of a small house on the edge of town. It wasn't much. Just 2 rooms, a fireplace, and a garden plot out back. But it was hers. Roy had helped her buy it with money from the town fund. Judge Harlan had pushed the paperwork through, and Mrs. Calhoun had helped her furnish it with donated quilts and cookware. For the first time in 3 years, Evelyn slept through the night without waking in fear. John Harlow was sentenced to 10 years in prison. His hired men scattered, and his property was seized to pay for the damage he'd caused. Evelyn never saw him again. Roy still stopped by her house every few days just to check in. They'd sit on the porch, drinking coffee, talking about nothing and everything. One evening, as the sun dipped low, Evelyn said, "I've been thinking about Grace." Roy looked at her. "Yeah, I think she'd want you to know something." "What's that?" Evelyn smiled, small but real. "You did good, Roy. You finally did good." Roy didn't say anything. He just nodded, his throat tight. They sat in silence as the sun set, casting long shadows across the prairie. The wind whispered through the grass, carrying with it the faint scent of wildflowers. Evelyn looked out at the horizon, at the endless stretch of land before her. And for the first time in a long time, she felt something she thought she'd lost forever: hope. Roy stood to leave, tipping his hat. "Good night, Evelyn." "Good night, Roy." As he walked away, Evelyn stayed on the porch, watching the stars begin to appear. She thought about everything she'd survived, everything she'd lost, everything she'd gained, and she realized something. She wasn't just surviving anymore. She was living. The wind carried Roy's footsteps into the night, and the lantern on Evelyn's porch flickered warm against the dark. She wrapped her shawl, tighter, not from cold, but from comfort. And for the first time since she could remember, the silence didn't feel like a prison. It felt like peace. The barn smelled of burnt rope and sour sweat. Gideon Hart stood at the threshold, one hand pressed against the splintered doorframe, the other gripping the leather reins of his mare. The night air behind him was cool, clean. The air inside this place was not. He shouldn't have come. But the letter had found him 3 days ago, slipped under his saddle while he slept in a boarding house outside Cheyenne. No signature. Just 7 words, scratched in charcoal. "She's 9. Tomorrow they marry her." He'd burned it, told himself it wasn't his concern. Rode 2 hours in the opposite direction before his hands started shaking so badly he had to pull off the trail and sit in the dirt until the sun went down. Now he was here. The barn was lit by a single lantern hanging from a crossbeam. Shadows stretched long and crooked across hay bales stacked against the walls. In the center of the space, a small figure sat on the ground, knees pulled to her chest, wrists bound with frayed twine. She didn't look up when Gideon stepped inside. "Don't," she whispered. Her voice was so quiet he almost missed it. "Don't what?" Gideon asked, his boots crunching over straw. "Don't look there." Her head was bowed. Dark hair hung in tangles across her face. She wore a dress that might have been white once, but now it was gray with dust and streaked with something darker near the hem. Her feet were bare, scratched, bleeding in places. Gideon's jaw tightened. "Who tied you up, girl?" She didn't answer. Behind her, leaning against a post, was a man. Older, thin as a rail, with a scraggly beard and a hat pulled low. He was whittling something with a knife, humming under his breath like this was Sunday morning, and he had nowhere else to be. "She don't talk much," the man said without looking up. "Bride's supposed to be quiet anyhow. That's what the preacher says." Gideon's hand moved to his belt, where his revolver sat heavy and cold. "You the one marrying her?" The man grinned, showing teeth the color of old tobacco. "Hell no! I'm just the keeper. Got paid $20 to watch her till morning. Man who bought her is getting the preacher now. Says they'll do it proper, with a Bible and everything." Gideon took another step forward. The girl flinched. "How old is she?" "9, maybe 10. Don't matter much. It matters." The man finally looked up, eyes narrowing. "You a lawman?" "No." "Then it don't concern you." Gideon crouched down in front of the girl, slowly, like approaching a wounded animal. She shrank back, pressing herself against the post. Her eyes stayed fixed on the ground. "What's your name?" he asked softly. Silence. "I'm not here to hurt you." "That's what they all say," she whispered. Gideon's chest tightened. He'd heard that line before. Different voice, different year, same hollow tone. He glanced at the man with the knife. "Who's the groom?" "Fella named Cyrus Talmadge, rancher up north. Lost his wife last winter. Figured he needed a new one." "And he picked a child." The man shrugged. "Law says a man can marry who he wants, long as there's a preacher and a signature. Ain't my business." "Law says a lot of things." Gideon stood. "Doesn't make it right." The man's grin faded. He set down his whittling and stood as well, knife still in hand. "You got a problem, stranger." "I do." "Then you can take it up with Talmadge when he gets here. Should be any minute now." Gideon turned back to the girl. Her shoulders were trembling. She was trying not to cry, biting her lip so hard a thin line of blood had appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Look at me," Gideon said gently. She didn't. "Please." Slowly, so slowly, she lifted her head, and Gideon's heart stopped. It wasn't her face that froze him. It was the scar. A thin, jagged line running from her left temple down to her jaw. He knew that scar. 8 years ago, he'd wrapped the wound himself. Her name came back to him like a lightning strike. Eliza Farrow, daughter of Samuel and Ruth Farrow, a couple who'd run a small homestead just outside Laramie. Gideon had worked for them one summer, mending fences and breaking horses. They'd been kind people, honest, the kind who said grace before meals and meant it. And then the soldiers came. It was 1866. The war had been over for a year, but grudges lasted longer than treaties. Samuel Farrow had fought for the Confederacy. That made him a traitor in the eyes of certain Union men who wore badges and carried torches. Gideon had been there the night they burned the Farrow homestead. He'd been 17, stupid, scared. He'd stood at the edge of the property with a dozen other ranch hands, watching the flames climb into the sky, listening to the screams. He hadn't lifted a finger. By the time the fire died, Samuel and Ruth were dead. Their son, too. The only survivor had been their daughter, a little girl, barely a year old, pulled from the rubble with a gash across her face. Someone had taken her. Gideon didn't know who. He'd told himself it wasn't his fault, that there was nothing he could have done. But that was a lie. And now, 8 years later, she was sitting in a barn with her wrists bound, waiting to be married off to a man 3 times her age. Gideon's voice came out rough. "Eliza," her eyes widened. "You know me!" "I knew your family." Her expression didn't change. "My family's dead." "I know." "Then you didn't know them well enough." The words hit like a fist to the gut. Before Gideon could respond, the barn door swung open. Two men stepped inside. One was broad-shouldered, dressed in a clean black coat, with a Bible tucked under one arm. The other was tall, lean, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a gun belt. Cyrus Talmadge. He looked at Gideon with the kind of slow, measuring gaze a man gives to a stray dog. "You lost, friend." Gideon straightened. "No." "Then why are you in my barn?" "I'm here for the girl." Talmadge's expression didn't shift. He glanced at Eliza, then back at Gideon. "She's spoken for. She's 9 years old. And tomorrow she'll be my wife, legally. Got the preacher right here to make it official." The preacher, a soft-faced man with nervous eyes, nodded quickly. "All proper, sir. All proper." Gideon stepped between Talmadge and Eliza. "She's not marrying anybody." Talmadge's hand moved to his gun. "You looking to die tonight, stranger?" "Maybe, but not before I untie her." The barn went silent. Talmadge didn't draw. Not yet. But his fingers rested on the handle of his revolver, tapping lightly, like he was counting down the seconds before he'd need to use it. "You're making a mistake," Talmadge said calmly. "Wouldn't be my first. I paid good money for her." Gideon's stomach turned. "You can't buy a person. Law says otherwise. 4 years since the war ended, and plenty of folks still do business the old way. Quiet-like. Private auctions. No one asks questions. I'm asking." Talmadge's jaw tightened. "She was sold to me fair and square. Got the papers and everything. Legal transfer of custody from her previous guardian." "Who?" "Man named Dutch Carver. Ran an orphanage out in Bitter Creek. Said she was trouble. Wouldn't work. Wouldn't listen. Figured she'd be better off with a husband." Gideon's fists clenched. "So, you bought a child." "I bought a future wife. There's a difference." "Not to me." Talmadge took a step forward. "You got a name, stranger?" "Gideon Hart." Recognition flickered in Talmadge's eyes. "Hart. I know that name. You used to work for the Pharaohs, didn't you? Back before they got burned out." Gideon said nothing. Talmadge's smile widened. "That's right. I remember now. You were there that night, standing at the edge of the property with the rest of the cowards, watching the place burn." Eliza's head snapped up. "He's lying," she whispered. "Am I?" Talmadge asked, his voice dripping with mockery. "Ask him yourself, girl. Ask him where he was when your family died." Gideon's throat tightened. "I was there." Eliza stared at him, her eyes wide, searching. "But I didn't light the fire," Gideon continued, his voice low. "And I didn't kill your parents." "Did you stop it?" she asked. Silence. "Did you try?" Gideon couldn't look at her. "No." The word hung in the air like smoke. Eliza's expression didn't change. She just looked away, back down at the ground, like she'd heard exactly what she expected to hear. Talmadge laughed. "See? He's no hero. Just another guilty man trying to buy his way into heaven." Gideon turned to him, voice hard. "Maybe, but I'm not letting you take her." "You don't get a say." "I do now." Talmadge's hand moved to his gun. "You really want to die over this?" "If that's what it takes." The preacher stepped forward nervously. "Gentlemen, please, there's no need for—" "Shut up!" Talmadge snapped. The preacher fell silent. Gideon took a slow breath. "I'll buy her from you." Talmadge raised an eyebrow. "You got money. Enough. How much?" $100. Talmadge laughed. "I paid 300. Gideon's jaw tightened. That was everything he had, his entire savings from 2 years of ranch work. 300 then. Talmage's smile faded. He studied Gideon for a long moment, then glanced at Eliza. Why? Talmage asked. What's she to you? I knew her family. And I owe them. Talmage's eyes narrowed. You think buying her back makes you a good man? No, but it's a start. Talmage considered this. Then he spat into the dirt. Fine, 300, but I want it now. Gideon reached into his coat and pulled out a worn leather pouch. He counted out the money slowly, each bill feeling heavier than the last. When he finished, he held it out. Talmage took it, counted it again, then nodded. She's yours. He turned and walked out of the barn without another word. The preacher hurried after him, clutching his Bible like a shield. The keeper with the knife stood, stretched, and followed them out, whistling the same tune he'd been humming earlier. And then it was just Gideon and Eliza. Gideon crouched down and pulled a knife from his boot. Eliza flinched, but he moved slowly, cutting the twine around her wrists. The rope fell away, leaving red marks on her skin. You're free, Gideon said quietly. Eliza didn't move. She just stared at him, her expression unreadable. Why? She finally asked. Because it's the right thing to do. You think that makes it better? Gideon exhaled. No. Everybody says that after. Her voice was flat, empty. I know. She stood slowly, rubbing her wrists. What happens now? I take you somewhere safe. Where? I don't know yet. She looked at him for a long moment, then turned toward the door. I don't need you. Maybe not. But you can't go back out there alone. I've been alone for 8 years. And look where it got you. She stopped. Her shoulders tensed. Gideon stood. I'm not saying I'm a good man, Eliza. I'm not. But I'm not going to let you disappear again. She didn't turn around. You didn't even know I was alive. I do now. Silence stretched between them. Finally she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. You were really there that night. Yes, and you did nothing. Yes. Why? Gideon's chest ached. Because I was scared, and because I was a coward. Eliza turned to face him. Her eyes were hard, cold. You're still a coward. The words cut deeper than any knife, but Gideon didn't argue. Because she was right. Outside, hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Riders coming fast. Gideon's hand moved to his gun. We need to go. Eliza didn't move. Who's coming? I don't know, but I'm not waiting to find out. He held out his hand. She looked at it, then at him, and for a moment, he thought she might take it, but she didn't. She just walked past him, out into the night. Gideon followed. The night was colder than it had been an hour ago. Gideon and Eliza moved through the darkness, staying off the main trail. The moon was a thin crescent, offering just enough light to see the uneven ground beneath their boots. Eliza walked ahead, silent, her arms wrapped around herself. She hadn't said a word since they left the barn. Gideon kept his hand on his revolver. The hoofbeats had faded, but that didn't mean they were safe. Talmage had taken the money, but men like him didn't let things go, especially not when their pride was involved. After an hour of walking, they reached a narrow creek. Eliza crouched by the water and drank, cupping her hands. Gideon scanned the tree line, listening. We'll rest here for a minute, he said. Eliza didn't respond. Gideon sat on a flat rock and pulled out a piece of hardtack from his saddlebag. He offered it to her. She shook her head. You need to eat. I'm not hungry. You will be. She glared at him. Stop acting like you care. I do care. Why? Because you feel guilty. Gideon didn't answer. Eliza stood. I don't need your pity. It's not pity. Then what is it? Gideon met her gaze. I'm trying to do the right thing. Little late for that. Before he could respond, a voice called out from the darkness. Heart! Gideon was on his feet in an instant, gun drawn. 3 riders emerged from the trees. Talmadge was in the center, flanked by 2 men Gideon didn't recognize. Both carried rifles. Talmadge's smile was gone. You lied to me, Talmadge said. How's that? You said you were taking her somewhere safe, but you're running. That tells me you know something I don't. Gideon's finger rested on the trigger. We're just passing through. No, you're not. Talmadge dismounted, his boots crunching on the gravel. See, I did some asking around after you left. Turns out you've got a reputation, Hart. Man who can't hold down a job. Drifter. Some say you were involved in a few things during the war that weren't exactly legal. That's old news. Maybe. But it makes me wonder what you really want with that girl. Gideon's jaw tightened. I already told you. You told me a story. Doesn't mean I believe it. One of the riflemen shifted, raising his weapon slightly. Gideon didn't flinch. Walk away, Talmadge. Can't do that. Why not? You got your money. Talmadge's expression darkened. Because that girl is mine. I paid for her, and I'm taking her back. Eliza stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension. I'm not going anywhere with you. Talmadge glanced at her, amused. You don't get a choice, sweetheart. Yes, I do. No, you really don't. Gideon stepped between them. She's not yours anymore. Says who? Says me. Talmadge's hand moved to his gun. You willing to die over this, Hart? Already answered that question. Talmadge studied him for a long moment. Then he sighed. Shame. I was hoping we could settle this peaceable. He drew. Gideon was faster. The shot cracked through the night, echoing across the creek. Talmadge's gun fell from his hand as he stumbled back, clutching his shoulder. Blood seeped through his fingers. The 2 riflemen raised their weapons. Don't! Gideon warned, his revolver now aimed at the nearest one. They hesitated. Talmadge groaned, his face twisted in pain. You're a dead man, Hart. Maybe, but not tonight. Talmadge's eyes burned with fury. This isn't over! Yeah, it is. Gideon fired a shot into the ground near Talmadge's horse, sending it rearing. The 2 riflemen's horses spooked as well, and within seconds, all 3 riders were struggling to stay mounted. By the time they regained control, Gideon and Eliza were gone. They ran through the trees, branches clawing at their clothes. Eliza stumbled once, and Gideon caught her, pulling her forward. They didn't stop until they reached a dry ravine, hidden from view. Gideon leaned against the dirt wall, breathing hard. Eliza collapsed beside him, her chest heaving. Are they following us? She gasped. Gideon listened. The night was silent. Not yet. Eliza looked at him, her expression a mix of fear and something else, something he couldn't quite place. You shot him. Had to. He's going to come after you. Probably. Why did you do it? Gideon reloaded his revolver, his hand steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. Because some things are worth standing for. Eliza stared at him. You think that makes you a hero? No. Then what? Gideon holstered his gun. Just a man trying not to be a coward twice. Eliza said nothing, but for the first time since they'd met, she didn't look away. So let me ask you, If you were Gideon, and you knew your silence had cost lives years ago, would you have walked into that barn? Or would you have ridden the other way? Take a breath. Think about it. And if you're still with me, I need to know, what time is it where you are right now? Tell me in the comments. Because this story's about to take a turn you won't see coming. They stayed in the ravine until dawn. Gideon didn't sleep. He kept watch, his revolver resting on his knee, listening for the sound of hooves or voices, but the night remained quiet. Eliza slept curled against the dirt wall, her head resting on her arms. She looked smaller in sleep, younger, like the child she was supposed to be. When the first light of morning crept over the horizon, Gideon stood and stretched. His back ached from sitting in the same position for hours. Eliza stirred, blinking against the pale light. "We need to move," Gideon said quietly. She nodded, wiping the dirt from her face. They climbed out of the ravine and headed east, toward a small town Gideon knew. It wasn't much, just a general store, a saloon, and a boarding house. But it was far enough from Talmadge's reach that they could rest properly. They walked in silence for the first hour. The landscape was flat and brown, dotted with scrub brush and the occasional Joshua tree. The sun climbed slowly, warming the air. Finally, Eliza spoke. "You said you knew my family." Gideon nodded. "What were they like?" He hesitated. "Your father was a good man, honest, worked hard. Your mother, she had a kind heart, always made sure everyone was fed, even when there wasn't much to go around." Eliza's expression didn't change. "I don't remember them." "You were young." "I remember the fire." Gideon's chest tightened. "I remember the screaming," she continued, her voice flat. "And the heat. And the smell. But I don't remember their faces." "I'm sorry." "Why?" "You didn't kill them." "No. But I didn't save them either." Eliza looked at him. "You were 17. What were you supposed to do?" "Something. Anything. Would it have mattered?" Gideon didn't have an answer. They walked in silence again. By midday they reached the town. It was called Redstone, though there was nothing red about it. Just dust and wood and the faint smell of manure. Gideon led Eliza to the boarding house, a 2-story building with peeling paint and a crooked sign. He paid the owner, a heavy-set woman with graying hair, for 2 rooms and a meal. They sat in the small dining area, eating stew and bread. Eliza ate slowly, like she wasn't sure if the food was real. "When's the last time you had a proper meal?" Gideon asked. "I don't know. Weeks, maybe." Gideon's jaw tightened. "What happened after the fire?" Eliza set down her spoon. "A woman took me in. Said she ran an orphanage. But it wasn't really an orphanage. It was a place where people bought kids. Dutch Carver. Yeah. He sold me to Talmadge 3 months ago. But Talmadge didn't want me right away. Said I needed to be trained first. So Dutch kept me locked up. Taught me how to be quiet, how to obey." Gideon's fists clenched. "I'm sorry." "Stop saying that. What do you want me to say?" Eliza looked at him, her eyes hard. "Nothing. I don't want you to say anything." They finished the meal in silence. That night, Gideon sat on the porch of the boarding house watching the stars. The air was cool, and the town was quiet. The door creaked behind him. Eliza stepped out, wrapped in a blanket the owner had given her. "Can't sleep?" Gideon asked. She shook her head. She sat beside him, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "I used to look at the stars," she said quietly. when I was locked up. It was the only thing I could see through the window. Gideon said nothing. I used to imagine what it would be like to be free, she continued, to go anywhere I wanted, do anything I wanted. And now, she looked at him. Now I don't know what to do. Gideon exhaled. You can do whatever you want, Eliza. You're free now. Am I? Yes, she looked away. I don't feel free. Gideon didn't know what to say to that. They sat in silence for a long time, watching the stars. Finally, Eliza spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. Why did you really come for me? Gideon didn't answer right away. He stared at the horizon, where the darkness met the faint glow of distant fires. Because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't, he finally said. Eliza looked at him, and for the first time since they'd met, her anger seemed to falter. Not gone, just cracked. Do you think they'd forgive you? She asked. My parents. Gideon's throat tightened. I don't know. Do you think I should? Gideon met her gaze. No, she blinked, surprised. You don't owe me forgiveness, Gideon continued. I don't deserve it. I didn't save your family. I didn't stop the fire. And I didn't come looking for you until it was almost too late. Then why did you come? Because I had to try. Eliza stared at him for a long moment. Then she looked back at the stars. I don't know if I can forgive you, she said quietly. That's okay. But maybe I can try. Gideon's chest ached. They sat together on the porch until the sun rose. 3 days passed in Redstone. Gideon spent the time asking around, trying to figure out where Eliza could go. He visited the general store, the saloon, the church, but every answer was the same. No one wanted to take in a girl with no family and no money. On the 4th day, Gideon sat in the boarding house parlor, staring at the worn floorboards, when the door swung open. A man stepped inside. He was older, maybe 60, with a weathered face and hands that looked like they'd seen decades of hard work. He wore a simple shirt and vest, and his boots were caked with mud. You Hart? The man asked. Gideon stood. Who's asking? Name's Ben Rourke. I run a ranch about 10 miles south of here. Heard you were looking for a place for a girl. Gideon's eyes narrowed. Where'd you hear that? The preacher. He mentioned it to my wife when she was in town yesterday. And, Rourke stepped forward. My wife and I, we lost our daughter 5 years ago. Fever took her. We've been looking for someone to help around the place. Someone young who needs a home. Gideon studied him. You want to take her in? If she's willing. Why? Rourke shrugged. Because we've got room, and because every kid deserves a chance. Gideon didn't trust easily, but something about the way Rourke spoke, calm, steady, without pretense, made him pause. I'll talk to her, Gideon said. He found Eliza upstairs, sitting by the window. She looked up when he entered. There's a man downstairs, Gideon said. Says he and his wife run a ranch. They're offering you a place to stay. Eliza's expression didn't change. Why? Because they lost their daughter, and they want to help. What do you think? Gideon sat on the edge of the bed. I think it's worth considering. Do you trust him? I don't know him well enough to say. But he doesn't seem like the kind of man who'd hurt you. Eliza looked out the window. What if he's lying? Then I'll come back and get you. She turned to him. You'd do that? Yes. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay, I'll meet him. They went downstairs together. Rourke stood when they entered, his hat in his hands. "This is Eliza," Gideon said. Rourke smiled gently. "Hello, Eliza." She didn't say anything. "My wife and we'd like you to come stay with us," Rourke continued. "We've got a spare room and plenty of work if you're interested. But no pressure. You can leave anytime you want." Eliza studied him. "Why would you do that?" "Because we know what it's like to lose someone," Rourke said simply, "and because we believe everyone deserves a second chance." Eliza glanced at Gideon. He nodded. She looked back at Rourke. "Okay." Rourke's smile widened. "Good. We'll leave tomorrow morning, if that's all right." Eliza nodded. That night, Gideon and Eliza sat on the porch one last time. "Are you scared?" Gideon asked. "A little." "That's okay." She looked at him. "Will you come visit?" Gideon's throat tightened. "If you want me to." "I do," he nodded. "Then I will." They sat in silence, watching the stars. "Thank you," Eliza said quietly. Gideon looked at her, surprised. "For what?" "For coming back." His chest ached. "I should have come sooner." "You came. That's what matters." Gideon didn't know if he believed that, but he didn't argue. The next morning, Rourke arrived with a wagon. His wife, a kind-faced woman named Margaret, sat beside him. She smiled warmly when she saw Eliza. "Ready to go, sweetheart?" Margaret asked. Eliza nodded. Gideon helped her into the wagon. She looked at him one last time. "I'll see you soon," he said. "Promise?" "Promise." The wagon rolled away, dust rising in its wake. Gideon stood on the porch, watching until it disappeared over the horizon. Weeks passed. Gideon worked odd jobs around Redstone, saving money. He told himself he'd visit Eliza soon. But part of him was afraid. Afraid she'd changed her mind. Afraid she'd decided she didn't want to see him after all. One afternoon, he received a letter. It was from Margaret Rourke. "Mr. Hart, Eliza's doing well. She's been helping around the ranch and settling in. She asks about you often. If you have time, we'd love to have you visit. Sincerely, Margaret Rourke." Gideon rode out the next day. When he arrived at the Rourke ranch, Eliza was in the yard feeding chickens. She looked up when she heard his horse, and a smile, small but real, crossed her face. "You came," she said. "I promised." She walked over, wiping her hands on her apron. "Do you want to stay for dinner? If you'll have me, we will." That evening, Gideon sat at the Rourke table, sharing a meal with Ben, Margaret, and Eliza. The conversation was light, comfortable. For the first time in years, Gideon felt something close to peace. After dinner, he and Eliza walked outside. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. "Are you happy here?" Gideon asked. Eliza nodded. "I think so." "Good." She looked at him. "Do you think my parents would be proud of me?" Gideon's throat tightened. "I know they would." She smiled. A real smile this time. "Thank you, Gideon." "For what?" "For not giving up." He didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded. They stood together, watching the sun dip below the horizon, the sky turning dark, and for the first time in 8 years, Gideon didn't feel like a coward. He felt like a man who'd finally done something right. Years later, Eliza would still remember that sunset, the way the light stretched across the fields, the way Gideon stood beside her, quiet and steady. She would remember the promise he'd made and the way he'd kept it. And she would remember the day she decided that forgiveness wasn't about forgetting. It was about choosing to move forward, together. The baby stuck. That's what the midwife said before she ran. Dr. Samuel Crane stood in the doorway of the sod house, his black medical bag heavy in his hand, staring at the scene before him. A young woman lay on a narrow cot, pushed against the far wall, her face drained of color, her lips cracked and bloodless. Her dress was soaked through with sweat and something darker. Her breath came in shallow, desperate gasps. She couldn't have been more than 19. Her husband knelt beside her, gripping her hand so hard his knuckles had gone white. He was younger still, maybe 20, with a patchy beard and eyes that had already seen too much. When he looked up at Samuel, there was no hope left in his face, only terror. "She's dying," the man whispered. "Isn't she?" Samuel didn't answer. He set his bag down on the rough wooden table and moved to the bedside. The woman's eyes fluttered open, unfocused, glassy. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. "How long has she been like this?" Samuel asked quietly. "Since yesterday morning. The baby won't come. The midwife tried everything, but—" The young man's voice cracked. "She said there's nothing she can do. She said the baby's stuck, and if it don't come soon, they'll both—" He couldn't finish. Samuel placed his hand on the woman's belly. It was hard as stone, swollen tight. He felt for movement. There was none. He pressed his fingers to her wrist. Her pulse was faint, erratic, fading. The baby was lodged wrong. Sideways, maybe, or breech. Either way, it wasn't coming out on its own. And if it didn't come out soon, they would both be dead within the hour. Samuel had seen this before. Twice. Once in an army field hospital during the war, and once in a mining camp outside Deadwood. Both times the mother had died. Both times the baby had died with her. He straightened and looked at the husband. "I need to open her up." The man blinked. "What?" "I need to cut her open. Take the baby out that way. It's the only chance." The husband stared at him like he'd spoken in a foreign language. "You mean, cut into her belly?" "Yes, but she'll die if I don't." The man's face crumpled. He looked down at his wife, then back at Samuel. "And if you do?" Samuel didn't answer right away. He'd heard of the procedure. Read about it in a medical journal once, years ago. A doctor in Scotland had done it. The woman had lived. But that was one case. One miracle. He'd never done it himself. "I don't know," Samuel said honestly. "But if I do nothing, she's gone. They both are." The husband's throat worked. He looked at his wife again, her pale face, her shallow breathing. Then he nodded. "Do it!" Samuel moved quickly. He pulled off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and opened his bag. Scalpel, forceps, needle and thread, chloroform. He had just enough for maybe 10 minutes of unconsciousness, maybe less. He soaked a rag in the chloroform and held it over the woman's nose and mouth. Her breathing slowed, deepened. Her body went limp. Samuel looked at the husband. "Hold her shoulders. Keep her still." The man obeyed, tears streaming down his face. Samuel positioned himself at the woman's side. His hands were steady, but his heart was pounding. He had no idea if this would work. No idea if he'd kill her faster by trying. But she was dying anyway. He pressed the blade to her belly. The skin parted cleanly. Blood welled up, dark and thick. Samuel worked quickly, cutting through layers of muscle and tissue, his hands moving on instinct. The husband was sobbing now, but he didn't let go. And then Samuel saw it. The baby, lodged crossways in the womb, its head turned at an impossible angle. The cord was wrapped around its neck. Twice, Samuel reached in with both hands. The baby was slick with blood, impossibly small. He unwound the cord carefully, his fingers trembling, and lifted the child free. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. Samuel laid the baby on the table and cleared its mouth with his finger. He blew gently into its tiny nose. Once, twice, nothing. The husband was staring, his face frozen in disbelief. Samuel pressed his thumb against the baby's chest, just over the heart. He pushed down gently, rhythmically. "Come on, come on." And then, a faint, gasping cry. The baby's chest rose, its tiny fists clenched, its eyes squeezed shut, and it wailed. Samuel let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. The husband collapsed to his knees, his hands covering his face. But Samuel wasn't done. He turned back to the woman. Blood was still pouring from the wound. He worked fast, stitching the uterus closed, then the muscle, then the skin. His hands moved automatically. Needle in, pull through, tie off. Again. By the time he finished, the chloroform had worn off. The woman's eyes fluttered open. She looked up at him, confused, disoriented. "Your baby," Samuel said quietly. "She's alive." The woman's lips trembled. She turned her head toward the sound of the crying. The husband brought the baby over, wrapped in a torn blanket, and placed her gently in her mother's arms. The woman looked down at her daughter, and then she wept. Samuel cleaned his hands in a basin of water, his mind still racing. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. But as he packed his instruments back into his bag, a cold weight settled in his chest. Because he recognized this woman. He'd seen her before, 8 years ago, when he'd stood by and done nothing. Samuel stayed through the night. The woman, her name was Mary, slept fitfully, her body exhausted but alive. The baby slept in a makeshift cradle near the fire, swaddled tight. The husband, whose name was Thomas, sat in a chair by the door, his head in his hands, too drained to speak. Samuel sat at the table, staring at the dying embers in the hearth. He knew her. He hadn't been sure at first. Her face had changed, hollowed out by hunger and hardship, aged beyond her years. But when he'd looked at her wrist while checking her pulse, he'd seen it, the scar. A deep, jagged line running from her wrist to her elbow. The kind of scar you got from barbed wire, or from being dragged through it. Samuel had wrapped that wound himself, 8 years ago, in a burned-out farmhouse outside Lawrence, Kansas. He'd been a field surgeon then, traveling with a Union regiment. They'd come across the farmhouse in the aftermath of a raid. Confederate sympathizers, they'd been told. Traitors. The house had been torched. The bodies of 2 men lay in the dirt outside. Executed. Inside, a girl, maybe 11 years old, had been hiding in the root cellar. Her arm had been torn open, caught on wire as she tried to escape. She was sobbing, shaking, covered in blood and ash. Samuel had bandaged her arm and given her water. He'd tried to calm her down, told her she'd be safe. And then the captain had come in. Captain Voss, a hard man with a thin smile and cold eyes. "She's a witness," Voss had said. "We can't leave her here." Samuel had assumed that meant they'd take her to a town, find her family. But Voss had other plans. "There's a man in Leavenworth who pays for girls like this, orphans, no one to come looking." Samuel's stomach had turned. "You're not serious." Voss had smiled. "War's expensive, Doctor. We all do what we have to." Samuel had argued, threatened to report him. But Voss had laughed. "Report me to who? The army! They know! Half the officers in this territory are in on it." Samuel had watched as they loaded the girl into a wagon. She'd looked back at him, her eyes wide, pleading, and he'd done nothing. He told himself he had no choice, that Voss would have shot him if he'd interfered, that he couldn't save everyone. But the truth was simpler. He'd been a coward. Now 8 years later, that girl was lying in a bed 10 feet away from him. A woman now, a mother, and she had no idea who he was. When Mary woke the next morning, Samuel brought her water and checked her stitches. She was weak, but stable. The bleeding had stopped. The wound was clean. "You saved my life," she said quietly. Samuel didn't answer. "And my baby's." He nodded. She looked at him for a long moment, her eyes searching his face. "Do I know you?" Samuel's chest tightened. "No." "You sure? You look familiar." "I'm sure." She frowned but didn't press. Thomas came over, holding the baby. "How much do we owe you, Doctor?" Samuel shook his head. "Nothing. Nothing. But nothing." Thomas blinked, confused. "Why?" "Because I owe her more than I can ever repay." "Because you need it more than I do," Samuel said. Later that afternoon, as Samuel prepared to leave, Mary called out to him. "Doctor." He stopped. "That scar on my arm," she said. "You noticed it, didn't you?" Samuel's hand tightened on his bag. "I got it when I was a girl," she continued. "During the war, Union soldiers burned my family's farm, killed my father and brother. A doctor bandaged me up before they took me." Samuel's throat felt like it was closing. "They sold me," she said flatly, "to a man in Leavenworth. I was 11 years old." Thomas looked at her, shocked. She'd never told him. Mary's eyes stayed on Samuel. "I've spent my whole life wondering if that doctor knew, if he knew what they were going to do to me." Samuel couldn't breathe. "Did he?" she asked. The room was silent. Samuel turned to face her. "Yes." Her expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. Recognition, maybe, or just confirmation of what she'd always suspected. "You!" she whispered. Samuel nodded. Thomas stood up. "Wait, you were there." "I was there," Samuel said quietly. "I wrapped her arm, and then I watched them take her. And I did nothing." Mary stared at him. Her face was unreadable. "I'm sorry," Samuel said. The words felt hollow, useless. "Sorry," Mary repeated. She laughed, but it was a bitter, broken sound. "You think that makes it better?" "No." "Then why say it?" "Because it's all I have." Mary looked down at her baby. The child stirred in her arms, her tiny fists clenching and unclenching. "I spent 8 years trying to survive what you let happen to me," Mary said. "And now you show up and save my life. What am I supposed to do with that?" Samuel had no answer. Thomas stepped forward. "Mary, don't," she said sharply. She looked back at Samuel. "You want to make it right. You can't. You can't undo what was done. You can't give me back what I lost." "I know. Then get out." Samuel nodded. He picked up his bag and walked to the door. But before he left, he stopped. "If you need anything—" "We won't," Thomas said firmly. Samuel stepped outside. The sun was bright, the sky wide and empty. He stood there for a long moment, the weight of 8 years pressing down on him like a stone. And then he heard hoofbeats. 3 riders came over the ridge. Samuel saw them first, their silhouettes black against the pale sky. They rode slow, deliberate, like men who had all the time in the world. Thomas stepped out of the sod house, shading his eyes. "Who is that?" Samuel didn't answer, but he knew. He recognized the way the lead rider sat in the saddle, straight-backed, arrogant, Captain Voss. Except he wasn't a captain anymore. The war had been over for 8 years, but men like Voss didn't stop being what they were, just because a treaty got signed. The rider stopped 20 feet from the house. Voss dismounted slowly, brushing dust from his coat. He was older now, his hair graying at the temples, but his eyes were the same. Cold, calculating. "Samuel Crane," Voss said, smiling. "Didn't expect to see you out here." Samuel didn't move. "What do you want?" "Just passing through. Heard there was a doctor in the area. Thought I'd pay my respects." Voss's eyes flicked to the sod house. "That's your patient in there." "She's got nothing to do with you." "Maybe. Maybe not." Voss walked closer, his boots crunching in the dry grass. "You know, I've been thinking about you, Sam. Haven't seen you since the war. Heard you left the army. Took up private practice." "I did. Smart move. Army doesn't pay much." Voss glanced at the sod house again. "This couple pay you?" "That's none of your business," Voss chuckled. "You always were self-righteous, even back then." Thomas stepped forward. "I don't know who you are, but you need to leave." Voss looked at him like he was an insect. "And who are you?" "This is my land. My wife's inside, and you're not welcome." Voss's smile widened. "Your wife, she pretty?" Thomas's jaw tightened. "Maybe I should take a look," Voss said. "Make sure the good doctor here did his job." Samuel stepped between them. "You're not going in there. You going to stop me? If I have to." Voss studied him for a moment, then laughed. "You've got spine now. That's new." One of the other riders dismounted, a big man with a scarred face and a rifle slung over his shoulder. He moved to Voss's side, silent and menacing. "Here's the thing, Sam," Voss said. "I'm a businessman now. I broker deals, move goods, solve problems." He gestured toward the sod house. "And I hear there's a woman in there who used to belong to one of my clients." Samuel's blood went cold. "Client's been looking for her for years," Voss continued. "Paid good money for her back in the day. Didn't appreciate her running off." "She's not property," Samuel said. "Law says otherwise. She was bought and paid for. Contract still valid. The war ended that. Not everywhere." Voss leaned in close. "You know how it is out here, Sam. Law's whatever people decide it is, and I've got friends who decide a lot." Thomas's voice shook. "You can't take her." "Can't I?" Voss looked at the big man with the rifle. "Jack, go get her." Jack started toward the house. Samuel moved in front of him. "No." Jack stopped. He looked at Voss. Voss sighed. "Sam, you're making this harder than it needs to be. Step aside." "No." Voss's smile faded. "I'll ask once more, and I'll say no again." For a moment, no one moved. The wind picked up, blowing dust across the yard. The baby cried faintly from inside the house. Then Mary's voice cut through the silence. "Samuel." She was standing in the doorway, pale and trembling, one hand pressed to her stitches. Thomas tried to pull her back, but she shook him off. She looked at Voss. "I know you." Voss tilted his head. "Do you now?" "You're the one who sold me." Voss smiled. "Guilty. And now you're here to take me back. Smart girl." Mary's expression didn't change. No, it's not up to you. It is now. She stepped forward, ignoring Thomas's protests. I survived what you did to me. I got free. I built a life, and I'm not going back. Voss laughed. You think you have a choice? I think I do. And what are you going to do? Fight me. Mary didn't answer. She just stared at him, her jaw set, her eyes hard. Voss shook his head. You've got spirit. I'll give you that. But spirit doesn't stop bullets. He nodded to Jack. Take her. Jack started forward again, and then a voice rang out from the ridge. Voss! Everyone turned. A group of riders was coming down the hill. 6 of them. Local ranchers by the look of them. Men with sun-scorched faces and worn hats. They carried rifles, but they weren't aiming them. Yet. The lead rider was an older man with a gray beard and a calm, steady gaze. He rode up and stopped between Voss and the sod house. Afternoon, Voss, the man said. Voss's smile tightened. Harlan, didn't expect to see you here. Heard you were causing trouble. Just collecting what's owed. Nothing's owed, Harlan said. Now get off this man's land. Voss looked at the other riders, then back at Harlan. You really want to do this? Do I look like I'm bluffing? Voss stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled. Another time, then. He mounted his horse. Jack and the other rider did the same. Voss looked at Samuel. This isn't over. Then he turned and rode away. The ranchers stayed until the dust settled. Harlan dismounted and walked over to Thomas. You all right, son? Thomas nodded, though his hands were still shaking. Thank you. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't. Don't mention it. Harlan looked at Mary, still standing in the doorway. Ma'am, you should be resting. Mary nodded and went back inside. Thomas followed her. Harlan turned to Samuel. You the doctor? I am. Heard you did something miraculous in there. Saved both of them. I did what I could. Harlan studied him for a moment. Voss called you Sam. You two know each other. We served together during the war. And now we don't. Harlan nodded slowly. Voss is a snake. Always has been. He's got connections with some of the cattle buyers in Dodge. Uses them to move people sometimes. Girls mostly. Sells them off to mining camps, frontier towns. Law won't touch him because half the sheriffs are in his pocket. Samuel's jaw tightened. I know what he is. Then you know he'll be back. I know. Harlan glanced at the sod house. That woman in there. She's been through hell, hasn't she? Samuel nodded. You going to stay? I don't know if she wants me to. Doesn't matter what she wants, Harlan said. Voss won't let this go. She'll need someone who can stand between her and him. Someone who knows how he thinks. He paused. Someone who owes her. Samuel looked at him. She told you. Didn't have to. I can see it in your face. Samuel was silent. Harlan clapped him on the shoulder. Stay, doctor. Make it right. Then he and the other ranchers rode off. Samuel stood alone in the yard for a long time, watching the sun dip toward the horizon. Then he went inside. Mary was lying on the cot, the baby asleep in her arms. Thomas sat beside her, his hand resting on hers. They looked up when Samuel entered. Thank you, Thomas said quietly, for what you did out there. Samuel shook his head. I didn't do anything. Harlan and his men. You stood in front of that man's gun, Thomas said. For us. For her. Mary was watching Samuel, her expression unreadable. Samuel set his bag down. I'll stay a few more days. Make sure the stitches heal properly. You don't have to, Mary said. I know. Then why? Samuel looked at her. Because I should have stayed 8 years ago. Mary's eyes softened just slightly. You think that fixes it? No, but it's a start. She didn't respond. She just looked down at her daughter, her hand gently stroking the baby's head. Samuel turned to leave. Samuel. He stopped. Thank you, Mary said quietly, for saving her. Samuel nodded, and for the first time in 8 years, the weight on his chest felt just a little bit lighter. If you're still with me, tap subscribe real quick so you don't miss how this turns out. Tell me what time it is for you right now and where you're listening from. Take a deep breath, pour yourself a cup of tea, and think about this. If you were Samuel, could you have faced her? Could you have stayed? So here's the question that changes everything. Was redemption even possible after 8 years of silence? Over the next few days, Samuel stayed. He changed Mary's bandages, checked for infection, taught Thomas how to care for the wound. The baby, Mary named her Grace, grew stronger each day, her cries louder, her grip firmer. Samuel slept in the barn. He didn't ask to stay in the house. He didn't expect forgiveness. But slowly, something shifted. One evening, as Samuel was preparing to leave for the night, Mary called him over. Sit, she said, gesturing to the chair beside the cot. Samuel sat. Mary was quiet for a moment, her eyes on Grace. I've been thinking about what you said, about being sorry. Samuel waited. I don't forgive you, she said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I understand. But, she paused, you saved my daughter, and you stood up to Voss. That means something. Samuel nodded. So I'm not asking you to leave, Mary said. Not yet. It wasn't forgiveness, but it was something, and for now that was enough. Voss came back 3 days later, but this time he wasn't alone. Samuel saw them from the barn. A dozen riders, maybe more, coming over the ridge like a storm. Voss rode at the front, his face set, his hand resting on the pistol at his hip. Samuel ran to the house. They're coming! Thomas grabbed his rifle. How many? Too many! Mary sat up, clutching Grace to her chest. What do? We stand, Thomas said, but Samuel knew they couldn't. Not against that many men. Then from the west, more riders appeared, Harlan and his men. But this time, there were more of them. 20, maybe 30. Ranchers, farmers, townspeople. Men and women who'd decided they weren't going to let cruelty run their county anymore. They rode up and formed a line between the sod house and Voss's men. Harlan looked at Voss. Turn around. Voss smiled. You can't stop me, old man. Maybe not. But all of us can. Voss looked at the line of riders. His smile faded. This woman belongs to my client, Voss said. No one belongs to anyone, Harlan said. War's over. Slavery's done. And you're not taking her. The law's what we make it. And we say she stays. Voss's jaw tightened. He looked at Samuel. You really think this ends here? I think it ends when you leave, Samuel said. Voss stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned his horse around. Let's go. His men followed. The line of riders didn't move until Voss and his men were out of sight. Then Harlan turned to Samuel. He won't be back. Too many witnesses now. Too many people who know what he is. Samuel nodded. Thank you. Harlan tipped his hat. Thank the lady. She's the one who's been through hell. We just made sure she didn't go back. Weeks passed. Mary healed slowly. The stitches came out. The scar remained, a thin, pale line across her belly, a reminder of what she'd survived. Grace grew. She learned to smile, to laugh, to reach for her mother's face with tiny, curious hands. Samuel stayed, not in the house, not as family, but nearby. He built a small cabin on the edge of Thomas and Mary's land. He helped with the farm, delivered babies for other families in the area. Slowly, quietly, he became part of the community. Mary didn't forgive him, not completely, but one day as Samuel was leaving after checking on Grace, she stopped him. "Samuel," he turned. "Thank you," she said, "for staying." It wasn't forgiveness, but it was grace, and for Samuel, that was enough. Years later, when Grace was old enough to ask, Mary would tell her the story. She'd tell her about the day she almost died, about the doctor who saved her, about the scar that ran across her belly, a reminder of the price of life. And she'd tell her about the man who'd once stood by and done nothing, and who, years later, had finally learned to stand. Grace would listen, wide-eyed, her small hand tracing the scar on her mother's skin. "Does it hurt?" she'd ask. "Not anymore," Mary would say. And she'd look out the window toward the cabin on the hill where Samuel Crane still lived, still trying, still making it right, one day at a time. The girl's feet didn't reach the ground. She sat on a wooden crate in the center of the barn, hands folded tight in her lap, her shoulders pulled inward like she was trying to disappear. Her dress was too big, faded blue calico that hung loose around her frame, sleeves rolled up past bony wrists. Someone had pinned her hair back with a bent piece of wire. She was 11 years old. Around her, men leaned against hay bales and fence posts, hats tipped low, boots scuffing dirt. Some chewed tobacco. Some didn't look at her at all. Others stared too long. The auctioneer stood on an overturned barrel, thumbs hooked into his suspenders, voice cutting through the thick summer air like a blade through leather. "Now this one here," he said, tapping his boot near the crate. "Comes with a contract already drawn. Groom's paid in full, 73 years old, owns 200 acres up near Crowley Ridge. Respectable man, God-fearing, needs a wife to keep house." Someone in the back coughed. The girl didn't move, her eyes fixed on a knot in the wood between her feet. The auctioneer grinned, teeth stained yellow. "She's young, sure, but that just means she'll learn quicker. No bad habits to break. Clean slate. Comes from good Presbyterian stock. Her daddy signed the papers himself before he passed last winter." A lie. Her daddy didn't pass. He sold her to cover a gambling debt and rode out the same night with a bottle and a woman from the saloon. But no one here cared about the truth. The auctioneer cleared his throat. "Wedding's set for Sunday. The groom'll be here at sundown to collect her. All legal-like. Preacher's already been paid." The girl's fingers twitched. Just once. That was when he saw her. Eli Thorne stood near the barn door, one boot propped against the frame, hat pulled low enough to shadow most of his face. He'd come to buy a horse. That was all. He'd heard old Virgil Cass had a roan gelding for sale. Good wind, strong legs. Eli had cash and no interest in anything else. But then he'd heard the voice, the auctioneer's voice, and he'd walked closer. Now he stood 15 feet from the girl on the crate, and he couldn't look away. She wasn't crying. That was what stuck with him. She wasn't begging or fighting or screaming. She just sat there, small and still, like she'd already given up, like she'd learned that no one was coming. Eli's jaw tightened. He was 42 years old. He'd fought in the war, both sides depending on who asked. He'd killed men, buried friends, watched towns burn and families scatter like ash in the wind. He'd learned a long time ago that the world didn't run on justice. It ran on money and power and who could hit harder. But this turned his stomach. "Any questions before we close it up?" the auctioneer called out. Silence. Eli stepped forward. The auctioneer's eyes flicked to him. "You got business here, friend." Eli's voice came out low, steady. "Where's the groom now?" "Up at his ranch. He'll be here Sunday, like I said." "He know what she looks like?" The auctioneer's grin faltered. "What kind of question is that?" "Simple one. He's seen her. Enough to approve the arrangement." Eli tilted his head slightly, gaze shifting to the girl. She still hadn't looked up. "What's her name?" Eli asked. The auctioneer blinked. "What's that matter?" "Humor me." A pause. The auctioneer glanced at a piece of paper tacked to the barrel. "Says here, Cora Ainsley." Eli let the name settle. Cora. He took another step closer. The girl's shoulders tensed, but she didn't move. "Cora," Eli said quietly. Her eyes lifted, just barely. Dark brown, wide, rimmed with exhaustion. He crouched down slow, so he was level with her. Close enough to see the dirt under her nails, the bruise on her forearm, the way her breath came shallow and quick. "You want to marry that man?" he asked. Her lips parted. No sound came out. The auctioneer laughed, sharp and ugly. "She don't got a say in it, friend. Contract's signed." Eli didn't look at him. He kept his eyes on Cora. "I'm asking her." Cora's hands trembled in her lap. She swallowed hard, then shook her head. Once, small, definite. Eli nodded. He straightened, turned to face the auctioneer. "I'll buy the contract." The barn went quiet. The auctioneer stared at him. "What?" "The contract. I'll pay what the groom paid, plus 20%. "You can't." "Why not? You said it's legal. Money's money." The auctioneer's face reddened. "The groom already ain't here yet." Eli pulled a fold of bills from his coat pocket, counted out the amount, then added more. He held it up. "This enough?" The auctioneer looked at the money, then at Eli, then at the men watching from the shadows. Someone near the back muttered, "Let him have her. Groom's a bastard anyway." The auctioneer's mouth twisted. He snatched the bills from Eli's hand, stuffed them into his vest. "Fine, she's yours. But when that old man comes looking, don't expect me to cover for you." Eli didn't answer. He turned back to Cora, extended a hand. "Come on." She stared at his hand like it might vanish. Then slowly, she reached out. Her fingers were cold. Eli helped her down from the crate. She stood beside him, barely reaching his chest, thin as a fence post. He could feel her shaking. "You got anything you need to take?" he asked. She shook her head. "All right, then." He led her toward the barn door. The men parted without a word. Outside, the sun was starting to dip, painting the sky in shades of burnt orange and purple. Eli's horse stood tied to a post, a bay mare, steady and calm. He untied the reins, glanced down at Cora. "You ever ride?" She nodded. "Good, you'll ride with me." He lifted her up onto the saddle, then swung up behind her. She sat stiff, hands gripping the saddle horn tight. Eli clicked his tongue, and the mare started forward at a walk. They rode in silence for a long time. The barn disappeared behind them, swallowed by dust and distance. The only sounds were hoofbeats and wind and the creak of leather. Finally, Cora spoke. Her voice was small, barely above a whisper. "Why'd you do that?" Eli didn't answer right away. He watched the horizon, the long stretch of empty land rolling out in every direction. "Because," he said quietly, "nobody should be sold." She was quiet again, then softer. "What happens now?" "Now," Eli said, "we ride." He didn't tell her where. He didn't have a plan. All he knew was that come Sunday, when that old man showed up expecting a child bride, Cora Ainsley would be long gone, and Eli would make damn sure she stayed that way. They rode until the stars came out. Eli kept the mare at a steady pace, not too fast, not too slow. Cora didn't speak. She held onto the saddle horn like it was the only solid thing in the world. Every now and then, Eli felt her lean back slightly, just enough to let him know she was still awake. The land stretched flat and endless, dotted with sagebrush and the skeletal remains of old fence lines. No towns, no lights, just open country. Eventually, Eli guided the mare toward a cluster of cottonwoods near a dry creek bed. The trees offered some cover, and the ground was soft enough for sleeping. He dismounted first, then reached up to help Cora down. She slid off the saddle, stumbled slightly, caught herself. Her legs were stiff from riding. "Sit," Eli said, nodding toward a flat rock near the trees. She obeyed without question. Eli unsaddled the mare, hobbled her near a patch of grass, then pulled a bedroll and a canteen from his pack. He handed the canteen to Cora. "Drink." She took it with both hands, drank slow, then handed it back. Eli sat down across from her, leaning back against a tree trunk. He pulled his hat off, set it on his knee. His hair was dark, threaded with gray at the temples. His face was weathered, lined with years of sun and dust. Cora watched him carefully, like she was trying to figure out if he was real. "You hungry?" Eli asked. She nodded. He pulled out a strip of dried beef, tore it in half, handed her the larger piece. She ate slowly, methodically, eyes fixed on the ground. Eli chewed in silence. The night settled around them, cool and quiet. After a while, Cora spoke. "You gonna keep me?" Eli looked at her. "What? You paid for me, so you gonna keep me?" "Like they said." Eli's jaw tightened. He set the dried beef down, leaned forward slightly. "No," he said firmly. "I didn't buy you to own you, Cora. I bought you to get you out of there." She stared at him, confusion flickering across her face. "Then what am I supposed to do?" "Whatever you want. I'm 11. I know. I don't got nowhere to go." Eli exhaled slowly. He looked up at the stars, scattered like salt across black cloth. "We'll figure it out," he said quietly. "One step at a time." Cora pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapped her arms around them. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, in a voice barely audible, "My daddy said I was a burden." Eli's chest tightened. "He said I ate too much, cost too much, that I'd be better off with a husband who could feed me proper." Eli didn't respond. He didn't trust himself to. Cora's voice cracked. He said it was a blessing, that the old man was respectable, that I should be grateful. Eli's hands curled into fists. "Your daddy," he said slowly, "was wrong." Cora looked at him. Her eyes glistened in the firelight. "You ain't a burden," Eli continued. "You're a kid, and you deserved better than what he gave you." A tear slipped down her cheek. She wiped it away quickly, like she was ashamed of it. Eli reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a small cloth bundle. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing a tarnished silver locket. Cora's breath caught. Eli held it up, the chain dangling from his fingers. The locket was old, scratched, with a tiny flower engraved on the front. "You recognize this?" he asked. Cora's eyes widened. She nodded slowly. "It was my mama's." Eli's throat tightened. He nodded. "I know." Cora's voice shook. "How do you?" "Because I gave it to her." Silence. Cora stared at him, confusion and fear mixing in her expression. Eli exhaled, long and slow. "Your mama. Her name was Anna. Anna Hewitt, before she married. I knew her. Long time ago." Cora's lips parted. You knew my mama?" "I did." "How?" Eli looked down at the locket, turning it over in his palm. "We were close. Before the war. Before everything went to hell." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "She lived on a farm just outside of Ashford. I worked for her father one summer, fixing fences, breaking horses. She used to bring me water in the afternoons. We'd talk. She was kind, smart, saw the world different than most folks." Cora's eyes filled with tears again. "What happened?" Eli's jaw clenched. "The war happened. I enlisted, rode off thinking I'd be back in a year. But the war didn't end, and when I finally came home, her family was gone, burned out. I heard they'd moved south, but I never found them." He held the locket out to Cora. "She gave me this the night before I left. Told me to keep it safe. Said it belonged to her grandmother." Cora took the locket with trembling hands. She opened it. Inside was a small faded photograph, a woman with dark hair and Cora's eyes. "That's her," Eli said softly. "That's your mama." Cora's tears spilled over. She clutched the locket to her chest, shoulders shaking. Eli looked away, giving her space. After a long moment, Cora's voice came out small and broken. "She died when I was 6. Eli nodded. "I know. And Daddy, I know." Cora wiped her face with the back of her hand. "Why didn't you come find us?" Eli's throat felt like sand. "I tried. By the time I tracked your family down, your mama was already gone, and your daddy. He didn't want anything to do with me. Told me to leave and not come back." He looked at her, eyes heavy with old grief. "But I kept the locket. Thought maybe one day I'd give it back to someone who'd care about it the way she did." Cora stared at him, then down at the locket. "You came for me," she whispered. "I didn't know it was you," Eli admitted. "Not until I heard your name. Cora Ainsley. Then I saw your face and I just knew." Cora's voice cracked. "You think she'd be mad? At what Daddy did?" Eli's expression hardened. "I think she'd be heartbroken and furious." Cora closed her eyes, fresh tears sliding down her cheeks. Eli reached out slowly, rested a hand on her shoulder. "But she'd be proud of you, for surviving, for being strong." Cora didn't answer. She just held the locket tighter. Eli pulled his hand back, settled against the tree again. "Get some sleep," he said gently. "We've got a long ride tomorrow." Cora curled up on the bedroll, clutching the locket like a lifeline. Eli stayed awake, watching the stars, listening to the wind. And for the first time in years, he felt the weight of a promise he'd never spoken aloud. He was going to keep her safe, no matter what. They reached the town of Marlow Creek 2 days later. It wasn't much. A single dirt road lined with weathered buildings, a general store, a saloon, a blacksmith. The kind of place people passed through but didn't stay. Eli tied the mare outside the general store, helped Cora down. She stayed close to him, eyes darting to every face that passed. "We need supplies," Eli said. "Food, blankets, maybe some clothes that fit you better." Cora nodded. Inside, the store smelled like sawdust and leather. The shopkeeper, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses, looked up from behind the counter. "Help you?" "Need some basics," Eli said. "Dried goods, a blanket, maybe a coat for the girl." The shopkeeper's eyes flicked to Cora, then back to Eli. She yours?" "She's with me." The shopkeeper's expression didn't change. "Uh-huh." Eli felt the tension creep into his shoulders. He ignored it, moved to the shelves, started gathering what they needed. Cora stayed by the door, hands folded in front of her. Outside, hoofbeats echoed down the street. Eli glanced through the window. 3 riders, dust rising behind them. They moved slow, deliberate, scanning the buildings as they passed. One of them stopped in front of the saloon. Dismounted, tall man, broad-shouldered, wearing a long coat and a flat-brimmed hat. He turned, said something to the other riders, then walked toward the general store. Eli's hand moved instinctively toward his hip. No gun. He'd left it in his saddlebag. The door opened. The man stepped inside. His boots thudded heavy on the wood floor. He stopped just inside the doorway, eyes sweeping the room. Then they landed on Cora. "Well," the man said slowly, "there you are." Cora went rigid. Eli stepped between them. "Can I help you?" The man's gaze shifted to Eli, flat, cold. "You, the one who took her." Eli's jaw tightened. "I don't know what you're talking about." The man smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Sure you do. Cora Ainsley bought her contract out from under a paying customer. That was you, wasn't it?" Eli didn't answer. The man took a step closer. "Name's Dalton. I work for Mr. Whitmore, the man who was supposed to marry her. He's real disappointed she didn't show up Sunday." "She's not marrying him," Eli said flatly. Dalton chuckled, low and mean. "That ain't your call to make, friend. Contract's legal, signed by her father, paid in full. She's property of Mr. Whitmore. She's a child. She's a contract." Eli's hands curled into fists. "She's not going back." Dalton's smile faded. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." "Good." Dalton's hand moved to his belt, not to a gun, to a folded piece of paper. He pulled it out, held it up. "This here's a writ, signed by the county judge. Says I got legal authority to retrieve Mr. Whitmore's property and return her to him. Also says anyone interfering can be arrested for theft and obstruction." Eli stared at the paper. His chest felt tight. "You can't." "I can," Dalton interrupted. "And I will. Now you can hand her over peaceful-like. Or I can take her by force. Either way, she's leaving with me." Cora's breath hitched behind Eli. He glanced back at her. Her face was pale, eyes wide with terror. Eli turned back to Dalton. "You touch her, and I'll put you down." Dalton laughed. "With what? You ain't even armed." "Don't need to be." Dalton's expression darkened. He took another step forward. "You really want to die over some girl you don't even know?" Eli's voice dropped, cold and steady. "I know her well enough." Dalton's eyes narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Eli didn't blink. "Means I knew her mother, And I ain't letting you drag her back to some old bastard who bought her like livestock." Dalton's jaw tightened. "That's real noble of you, but it don't change the law." "Law's just words on paper," Eli said. "And words don't mean much when they're written by men who profit off misery." Dalton's hand moved toward his gun. Eli didn't flinch. The shopkeeper's voice cut through the tension. "Now hold on." "Shut up," Dalton snapped. The door opened again. 2 more men stepped inside, the other riders, both armed. Dalton smiled. "Last chance. Hand her over or we take her." Eli's mind raced. 3 armed men, no weapon. Cora behind him, shaking. He couldn't fight them, not here, not now. But he couldn't let them take her either. Eli's voice came out low, steady. "If you take her, I'll follow, and I'll find you, and when I do, you won't walk away." Dalton stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, short and sharp. "Big talk from a man with no gun." He stepped past Eli, reached for Cora's arm. Eli moved. His fist slammed into Dalton's jaw, hard and fast. Dalton staggered back, cursing. The other 2 men lunged forward. Eli grabbed Cora, shoved her toward the back door. "Run!" She hesitated for a split second, then bolted. Eli turned, swung at the nearest man, caught him in the ribs. The man grunted, swung back. Eli ducked, drove his shoulder into the man's chest, sent him crashing into a shelf. Dalton wiped blood from his lip, drew his gun. "Enough!" The shot cracked through the store, deafening. Eli froze. Dalton aimed the gun at his chest. "Next one goes through your skull." Eli's breath came hard. His hands were up, palms open. Dalton jerked his head toward the door. "Bring her back." One of the men disappeared through the back. Eli's heart pounded. Seconds passed. Then a minute. The man reappeared, dragging Cora by the arm. She struggled, kicking, crying. "No! Let me go! Please!" Eli's chest felt like it was caving in. Dalton holstered his gun, grabbed Cora by the shoulder. "Appreciate the trouble, friend, but this is over." He dragged her toward the door. Cora screamed, reaching back toward Eli. "Don't let them take me, please!" Eli took a step forward. Dalton's gun was back out, pressed to Cora's temple. "Don't!" Eli stopped. His whole body trembled. Dalton smiled. "Smart man." He pulled Cora outside. The other men followed. Eli stood frozen, fists clenched, breath ragged. Then he heard it. Hoofbeats, but not from Dalton's men, from down the street. A lot of them. Eli stumbled out of the general store, heart hammering. Dalton and his men were mounting their horses, Cora already slung across Dalton's saddle, her small fists pounding uselessly against his leg. But the hoofbeats grew louder. From the far end of the street, a group of riders appeared. 7, maybe 8. Dust rose in a thick cloud behind them. They rode hard, fast, and when they reached the center of town, they fanned out in a line. Eli recognized the man in front, Samuel Corrigan, owner of the Triple Creek Ranch just north of Marlow Creek. Eli had worked for him years ago, before the war. Good man, fair, didn't tolerate cruelty. Samuel's eyes locked onto Dalton. "That's far enough." Dalton's hand hovered near his gun. "This ain't your business, Corrigan." "It is now." Samuel's voice was calm, but there was steel underneath. "That girl ain't leaving this town." Dalton's jaw tightened. "I got a legal writ." "I don't care if you got a letter from God himself," Samuel interrupted. "You ain't taking her." The men behind Samuel shifted in their saddles. Eli recognized a few of them. Ranch hands, farmers, men who'd lived in these parts for decades. One of them, a grizzled man named Tom, spat tobacco into the dirt. "We know what Whitmore is, Dalton. Everybody knows, and we ain't letting him buy another child." Dalton's face reddened. "This is legal. So was slavery," Samuel said flatly. "Didn't make it right." Dalton's hand moved toward his gun. Samuel's rifle was already up, aimed at Dalton's chest. "Don't." The other riders raised their weapons. Dalton froze. His men looked at each other, uncertain. Samuel's voice dropped, quiet and dangerous. "You got two choices. You let the girl go, ride out of here, and tell Whitmore his contract's worthless. Or we put you in the ground and tell him ourselves." Dalton's eyes flicked between Samuel and the armed men. His jaw worked. Then slowly he dismounted. He pulled Cora off the saddle, set her down hard. She stumbled, caught herself. "This ain't over," Dalton said through clenched teeth. "Yes," Samuel said. "It is." Dalton glared at him, then at Eli. He mounted his horse, jerked the reins, and spurred hard. His men followed. They disappeared down the road in a cloud of dust. Silence settled over the street. Samuel lowered his rifle, looked at Eli. "You all right?" Eli nodded, breathless. "Yeah, thanks." Samuel dismounted, walked over to Cora. She stood frozen, arms wrapped around herself, eyes wide. Samuel crouched down, voice gentle. "You're safe now. No one's gonna hurt you." Cora didn't respond. She just stared at him, trembling. Samuel glanced at Eli. "She with you?" Eli nodded. "Then get her out of here. Whitmore's got friends. This won't be the last time they come looking." Eli's chest tightened. "Where do I take her?" Samuel stood, thought for a moment. "I got a cabin up near Timber Ridge. Hasn't been used in years, but it's solid, quiet. You can stay there till things settle." Eli met his eyes. "Why are you helping me?" Samuel's expression softened. "Because 20 years ago, someone helped me when I needed it, and because some things are worth standing for." He turned to his men. "Let's move out." The riders dispersed. Samuel mounted his horse, tipped his hat to Eli, and rode off. Eli looked down at Cora. She was shaking, tears streaming down her face. He knelt in front of her. "Hey, you're okay. You're safe." Cora threw her arms around his neck, sobbing. Eli held her, steady and firm, one hand on her back. "I got you," he whispered. "I got you. So here's the question that changes everything. If you were Eli, would you have bought that contract? Would you have stood between a child and the men who claimed legal right to her?" Take a deep breath. Think about that, and if you're still with me, tap subscribe so you don't miss how this story ends. Tell me what time it is where you are right now, and whether you believe one person can really make a difference. They rode north for 3 days. The cabin was exactly where Samuel said it would be, tucked into a narrow valley surrounded by pine trees and a creek that ran cold and clear. The roof was intact, the walls solid. Inside, there was a stone fireplace, a wooden table, 2 chairs, and a narrow bed frame with no mattress. It wasn't much, but it was safe. Eli set about making it livable. He chopped firewood, patched gaps in the walls, cleared out the debris. Cora helped where she could, sweeping, organizing, fetching water from the creek. They didn't talk much, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. At night, they sat by the fire. Eli cooked simple meals, beans, cornbread, whatever he'd managed to buy before leaving Marlow Creek. Cora ate slowly, still cautious. like the food might disappear if she looked away. One evening, as the fire crackled and the stars emerged overhead, Cora spoke. "What happens when they find us?" Eli poked the fire with a stick. "They won't." "But what if they do?" Eli looked at her. "Then I'll deal with it." Cora pulled her knees up to her chest. "You can't fight all of them." "Maybe not, but I can try." Cora was quiet for a long time, then softly. "Why do you care so much?" Eli exhaled. He stared into the flames. "Because your mama was one of the best people I ever knew, and because I wasn't there when she needed help. But I'm here now, and that's gotta count for something." Cora's eyes glistened. "You think she'd forgive him?" "My daddy." Eli's jaw tightened. "I don't know, but I don't think you have to." Cora wiped her face. "I hate him." Eli nodded. "That's fair. Does that make me bad?" "No, it makes you human." Cora looked down at the locket in her hands. She'd been wearing it every day since Eli gave it to her. "I'm scared," she whispered. Eli reached over, rested a hand on her shoulder. "I know, but you're not alone anymore." Cora looked up at him. For the first time, there was something other than fear in her eyes. Trust. It took 3 weeks before anyone came looking. Eli heard them before he saw them, hoofbeats echoing through the valley, slow and deliberate. He stood from where he'd been splitting wood, wiped sweat from his brow, and reached for the rifle leaning against the cabin wall. Cora appeared in the doorway, eyes wide. "Is it them?" "Get inside," Eli said quietly. "Stay low." She disappeared back into the cabin. Eli moved to the edge of the clearing, rifle ready. But it wasn't Dalton. It was Samuel Corrigan, alone. Eli lowered the rifle, exhaled. Samuel dismounted, walked over. "You're a hard man to find." "That was the idea." Samuel glanced at the cabin. "She all right?" "She's fine." Samuel nodded. He pulled an envelope from his coat, handed it to Eli. "Thought you'd want to see this." Eli opened it. Inside was a folded newspaper clipping. The headline read, "Local judge arrested for fraud, corruption." Eli scanned the article. Judge Harold Finch, arrested for accepting bribes, forging legal documents, and facilitating illegal contracts. Multiple cases under review, including marriage contracts involving minors. Eli looked up. "Whitmore's contract. Voided," Samuel said. Along with a dozen others, Finch was taking money from men like Whitmore and making it look legal. Federal marshal shut the whole thing down. Eli's chest loosened. "What about Whitmore?" "Arrested. Him and Dalton both. Turns out they've been running this scheme for years. Buying girls from desperate families, using fake legal cover. It's over." Eli stared at the clipping, hardly believing it. Samuel's voice softened. "She's free, Eli, legally. No one's coming for her." Eli folded the paper slowly, looked at Samuel. "Thank you." Samuel shook his head. "Don't thank me. Thank the folks who spoke up. Turns out a lot of people knew what was happening. They just needed someone to stand first." He glanced at the cabin again. "What are you going to do now?" Eli looked back at the door, where Cora peeked out cautiously. "I don't know yet," he admitted. "But she's got a choice now, and that's more than she had before." Samuel smiled. "That's enough." He mounted his horse, tipped his hat, and rode off. Eli walked back to the cabin. Cora stepped outside, eyes questioning. "They're gone," Eli said. "All of them. You're free." Cora's face crumpled. She covered her mouth with both hands, shoulders shaking. Eli knelt in front of her. "Hey, you're okay. You're safe." Cora nodded, tears streaming. "What do I do now?" Eli wiped a tear from her cheek. "Whatever you want." "I don't know what I want." "That's okay. You got time to figure it out." Cora looked at him, eyes searching. "Can I stay?" "With you?" Eli's throat tightened. "You sure?" "I don't have anywhere else." Eli nodded slowly. "Then yeah, you can stay." Cora threw her arms around him. Eli held her, steady and sure. Weeks turned into months. Cora helped Eli fix up the cabin. They planted a small garden, repaired the roof, built a fence. Slowly, the cabin became a home. Eli taught her to ride properly, to fish, to shoot. Not because he wanted her to fight, but because he wanted her to know she could defend herself if she ever needed to. Cora started to smile more. Her nightmares came less often. One evening, as they sat on the porch watching the sunset, Cora spoke. "Do you think my mama would be proud of me?" Eli looked at her. "I know she would." Cora smiled, small and quiet. "I think she'd be proud of you too." Eli didn't respond. He just looked out at the valley, at the trees turning gold in the fading light, and for the first time in years, he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. Epilogue. Years later, people in Marlow Creek would tell the story of the man who stood against Dalton and Whitmore. Some said he was a drifter. Others said he was a ghost from the war. A few said he was just a man who did what was right. Cora grew up strong. She learned to read, to write, to think for herself. She never forgot the night Eli bought her contract, or the way he'd stood between her and the men who tried to take her. And Eli kept the locket on a shelf above the fireplace, a reminder of the woman he'd loved and the girl he'd saved. The wind moved through the pines, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and wildflowers. And in the small cabin on Timber Ridge, two souls who'd been broken found something they'd both thought was lost. Home. The barn smelled like rust and fear. Dust hung in the shafts of late afternoon light, swirling slow like ash from a distant fire. The air was thick, hot, unmoving. Outside, men's voices rose and fell in rhythm, auctioneer cadence, the kind that turned human beings into livestock and guilt into profit. Inside, chained to a post near the back wall, a girl sat with her knees pulled tight to her chest. She couldn't have been more than 13. Her wrists were bound with fraying rope, her ankles shackled with iron links that scraped the dirt floor every time she shifted. Her dress, once white, now brown with dust and streaked with something darker, clung to her thin frame. Her hair fell in tangled waves across her face, hiding her eyes, but not the trembling in her shoulders. She wasn't crying. She was too far past that. "Don't look there," she whispered. Not to anyone in particular. Maybe to herself, maybe to God, maybe to the man who'd just stepped through the barn door and stopped cold when he saw her. His name was Caleb Ward, 42 years old, cattle hand, widower. A man who kept his head down and his hands busy, who spoke only when spoken to and hadn't set foot in a town auction in over a decade. He'd come today because his gelding threw a shoe, and the only farrier for 30 miles worked out of this God-forsaken settlement. He hadn't come to buy a child, but there she was. Caleb stood frozen in the doorway, his hat casting a shadow across his weathered face. His eyes moved slow, from the chains to the rope, to the girl's bent head, to the way her small hands gripped the fabric of her dress like it was the only thing keeping her tethered to the world. "Don't look there," she said again, quieter this time. A plea. A prayer. Caleb's jaw tightened. He'd seen a lot of ugly things in his 42 years. War, famine. Men hung from trees for crimes they didn't commit. Women buried in shallow graves because no one cared enough to dig deeper. He thought he'd grown numb to it. He was wrong. "Who chained you?" His voice came out rougher than he intended. The girl flinched, didn't look up. "Don't matter," she whispered. "They paid for me. That's all that matters." "Who paid for you?" "Don't know his name. Big man. Smelled like whiskey and leather. Said I'd work his claim up north. Said I'd earn my keep." Caleb's stomach turned. He stepped closer, slow, like approaching a wounded animal. The girl's breathing quickened. Her fingers dug deeper into the fabric of her dress. "I'm not gonna hurt you," Caleb said. "Everybody says that." The words hit him like a fist to the chest. He crouched down, careful to keep his distance, his hands visible. Up close, he could see the bruises on her arms, the split in her lip, the hollow look in her eyes. The kind of look that came from seeing too much, too young. "What's your name?" he asked. She didn't answer. "Mine's Caleb. Caleb Ward. I raise cattle about 15 miles west of here. I didn't come to this auction to buy anyone. I came to get my horse shoed. But I'm here now and I'm asking you. What's your name?" The girl's lips trembled. She swallowed hard. "Nora," she whispered. "Nora Langford." Caleb's blood went cold. Langford. He knew that name, 8 years ago. A family of homesteaders up near the ridge. Good people. Quiet. Kept to themselves. They'd filed a claim on a stretch of valley land. Rich soil, clear water. The kind of land men killed for. Someone did. Caleb remembered the smoke rising from their cabin one morning, black and thick against the pale sky. By the time anyone rode out to see what happened, the cabin was ash. The parents were dead. 2 older sons shot in the yard. A younger daughter, maybe 5 or 6 at the time, was gone, presumed dead. Caleb had been there that day. He'd ridden out with a dozen other men from the county. They'd found the bodies, buried them in shallow graves because the ground was too hard to dig deep. No one asked too many questions. No one wanted to. The land got sold off 2 months later to a railroad company. Caleb never forgot the name carved into the wooden fence post near the burned cabin. Langford. He stared at the girl now, at Nora, and his throat went dry. "Your family," he said slowly. "They had a homestead, up near Sawyer Ridge." Nora's head snapped up, her eyes, pale, sharp, full of something between rage and despair, locked onto his. "You knew them?" Her voice cracked. Caleb nodded. "I was there, the day after the fire. I helped bury them." Nora's face twisted. She let out a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. "Then you know," she said. "You know what they did. You know who did it. And you did nothing." Caleb's chest tightened. "I didn't know who." "You didn't want to know," Nora spat. "None of you did. Because it was easier. Because asking questions gets you killed. Because my family didn't matter." She was right. Caleb had no answer for that. He looked down at his hands, rough, scarred, stained with years of dirt and blood and silence. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "Sorry doesn't bring them back." "No, it doesn't." The barn door creaked open behind him. A man stepped in, broad-shouldered, thick-bearded, reeking of tobacco and sweat. He glanced at Caleb, then at Nora, then grinned. "She's a fighter, ain't she?" the man said. "But don't worry, I'll break her in real good. Got a lot of work needs doing up at my claim. She'll earn her keep, one way or another." Caleb stood slowly, turned to face the man. "She's a child," Caleb said. The man shrugged. "She's 13. That's old enough to work, and I paid for her fair and square." "How much?" The man's grin widened. $40. "Why? You looking to outbid me?" Caleb reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a worn leather pouch, counted out $50 in crumpled bills and coins, held it out. "Take it," Caleb said, "and walk away." The man's grin faded. He looked at the money, then at Caleb, then at Nora. "You trying to be a hero?" the man said. "No," Caleb replied. "I'm trying to sleep tonight." The man hesitated, then snatched the money from Caleb's hand. "She's all yours," he muttered. "Good luck with her." He turned and walked out. Caleb stood there for a long moment, listening to the sound of hoofbeats fading into the distance. Then he knelt down in front of Nora and pulled a knife from his belt. She flinched. "Easy," Caleb said. "I'm cutting the ropes." He worked quickly, sawing through the frayed fibers until her wrists were free. Then he moved to the shackles. No key. He'd have to break them later. Nora stared at him, her face unreadable. "Why?" she asked. "Because," Caleb said, "I should have done something 8 years ago, and I didn't, so I'm doing something now." Nora's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't cry. She just nodded. "Come on," Caleb said. "Let's get you out of here." He helped her to her feet. She swayed, unsteady, her legs weak from hours of sitting. Caleb steadied her with one hand. Together they walked out of the barn and into the dying light of the desert evening. The ride back to Caleb's ranch was silent. Nora sat behind him on the gelding, her small hands gripping the back of his coat. She didn't speak, didn't ask questions, just held on, her body rigid, her breathing shallow. Caleb didn't push her. The desert stretched out around them, endless, indifferent, beautiful in its cruelty. The sun sank low, painting the rocks in shades of gold and rust. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote howled. By the time they reached the ranch, the stars were out. Caleb's place was simple. A one-room cabin, a small barn, a corral with 3 horses and a handful of cattle. Nothing fancy, just enough to survive. He helped Nora down from the horse. She stumbled, catching herself against the fence. Caleb reached out to steady her, but she pulled away. "I can stand," she said. "I know." He led her inside, lit a lantern. The cabin was sparse. A cot in one corner, a wood stove, a small table, a shelf with a few books and a tin of coffee. Nothing more. Nora stood in the center of the room, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes scanning every corner like she was looking for an exit. "You can sleep in the barn if you want," Caleb said. "Or here. I'll take the barn either way." Nora looked at him. "Why would you do that?" "Because it's the decent thing to do." "Decent?" She said the word like it was poison. "You know what's decent? Not letting a family burn alive while you stand by and do nothing." Caleb flinched. "You're right. You're damn right I'm right." She turned away, her shoulders shaking. Caleb moved to the stove, started a fire, filled a pot with water, hung it over the flames. "I'll make you something to eat," he said. "Then we'll figure out the rest." "The rest?" Nora laughed bitterly. There is no rest. I'm too small to survive this. I'm too small to have this baby growing inside me. I'm too small for any of this. Caleb froze. He turned slowly. Nora was staring at the floor, her hands pressed against her stomach. "What did you say?" Caleb asked, his voice barely a whisper. Nora looked up at him. Her eyes were hollow. "I said I'm too small. The man who bought me before. He didn't buy me to work. He bought me for other things. And now I'm carrying his child, and I'm 13 years old, and I'm going to die because my body can't do this." Caleb felt the air leave his lungs. He wanted to say something, anything, but no words came. Nora wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "So don't talk to me about Decent. Decent died a long time ago." Caleb stood there, his mind racing. Then he moved to the shelf, pulled down a small wooden box, opened it. Inside was a silver pocket watch. He held it up to the light. The engraving on the back was faded, but still legible. "To Samuel Langford. With love, Margaret." Nora's breath hitched. "Where did you get that?" she whispered. "I found it," Caleb said quietly, "the day after the fire. It was lying in the dirt near the fence. I picked it up. I don't know why. I told myself I'd return it if anyone came looking, but no one ever did." He held the watch out to her. Nora took it with trembling hands. She ran her fingers over the engraving, her face crumpling. "This was my father's," she said. "My mother gave it to him on their wedding day." Caleb nodded. "I know." Nora looked up at him, tears streaming down her face. "You knew. You knew who they were. You knew what happened. And you kept this." "I didn't know what else to do," Caleb said. "I should have done more. I should have asked questions. I should have fought for the truth. But I didn't, and I've carried that guilt every day since." Nora stared at him. "You think giving me this makes it better?" "No," Caleb said. "But maybe it's a start." Nora clutched the watch to her chest. She sank down onto the floor, her body shaking with sobs. Caleb knelt beside her, didn't touch her, just sat there, silent. After a long time, Nora spoke. "They killed them for the land," she said. "The railroad wanted it. So they sent men with badges, men who said my father was a traitor, that he'd fought for the Confederacy. It was a lie, but no one cared." "Who were they?" Caleb asked. "Sheriff Dalton," Nora said, "and his men. They burned the cabin, shot my brothers. My mother tried to run. They shot her in the back. I hid in the root cellar. I heard everything. When it was over, they left, and I crawled out. And I ran." Caleb's fists clenched. "Sheriff Dalton," Nora nodded. "He's still sheriff. Still walking around like he didn't murder my family. Still taking money from the railroad. Still untouchable." Caleb felt rage boiling in his chest. "He's not untouchable." "Yes, he is," Nora said. "Because no one will stand against him. Not you, not anyone." Caleb looked her in the eye. "I'm standing now." Nora shook her head. "It's too late." "Maybe," Caleb said, "but I'm still standing." Outside, the wind picked up. Dust rattled against the cabin walls, and somewhere in the distance, hoofbeats echoed across the desert. The horses arrived just before dawn. Caleb heard them first, the low rumble of hoofbeats, the creak of leather, the jangle of spurs. He was already awake, sitting at the table with a cup of cold coffee, his rifle across his lap. Nora was asleep on the cot, curled into herself, the pocket watch clutched in her hand. Caleb stood slowly, moved to the window. peered out through the gap in the shutters. 6 riders, maybe 7. Hard to tell in the dim light. At the front, unmistakable even in silhouette, was Sheriff Dalton. Caleb's jaw tightened. He'd seen Dalton around over the years. Big man, broad chest, silver badge pinned to his coat. Always smiling, always shaking hands, always talking about law and order. Always dangerous. Dalton reined his horse to a stop, 20 feet from the cabin. The other riders fanned out behind him, forming a loose half-circle. "Caleb Ward," Dalton's voice boomed across the yard. "I know you're in there. Come on out. We need to talk." Caleb didn't move. Behind him, Nora stirred, sat up. Her eyes went wide when she saw the riders through the window. "It's him," she whispered. "Stay quiet," Caleb said. "He'll kill you. Not if I kill him first." "Caleb, stay quiet." Caleb moved to the door, opened it a crack, stepped out onto the porch, rifle in hand. Dalton grinned. "There you are. Morning, Caleb. Nice day, isn't it? What do you want, Dalton?" "Well, that's a hell of a greeting." Dalton leaned back in his saddle, his grin widening. "I heard you bought yourself a girl yesterday, at the auction. That true?" Caleb didn't answer. "See, the thing is," Dalton continued, "that girl's a runaway. Been causing trouble all over the territory. Theft, arson, you name it. And I'm here to bring her in. So why don't you save us all some time and hand her over?" "She's not a runaway," Caleb said. "She's a child, and she's under my protection." Dalton's grin faded. "Your protection? You think you can protect anyone, Caleb? You're a nobody, a dirt farmer with a broke-down ranch and a guilty conscience." Caleb's grip tightened on the rifle. "I know what you did, Dalton." "Oh," Dalton raised an eyebrow. "And what's that?" 8 years ago. Sawyer Ridge, the Langford family." Dalton's expression didn't change, but his eyes went cold. "That was a legal operation," Dalton said slowly, "authorized by the territorial government. Samuel Langford was a Confederate sympathizer. He refused to vacate his claim. We did what we had to do." "You murdered them," Caleb said. "I enforced the law. You burned their cabin, shot their children, took their land and sold it to the railroad." Dalton's horse shifted beneath him. He patted its neck, calm, deliberate. "Careful, Caleb," Dalton said. "You're starting to sound like a traitor yourself." "I'm starting to sound like a man who knows the truth." "The truth," Dalton laughed. "The truth is, I've got 6 men with me and you've got 1 rifle. The truth is, if you don't hand that girl over, I'll burn this place to the ground just like I burned the Langfords. And no one will lift a finger to stop me. Because I'm the law. And you're nothing." Caleb's heart pounded in his chest. He glanced over his shoulder. Nora was standing in the doorway now, her face pale, her eyes locked on Dalton. "That's her, isn't it?" Dalton said, his grin returning. "Little Nora Langford. Thought you died in that fire, girl. Guess you're harder to kill than I thought." Nora's hands balled into fists. "You murdered my family. I did my job. You're a monster!" Dalton shrugged. "Call me what you want. Won't change the fact that you're coming with me." "No," Caleb said. Dalton's grin disappeared. "What did you say?" "I said no. She's not going anywhere." Dalton's hand moved to his holster. The riders behind him tensed. "You're making a mistake, Caleb." "Maybe," Caleb said, "but it's my mistake to make." For a long moment, no one moved. Then from the ridge behind the cabin, a voice called out, Caleb! Caleb's eyes flicked up. 3 riders appeared on the ridgeline, old ranch hands from the neighboring spread. Men Caleb had worked beside for 20 years. One of them, a grizzled man named Pete, rode forward, his rifle across his saddle. Caleb's gelding came home alone yesterday. Pete called down. We got worried, came to check on him. Dalton's jaw tightened. This doesn't concern you, Pete. Hell it doesn't, Pete said. Caleb's a good man, and I don't take kindly to sheriff showing up at dawn with guns drawn. Another rider appeared, then another. Within minutes, a dozen men had gathered on the ridge, all armed, all watching. Dalton looked around. His grin was gone now, replaced by something hard and bitter. "This isn't over," Dalton said. "No," Caleb replied. "It's not." Dalton spurred his horse. The riders turned and rode off, their silhouettes disappearing into the rising sun. Caleb stood on the porch, his rifle still in hand, his heart pounding. Pete rode down from the ridge. "You all right, Caleb?" Caleb nodded. "For now." "What the hell was that about?" Caleb glanced back at Nora. "The truth. So here's the question that changes everything. If you were Caleb, if you'd carried the weight of silence for 8 years and suddenly the past came back in the form of a 13-year-old girl carrying more pain than any child should, what would you do? Would you walk away, or would you stand? Take a breath, pour yourself something warm, and think about that. Because what happened next didn't come from heroism. It came from something quieter, something harder. It came from deciding that silence was a heavier burden than action. If you're still with me, I'd love to know where you're watching from. Drop a comment. And if this story's pulling you in, tap that subscribe button so you don't miss how this ends. Now let's keep going. The days that followed were slow. Caleb didn't push Nora to talk, didn't ask questions, just let her exist. She moved through the cabin like a ghost. Quiet, cautious, always watching the windows. At night she slept with the pocket watch under her pillow. During the day she sat on the porch staring out at the desert like she was waiting for something to appear on the horizon. Caleb kept himself busy. Mended fences, fed the cattle, chopped wood. Small, simple tasks that kept his hands occupied and his mind from spiraling. But he couldn't stop thinking about Dalton. About the men who'd ridden off into the sunrise. About the way Nora's face had twisted when she saw the sheriff. One morning, Caleb woke to find Nora standing in front of the stove, stirring a pot of something that smelled like beans and salt pork. "You don't have to do that," Caleb said. "I know," Nora replied, "but I wanted to." Caleb sat down at the table, watched her work. She moved carefully, methodically, like she'd done this 1,000 times before. "You cooked for your family," Caleb said. Nora nodded. "My mother taught me. Said a good meal could fix just about anything." She was right. Nora ladled the food into 2 bowls, set one in front of Caleb, sat down across from him. They ate in silence. After a while, Nora spoke. "I'm not going to survive this," she said quietly. Caleb looked up. "The baby," Nora continued. "I'm too small. My body can't do this. I know it. I've known it since the moment I realized I was pregnant." Caleb set down his spoon. "There's a doctor in Silver Creek. 2 days' ride. I can take you." "A doctor can't fix this. Maybe not, but he can try." Nora shook her head. "It doesn't matter, even if I survive. What kind of life is that? Raising a child I didn't want. A child that came from what he did to me. Caleb's chest tightened. You don't have to raise it. You can give it to someone else, someone who'll care for it. And then what? I just go on, pretend it never happened. I don't know, Caleb said honestly. But giving up isn't the answer. Nora's eyes filled with tears. You don't understand. No, Caleb said. I don't. But I'm trying. Nora wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Why do you care? You didn't care 8 years ago. Caleb looked down at his hands. You're right, I didn't, and I should have, but I'm here now and I'm not walking away. Nora stared at him for a long time. Then slowly, she reached across the table and placed her hand on top of his. Thank you, she whispered. Caleb nodded. They sat there for a while, the silence between them no longer heavy, but something softer, something like understanding. Later that afternoon, Caleb saddled his horse. Where are you going? Nora asked. Silver Creek, Caleb said. I'm going to talk to the doctor, see what he says. Caleb, I'll be back by tomorrow night. Pete and his men are watching the ridge. You'll be safe. Nora hesitated, then nodded. Caleb rode out, the sun hot on his back, the desert stretching endlessly before him. He didn't know if the doctor could help, didn't know if Nora would survive, didn't know if any of this would matter in the end. But he knew one thing. He wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. Not again. Caleb returned 2 days later with the doctor. Dr. Samuel Gray was an older man, thin and sharp-eyed, with hands that moved with quiet precision. He didn't ask questions, just examined Nora, in silence, while Caleb waited outside. When the doctor emerged, his face was grim. She's right, Dr. Gray said. Her body's too young. The pregnancy's high risk. If she carries to term, there's a strong chance she won't survive the birth. Caleb's stomach dropped. Can you help her? I can try, Doctor, Gray said. But it's going to take time, and care, and luck. What do you need? A place for her to rest, proper food, clean water, and someone to watch over her. She's got all that, Caleb said. Dr. Gray nodded. Then we'll do what we can. Over the next few weeks, Dr. Gray visited regularly. He brought medicine, checked Nora's health, taught Caleb how to care for her. Slowly, Nora began to stabilize. Her color returned. Her breathing steadied. She started eating more, smiling even on occasion. But the fear never fully left her eyes. One evening, as the sun set over the desert, Nora sat on the porch with Caleb. What happens when the baby comes? She asked. We'll figure it out, Caleb said. And Dalton? Caleb's jaw tightened. He'll come back. Eventually. And when he does, I'll be ready. Nora looked at him. You can't fight him alone. I'm not alone. 3 months later, Dalton returned. But this time, he didn't come with 6 men. He came with 2. And when he rode up to Caleb's ranch, he found more than just Caleb waiting. Pete was there, and a dozen other men from the surrounding ranches, all armed, all standing. Dalton reined his horse to a stop, looked around. What's this? He asked. This, Pete said, is the end of your run, Dalton. Dalton's hand moved toward his gun, but he stopped when he saw the rifles trained on him. You can't do this, Dalton said. I'm the law. You were the law, Pete replied. But the territorial governor got a letter last week about what you did to the Langford family, about the bribes you took from the railroad, about the people you killed. Turns out a lot of folks had been too scared to talk. But once one person spoke up, others followed. Dalton's face went pale. "You're done, Dalton," Caleb said. "Badge is over. Land's being returned to the families you stole from, and you're going to prison." Dalton stared at him. "You think this changes anything?" "No," Caleb said, "but it's a start." Two federal marshals rode up from the ridge, dismounted, walked over to Dalton. "Sheriff Dalton," one of them said, "you're under arrest." Dalton didn't resist. He climbed down from his horse, his face hard, his eyes burning with rage. As they led him away, he looked back at Nora. "This isn't over," he said. "Yes," Nora replied. "It is." The baby came 4 months later. It was a long labor, difficult, painful, but Nora survived. So did the baby, a girl. Nora held her for a long time, tears streaming down her face. Then she looked up at Dr. Gray. "I can't keep her," Nora whispered. Dr. Gray nodded. "I know a family in Silver Creek. Good people. They've been trying for a child for years. They'll love her." Nora kissed the baby's forehead, then handed her to the doctor. "Tell them," Nora's voice broke. "Tell them to keep her safe." "I will," Dr. Gray said. Years later, Nora would still wake in the night, her body remembering the weight of chains, the smell of the auction barn, the sound of her mother's scream. But she also remembered other things. The warmth of the fire in Caleb's cabin, the taste of beans and salt pork, the weight of her father's watch in her hand. She stayed at the ranch, worked alongside Caleb, mended fences, tended cattle, learned to ride, learned to shoot, learned to stand. One evening, as the sun dipped low over the desert, Caleb and Nora stood on the ridge overlooking the valley. "You ever think about going back?" Caleb asked. "To Sawyer Ridge, to where your family's buried?" Nora nodded. "Every day. We can go, if you want." Nora looked at him. "I'd like that." 2 weeks later, they rode out to Sawyer Ridge. The land was still there, overgrown, wild, but there. Caleb helped Nora build 2 wooden crosses. She carved the names herself. Samuel Langford, Margaret Langford. They stood there for a long time, the wind moving through the tall grass, the sky endless above them. "I'm sorry I didn't do this sooner," Caleb said. "You're doing it now," Nora replied. "That's what matters." As they rode back toward the ranch, the sun setting at their backs, Nora felt something shift inside her. Not forgiveness, not yet, but something close, something like hope. The desert stretched out before them, vast, unforgiving, beautiful in its own harsh way. And for the first time in 8 years, Nora Langford felt like she might survive it. The barn smelled like old hay and shame. Gideon Cross stood at the edge of the crowd, hat pulled low, watching men he'd never respect, bid on lives they'd never earned the right to touch. The auctioneer's voice carried through the dim space like a Bing preacher at a funeral nobody wanted to attend. "Next one up," the man called, tobacco juice staining his beard. "Half-breed, no papers, no kin. Good with horses, they say. Been sold twice already. Third time's the charm, gentlemen." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Gideon didn't laugh. A young woman was led onto the wooden platform, wrists bound with frayed rope, ankles chained just loose enough to let her shuffle forward. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, dust clinging to the fabric like it had been dragged through the yard before she was brought inside. Her hair, dark and wild, fell across her face, but she didn't try to move it. She stared at the floorboards beneath her bare feet. "Don't look there," she whispered. It wasn't loud, barely a breath, but Gideon heard it. She wasn't talking to the crowd. She was talking to herself. The auctioneer grabbed her chin, forced her face up toward the lantern light. "Look at that bone structure. Strong jaw, good teeth. She'll work hard if you break her in right." Gideon's stomach turned. The woman's eyes stayed down, but her lips moved again. "Please, don't look there." The plea wasn't for help. It was for mercy, for dignity she knew she wouldn't get. Gideon shifted his weight, boots scraping against the dirt floor. Around him, men leaned forward, eyes hungry, hands already reaching for coin. This wasn't the first time he'd seen an auction like this. 4 years after the Civil War ended slavery, shadowy sales like this still thrived in hidden barns across the territories. The law said one thing, the West did another. "Do I hear 50?" the auctioneer called. "50," a man near the front shouted. 60. 75. Gideon's jaw tightened. He hadn't come here to buy anyone. He'd come to pick up a saddle he'd ordered 2 months back. But the saddler had sent word the night before. "Auction's happening in the barn. Come early if you want your leather." Now Gideon stood in the middle of something he wished he could unsee. The woman's breathing quickened. Her hands, still bound, trembled against her stomach. She didn't cry, didn't beg, just stood there like a tree waiting for the axe. 100, a voice called from the back. Gideon turned. A man in a clean coat and polished boots stood near the barn entrance, arms crossed, smiling like he'd already won. Gideon recognized him. Dalton Reeves, a cattle buyer from 2 counties over. Rumor said he liked to collect more than livestock. The auctioneer grinned. "Now we're talking. 100. Going once. 200. The barn went silent. Gideon didn't realize he'd spoken until every head turned toward him. The auctioneer blinked. "That you, Cross?" Gideon stepped forward, slow and steady, pulling his hat off. His silver hair caught the lantern light. His face, weathered and lined, gave nothing away. 200. Cash. Dalton Reeves laughed. "You got that kind of money, old man." Gideon didn't look at him. He kept his eyes on the woman. She was staring at him now, confusion flickering across her face. Maybe suspicion, maybe fear. He couldn't tell. "I got it," Gideon said quietly. The auctioneer scratched his beard, glancing between the 2 men. "Well, hell. 200's 200. Anybody else?" Silence. Dalton Reeves spat into the dirt and walked out. The auctioneer banged his gavel on the edge of the platform. "Sold to Gideon Cross." The crowd began to disperse, muttering, some disappointed, others amused. Gideon moved toward the platform as the auctioneer unlocked the woman's ankle chains and shoved her forward. She stumbled, catching herself before she fell. Gideon reached out instinctively to steady her, but she jerked back, eyes sharp. "Don't!" she said. He froze, pulled his hand away. The auctioneer handed him a slip of paper. "Receipt. She's yours now. Do what you want." Gideon took the paper without looking at it. He folded it once and slipped it into his coat pocket. Then he turned to the woman. "I got a wagon outside," he said. "You can sit in the back or walk beside it. Your choice." She didn't answer, just stared at him like he was lying. Gideon waited. Finally, she spoke. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing. Everybody wants something." "I know." Her jaw tightened. "Then why?" Gideon looked past her, toward the barn doors where the last of the crowd was filing out into the dusty evening light. He didn't have a good answer. Not one that would make sense to her. Not one that would make sense to him. "Because I was here," he said quietly, "and I couldn't walk away." She studied him for a long moment. Then, without another word, she turned and walked toward the door, still barefoot, still bound at the wrists. Gideon followed. Outside, the sun was sinking low, painting the sky in shades of burnt orange and ash. His wagon sat near the hitching post, his 2 horses flicking their tails against flies. The woman climbed into the back without asking for help, settling into the corner among the empty feed sacks. Gideon untied the horses and climbed onto the driver's bench. He glanced back once. She was staring at the horizon, face blank, hands resting in her lap. "There's a knife under the bench," he said, "if you want to cut those ropes." She didn't move. Gideon snapped the reins and the wagon rolled forward. They rode in silence as the prairie opened up around them, endless and unforgiving. The wind carried the smell of sage and dust. Somewhere in the distance, a hawk cried out. After a long while, the woman spoke. "What's your name?" "Gideon Cross. Where are you taking me?" "My ranch, about an hour west." "And then what?" Gideon didn't answer right away. He kept his eyes on the trail ahead, the reins loose in his hands. "Then, you decide," he said finally. "Decide what? What happens next?" She laughed, bitter and sharp. "You think I get to decide anything?" "Starting now," Gideon said. "Yeah, I do." She didn't respond. But a few minutes later, Gideon heard the faint sound of rope being sawed through. When he glanced back, her hands were free. The frayed rope lying in the wagon bed beside her. She was rubbing her wrists, staring at the bruises already forming there. Gideon turned back to the road and said nothing. The sun dipped lower. The shadows grew long, and somewhere behind them, in the fading light, the barn disappeared into the dust. The ranch came into view, just as the last light bled out of the sky. It wasn't much, a small cabin with a stone chimney, a barn that leaned slightly to the left, a corral where 3 horses stood dozing. Beyond that, nothing but open land stretching into the darkness. Gideon pulled the wagon to a stop near the cabin and climbed down. The woman stayed where she was, watching him from the back of the wagon. "There's a room in the barn," Gideon said, nodding toward the structure. "It's clean, got a cot, a lantern, a blanket, door locks from the inside." She didn't move. "Or you can sleep in the cabin," Gideon continued. "There's a second room. Used to be my daughter's." Still, she said nothing. Gideon sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Look, I'm not—" "I know what you're not," she interrupted, her voice flat. "You're not like them. You're one of the good ones. You paid $200 to save me. You gave me a knife. You're a saint." Gideon met her eyes. "I'm not a saint." "Then what are you?" He hesitated. "Tired." She climbed out of the wagon slowly, bare feet hitting the dirt. She stood there for a moment, arms crossed, studying him in the dim light. "What's your name?" Gideon asked. "Why do you care?" "Because I'd rather not call you girl or woman for however long you're here." She considered that. "Ayita." Gideon nodded. "Ayita." She turned toward the barn without another word. Gideon watched her go, then headed into the cabin. He lit a fire in the hearth, boiled water for coffee, and sat at the table with his hands wrapped around the warm tin cup. It was a long time before he stopped hearing her voice in his head. "Don't look there." He closed his eyes. The next morning, Gideon woke to the sound of something breaking. He grabbed his rifle and stepped outside. The sun was barely up, the air still cool. He found Ayita near the corral, holding a bucket, staring at the shattered remains of a clay pot near the barn door. "It slipped," she said, not looking at him. Gideon lowered the rifle. "It's fine. I was getting water. There's a pump by the cabin. Easier." She nodded but didn't move. Gideon leaned the rifle against the cabin wall and walked over to the corral. He rested his arms on the top rail, watching the horses. "You said you're good with horses," he said after a while. Ayita glanced at him. "I didn't say that. The auctioneer did." "Is it true?" She shrugged. "My mother taught me." "Before." "Before what?" Her jaw tightened. She turned away. Gideon let it sit. After a long silence, Ayita spoke again. "My mother was Comanche. My father was the man who raped her during a raid on a settler camp. She kept me anyway, raised me alone, taught me everything she knew." Gideon's chest tightened. "She died when I was 12, Ayita continued, her voice steady but distant. "After that I just moved, one place to another, worked where I could, got sold when I couldn't." Gideon didn't say anything. He didn't think words would help. Ayita picked up the bucket and walked toward the pump. Gideon stayed by the corral, staring at nothing, and then he saw it. A scar on her forearm, thin, curved, running from her wrist to her elbow. The kind of scar you got from a knife, not an accident. His breath caught. 8 years ago, a raid, a camp burning, a woman and a child running through the smoke. Gideon had been there, not as a raider, as a scout for the army, trailing a group of deserters who'd been attacking Comanche settlements and blaming it on renegades. He'd found them too late. The camp was already in flames, bodies scattered. He'd ridden through the carnage, searching for survivors. He'd found a woman clutching a girl. The woman was bleeding, dying. The girl was screaming, her arm sliced open. Gideon had wrapped the wound, gave them water, told them to head south, toward the mission. The woman had looked at him, with eyes full of rage and grief. "You're too late." He'd never forgotten those words, or that scar. Gideon's hands gripped the rail so hard his knuckles went white. "Ayita," he said quietly. She stopped, halfway to the pump. "That scar on your arm." She looked down at it, then back at him. "What about it?" "I was there." Her face went blank. "Where?" "The camp, 8 years ago. I found you and your mother." Ayita's grip on the bucket tightened. "No." "I wrapped that wound," Gideon continued, his voice rough. "I told you to run south. You're lying." "I'm not." She dropped the bucket. Water spilled into the dirt. "You were there." she said slowly, her voice shaking. "And you did nothing. I was too late." "You were too late!" she shouted. "You stood there and watched my mother die, and then you rode away like it didn't matter." "It mattered," Gideon said, his voice breaking. "It's mattered every day since." Aida stared at him, chest heaving, eyes filled with something Gideon couldn't name. Rage, pain, betrayal. "You don't get to feel guilty," she said. "You don't get to save me now and call it even." "I'm not trying to." "Then what are you trying to do?" Gideon didn't have an answer. Aida turned and walked into the barn, slamming the door behind her. Gideon stood alone in the yard, the morning sun rising higher, casting long shadows across the dirt. He whispered to no one, "I don't know." 3 days passed in silence. Aida stayed in the barn. Gideon stayed in the cabin. They moved around each other like ghosts, never speaking, never looking too long. On the 4th day, riders came. Gideon was mending a fence when he heard the hoofbeats. He looked up and saw them cresting the ridge to the east. 6 men, horses kicking up dust, moving fast. He recognized the man in front, Dalton Reeves. Gideon set down his tools and walked toward the cabin. Aida was already standing in the barn doorway, watching. "Get inside," Gideon said. "Who are they?" "Trouble. Because of me." Gideon didn't answer. He went into the cabin, grabbed his rifle, and stepped back outside, just as the riders pulled up in the yard. Dalton Reeves dismounted slowly, smiling. "Morning, Cross." "Dalton, hell of a place you got here. Quiet, peaceful." Dalton glanced toward the barn. "Must get lonely. What do you want?" "Just making sure everything's legal." Dalton pulled a folded paper from his coat. "See, I did some checking. Turns out that auction wasn't exactly sanctioned." Gideon's jaw tightened. Meaning you bought stolen property." Dalton's smile widened. "Sheriff Coulter sent me to collect her." "Coulter's dirty as they come." "Maybe, but he's still the law." Dalton nodded toward his men. "Now you can hand her over peaceful, or we can do this the hard way." Gideon raised the rifle. "She's not going anywhere." The men behind Dalton shifted, hands moving toward their guns. Dalton raised a hand. "Easy, boys." He looked back at Gideon. "You really want to die over some half-breed you don't even know?" "I know enough." "Do you?" Dalton stepped closer. "You know she's been sold 3 times. You know why? Because she runs. Every time. You think she's gonna stay here out of gratitude. You think you're some kind of hero?" Gideon didn't flinch. "I think you should leave." Dalton's smile faded. "Last chance, Cross." "I'm not moving." Dalton stared at him for a long moment. Then he spat into the dirt. "All right, we'll be back, with the sheriff. And when we come, we won't be asking." He mounted his horse, and the riders turned, kicking up dust as they rode back toward the ridge. Gideon lowered the rifle, his hands shaking. Behind him, Aida spoke. "You should have let them take me." Gideon turned. She was standing in the barn doorway, arms crossed, face hard. "I should have," Gideon said, "but I didn't." "Why not?" "Because some things are worth standing for." Aida laughed bitterly. "You think that makes you noble?" "No," Gideon said quietly. I think it makes me tired of doing nothing." She stared at him. Then, without another word, she turned and went back into the barn. Gideon stood alone in the yard, watching the dust settle. That night, Gideon didn't sleep. He sat at the cabin table, rifle across his lap, listening to every sound. The wind, the horses shifting in the corral, the creak of the barn door. Around midnight he heard footsteps. He stood, raising the rifle, then lowered it when he saw Ayita standing in the doorway. "I'm leaving," she said. Gideon nodded slowly. "Where? Does it matter?" "It might." "To who?" Gideon set the rifle down. "To me." Ayita stepped inside, closing the door behind her. She looked around the cabin, at the worn furniture, the faded rug, the empty chair by the fire. "You said this was your daughter's room," she said. "It was. Where is she now?" Gideon's throat tightened. "Dead. Her and my wife. Fever took them both 6 years ago." Ayita was quiet for a moment. "I'm sorry. Me too." She sat down at the table, across from him. "You can't fight them, Gideon. Not Dalton and the sheriff. Not all of them." "I know. Then why are you trying?" Gideon met her eyes. "Because I was there 8 years ago. And I did nothing. I let your mother die. I let you run. And I've carried that every day since." Ayita's expression softened, just a fraction. "You think this fixes it?" "No," Gideon said, "but it's something." She looked down at her hands, at the scar on her arm. "She told me, before she died, that not everyone is cruel, that some people just freeze." She said that's worse than cruelty, because you know it's wrong and you still don't move. Gideon's chest ached. "I hated her for saying that," Ayita continued, "because it made it harder to hate everyone." "Do you hate me?" Gideon asked quietly. Ayita looked up. "I don't know yet." Gideon nodded. "Fair enough." They sat in silence for a long time, the fire crackling between them. Finally, Ayita stood. "If you're really not going to let them take me, then you need help." "I don't have help." "Then we get it." Gideon frowned. "From where?" Ayita's jaw set. "There's a man 2 valleys over. Used to work for my mother's people. He owes me." "What kind of man?" "The kind who doesn't ask questions." Gideon studied her. Then he stood. "We leave at dawn." Ayita nodded and walked back toward the barn. Gideon sat back down, staring into the fire. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain. They rode out before sunrise. The valley stretched wide and green, dotted with juniper and sage. Gideon rode his gelding. Ayita sat behind him, arms wrapped loosely around his waist, face turned toward the horizon. Neither spoke. The man Ayita mentioned lived in a canyon 2 hours west. Gideon had heard of him, Elias Crowfoot, a half-Comanche tracker who'd worked both sides of every conflict and survived by staying loyal to no one. They found him near a creek, skinning a rabbit. "Ayita," Elias said, not looking up. "Didn't think I'd see you again." "Didn't plan on it," she replied, sliding off the horse. Elias glanced at Gideon. "Who's this?" "Gideon Cross. He needs help." "From me?" Elias laughed. "I don't help white ranchers." "He bought me at an auction," Ayita said, "then set me free." Elias paused, knife still in hand. He looked at Gideon more carefully. "That true?" Gideon nodded. Elias set the rabbit aside and wiped his hands on his pants. Why? Because it was the right thing, Gideon said. Right thing. Elias spat into the dirt. Where was the right thing 8 years ago when soldiers burned our camps and called it justice? Gideon's jaw tightened. I was there. Elias stiffened. I was scouting for the army. Gideon continued. I found Ayita and her mother after the raid. I wrapped her wound. I told them to run. I didn't do enough. Elias stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned to Ayita. And you're helping him? He's helping me, Ayita said quietly. Elias studied them both. Then he sighed. Who's coming? Dalton Reeves, maybe 6 men, maybe the sheriff. When? Soon. Elias nodded slowly. All right, I'll come, but not for him. He looked at Ayita. For you? Ayita nodded. They rode back to the ranch in silence, Elias trailing behind on his paint horse. If you're still with me, take a breath. Pour yourself a cup of tea, settle in, and think about this. If you were Gideon, would you have stood your ground knowing what was coming? Would you fight for someone you failed years ago, even if it cost you everything? Tap subscribe so you don't miss how this turns out. Tell me what time it is where you are and whether you think forgiveness can ever be earned or only given. That night they sat around the fire outside the cabin. Elias sharpened his knife. Ayita stared into the flames. Gideon cleaned his rifle. You got a plan? Elias asked. No, Gideon admitted. Great. Ayita spoke without looking up. Dalton wants me because the sheriff told him to. The sheriff wants me because he's being paid. If we can prove the auction was illegal, maybe they back off. And if they don't? Elias asked. Then we fight, Gideon said. Elias grinned. Now that's a plan. Ayita shook her head. You're both fools. Maybe, Gideon said, but we're here. She finally looked at him. Why do you care so much? Because I didn't before, Gideon said quietly. And it's been eating me alive ever since. Ayita held his gaze. Then she looked back at the fire. My mother used to say that guilt is a wound that only action can heal, but action doesn't erase the scar. Gideon nodded. No, it doesn't. Then why try? Because scars prove you survived, Gideon said. And sometimes that's enough. Ayita was quiet for a long time. Then softly, she spoke. She would have liked you. Gideon's throat tightened. Elias stood, stretching. I'm gonna get some sleep. Wake me when the shooting starts. He disappeared into the barn. Ayita and Gideon sat alone by the fire. After a while, Ayita reached into her pocket and pulled out a small carved stone. Smooth, shaped like a bird. My mother made this, she said, holding it up to the firelight. She said it was a sparrow, a bird that doesn't run from the storm, just waits it out. Gideon looked at the stone, then at her. You've been running a long time. I know. You don't have to anymore. Ayita smiled sadly. You say that like it's a choice. It is, Gideon said. Starting now. She looked at him, something unreadable in her eyes. Then she slipped the stone back into her pocket and stood. Good night, Gideon. Good night, Ayita. She walked toward the barn, and Gideon stayed by the fire, watching the embers glow and fade. They came at noon. 8 riders this time, Dalton Reeves in front, Sheriff Coulter beside him, badge gleaming in the sun. Gideon stood in the yard, rifle in hand. Elias crouched behind the water trough. Ayita was in the barn, watching through a crack in the door. "Cross!" Coulter shouted. "This is your last chance! Hand her over, or I'll arrest you for obstruction." "On what grounds?" Gideon called back. "Illegal purchase of stolen property." "She's not property. Law says different." Gideon raised the rifle. "Then the law's wrong." Coulter's face darkened. "You really want to do this?" "No," Gideon said, "but I will." The riders spread out, hands on their guns, and then from the ridge behind them, more hoofbeats. Everyone turned. A group of men rode down from the hills. Ranch hands, farmers, men Gideon had worked beside for 20 years. Old Charlie Denton led them, shotgun across his saddle. "Gid's horse came home alone yesterday," Charlie called. "Figured something was wrong." Coulter's eyes narrowed. "This doesn't concern you, Charlie." "Hell it doesn't," Charlie said. "Gid's been a fair man his whole life. If he says she stays, she stays." Another man rode forward, Ben Larkin, a preacher from the nearest settlement. "That auction was illegal, Coulter. Everyone knows it. You want to enforce the law, start by arresting the men who ran it." Coulter's jaw tightened. "You're all making a mistake." "Maybe," Charlie said, "but we're making it together." The ranch hands formed a line behind Gideon. 15 men, armed, steady. Dalton Reeves looked around, then leaned toward Coulter. "Not worth it." Coulter glared at Gideon for a long moment. Then he spat into the dirt. "Fine, keep her. But this isn't over." "Yeah," Gideon said quietly. "It is." Coulter turned his horse and rode off, Dalton and the others following. The ranch hands stayed until the riders disappeared over the ridge. Then one by one they nodded to Gideon and rode away. Charlie lingered. "You good, Gid?" Gideon nodded. "Yeah, thanks, Charlie." Charlie tipped his hat and rode off. Gideon lowered the rifle, his hands shaking. Elias emerged from behind the trough, grinning. "Well, hell, that actually worked." Ayita stepped out of the barn, eyes wide. "They just left." "They did," Gideon said. She looked at the ranch hands disappearing into the distance. "Why?" "Because they decided to," Gideon said. "Same as you." Days turned into weeks. Ayita stayed. She mended clothes, planted seeds in the garden, worked with the horses. Gideon taught her to rope calves, and she taught him words in Comanche he'd never known. They didn't talk much about the past. There was no need. One evening, as the sun set, Ayita walked to the edge of the property and knelt near 2 small wooden crosses Gideon had built. He'd carved names into them. Her mother's name, and the word daughter. "You didn't have to do this," she said when Gideon approached. "I know," he said, "but I wanted to." Ayita traced her fingers over the carvings. "Do you think she forgave you?" Gideon thought about it. "I don't know, but I hope she knows I tried." Ayita looked up at him. "I think she does." Gideon nodded, his throat tight. They stood there together, watching the sky turn gold and crimson, the wind carrying the scent of rain. "I'm staying," Ayita said quietly. "I'm glad," Gideon replied. She smiled, small but real. Years later, travelers passing through would ask about the woman who worked the Cross Ranch. Some said she was Gideon's daughter. Others said she was a stray he'd taken in. Gideon never corrected them. Ayita never explained. They just lived, side by side. Two people who'd found home in the least likely place. And on quiet evenings when the wind picked up and the sky turned the color of old scars, Gideon would sit on the porch, watching the horizon. He kept the carved sparrow on the mantel, a reminder of storms weathered, of wounds that healed, even when the scars remained. And sometimes late at night he'd hear Ayita's voice from the barn, singing something low and soft in Comanche. He didn't understand the words, but he understood what it meant. It meant she was home. The girl stood in the center of the barn, her wrists bound with frayed rope that cut into her skin every time she moved. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just stood there, her black hair falling across her face like a curtain she wished could hide all of her. She was 9 years old. The men around her weren't looking at her face. "Next lot," the auctioneer called, his voice flat and transactional, like he was selling lumber or livestock. Apache girl, young, healthy, no family to claim her, no tribe neither. She's alone, boys, clean slate. The barn smelled like sweat and tobacco, and something darker, something rotting beneath the floorboards that nobody wanted to name. Dust hung in the slanted light coming through the roof slats, and flies circled lazily around the rafters. A man in the back laughed. Another one spat into the dirt. The girl's dress, if you could call it that, was torn at the shoulder. Her feet were bare. Her belly was swollen in a way that made the air in the room feel heavier, thicker, harder to breathe. She was 9 years old, and she was pregnant. Cade Merrick stood near the barn door, his hat pulled low, his arms crossed over his chest. He had come here looking for a horse. That's what the flyer in town had said. Auction, livestock and goods, Saturday noon. He hadn't expected this. Nobody had said anything about a child. Nobody had said anything about this. The auctioneer grinned, his teeth stained brown from chewing tobacco. "Starting bid's $5. She don't talk much, but she's young enough to train up however you like. Ain't that right, sweetheart?" The girl didn't respond. She didn't even blink. Cade felt something cold settle in his chest. It wasn't anger yet. Not quite. It was something quieter. Something that made his hands curl into fists at his sides. A man near the front raised his hand. $5, another voice from the left. 7. 10, someone else called. The girl's eyes flicked toward the door. Just for a second. Like she was measuring the distance. Like she was wondering if she could run. Cade knew she couldn't. The auctioneer pointed at a man in a brown coat. $10 to the gentleman in brown. Do I hear 12? 12, a voice said from behind Cade. He turned. The man who'd spoken was older, maybe 60, with a beard that hadn't been trimmed in months. He was grinning. His eyes were dull and hungry at the same time. Cade's jaw tightened. 15, another man called. The auctioneer's grin widened. Now we're talking. $15. Do I hear 17? Cade didn't think. He just moved. 20, he said. The barn went quiet. Every head turned toward him. The auctioneer squinted through the dust and the dim light. $20. That you, Merrick? Cade stepped forward, his boots heavy on the dirt floor. Yeah, 20. The auctioneer chuckled. Well, hell. Didn't know you were in the market for 20, Cade repeated, his voice flat. That's my bid. The older man in the beard frowned. 22. Cade didn't hesitate. 30. A murmur rippled through the crowd. $30 was more than most men made in a month. The bearded man's grin faded. He shook his head and stepped back. The auctioneer waited. He looked around the room, his eyes scanning for any other bidders. When no one spoke, he slammed his hand down on the wooden podium. Sold. $30 to Cade Merrick. Cade didn't move. He just stood there, staring at the girl. She was looking at him now, not with hope, not with relief, just with a kind of flat, empty exhaustion that made his stomach turn. The auctioneer gestured toward the side door. Pay up front, Merrick. Take her out the back. Cade walked to the podium, pulled a folded stack of bills from his coat, and counted out $30 in silence. The auctioneer took the money without a word and nodded toward the girl. She's all yours. Cade turned and walked toward her. The men around the barn watched him with varying degrees of curiosity, suspicion, and resentment. A few of them muttered to each other, but no one tried to stop him. When he reached the girl, he crouched down so he was at her eye level. I'm going to untie you, he said quietly, and then we're going to walk out of here. You understand? She didn't answer. He reached for the ropes around her wrists. They were tied too tight. He had to work at the knots for a few seconds before they came loose. When they did, the girl pulled her hands back and rubbed at the raw red skin where the rope had been. Cade stood. Come on. She didn't move. He waited. After a long moment, she took a step forward, then another. Her movements were slow, cautious, like she was walking through glass. Cade turned and headed for the door. The girl followed a few paces behind. As they stepped out into the sunlight, the auctioneer called after them. Pleasure doing business, Merrick. You come back any time. Cade didn't look back. Outside, the air was hot and dry. The sun hung high in a pale, cloudless sky. Cade's horse was tied to a post near the edge of the property. He walked toward it, the girl trailing behind him. When they reached the horse, he untied the reins and turned to look at her. She was staring at the ground. What's your name? He asked. She didn't answer. He sighed, ran a hand through his hair. All right, we'll figure that out later. He swung up into the saddle, then reached down toward her. Come on, I'll pull you up. She looked at his hand like it was a trap. I'm not going to hurt you, he said. She didn't believe him. He could see it in her eyes. But after a long, silent moment, she reached up and took his hand. He pulled her up onto the horse in front of him. She sat stiff and tense, her body rigid, like she was bracing for something. Cade nudged the horse forward. They rode in silence, the barn shrinking behind them, the dust rising in their wake. He didn't know what he was going to do with her. He didn't know where to take her. He didn't even know her name. But he knew one thing. He knew who had done this to her. And he was going to kill every last one of them. They rode for an hour before Cade finally stopped. The land here was open and empty, nothing but scrub brush and rocks and the occasional twisted tree, clinging to life in the dry soil. The sun beat down on them like a hammer, and the heat shimmered in waves across the horizon. Cade dismounted and helped the girl down. She moved like she wasn't entirely there, like part of her was still standing in that barn, waiting to be sold again. He pulled a canteen from his saddlebag and offered it to her. Drink. She stared at the canteen. Go on, he said. She took it slowly, uncapped it, and drank in small, careful sips. When she was done, she handed it back without looking at him. Cade took a drink himself, then capped the canteen and hooked it back onto his saddle. He turned to face her. "I need to know what happened," he said. She didn't respond. "Who did this to you?" Silence. Cade exhaled slowly. He wasn't good at this. He'd never been good with words, especially not with children, but he had to know. "Was it one man?" he asked. "Or more than one?" Her jaw tightened. "Just a little. Just enough." "More than one," he said quietly. She looked away. Cade felt something dark and cold settle in his gut. He'd suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed, seeing it in her face, was different. "Do you know their names?" She didn't answer. "Did they?" He stopped himself. He didn't need to ask. He already knew. He crouched down in front of her again, his voice softer now. "I need you to understand something. I didn't buy you to own you. I'm not like them. You hear me?" She looked at him then. Really looked at him. Her eyes were dark and deep and full of something he couldn't name. "Then why?" she asked. Her voice was small and cracked, like it hadn't been used in a long time. Cade hesitated. "Because I knew you." Her expression didn't change. "Not you," he said quickly, "but your mother." The girl's eyes widened, just a fraction. Cade stood, ran a hand over his face. "Her name was Yana. She lived near the canyon, south of here, maybe 10 years ago. I was riding through Apache territory. Shouldn't have been there, but I was young and stupid. Got myself ambushed by a group of men. White men. They were hunting for Apache scalps, bounty hunters." He paused, the memory sharp and bitter in his mouth. "Your mother found me, patched me up, hid me in her camp until I was strong enough to ride. She didn't have to do that. Hell, she should have let them finish the job, but she didn't." The girl was staring at him now, her face unreadable. "I left after a few days," Cade continued. "Didn't see her again. But I heard what happened, about a year later. Heard that soldiers came through and burned the camp. Killed most of the people there. Your mother, she—" He stopped. He didn't need to finish. The girl's eyes were wet now, but no tears fell. "I should have done something," Cade said quietly. "I should have gone back. I should have warned them. But I didn't. I just rode away and kept riding." He looked at her, and for the first time, he let her see the guilt he'd been carrying. "I didn't know you existed," he said. "But when I saw you in that barn, when I saw your face, I knew." "You've got her eyes." The girl's lip trembled. "She's dead." "I know. They killed her." "I know. And you did nothing." Cade nodded. "You're right." She looked at him with something close to hatred. "You think buying me makes it better?" "No," he said. "But it's a start." She turned away from him, her small frame shaking. Cade let her stand there. He didn't try to comfort her. He didn't think he had the right. After a long moment, she spoke again. "The men, the ones who did this." Cade's jaw tightened. "Yeah. They were soldiers. They came to the mission where I was living. They said they were looking for runaways. They took me and 2 other girls. They kept us in a shack for weeks." Cade felt his hands curl into fists. "There were 5 of them," she said. "I don't know all their names, but I know one. The man who led them." "Who?" She turned to look at him. "Captain Doyle." Cade's blood went cold. He knew that name. Everyone in the territory knew that name. Captain Raymond Doyle. Former Union officer. now a self-appointed lawman who operated outside any real jurisdiction. He and his men roamed the territory, claiming to enforce order. But mostly, they just took what they wanted, and nobody stopped them. "You're sure?" Cade asked. She nodded. Cade looked out at the horizon, his mind racing. If Doyle was involved, this wasn't just about revenge. It was about power, about impunity, about men who believed they could do whatever they wanted because they wore a badge and carried a gun. He looked back at the girl. "What's your name?" She hesitated. "Kaya. Kaya," he repeated. "All right, listen to me. I'm going to take you somewhere safe, and then I'm going to find Doyle and his men." "And then what?" Cade's expression didn't change. "And then I'm going to kill them." Kaya stared at him. "All of them? Every last one?" She didn't say anything, but something in her eyes shifted. Not hope, not yet, but something close. Cade climbed back onto his horse and pulled her up after him. They rode in silence, the sun sinking lower in the sky, the shadows growing longer around them. And somewhere in the distance, Captain Doyle and his men were still breathing. Not for long, Cade took Kaya to the only place he trusted, a small homestead run by a widow named Clara Hastings. Clara was in her 50s, tough as iron, and didn't ask questions she didn't need the answers to. When Cade rode up to her cabin with Kaya, Clara took one look at the girl and nodded. "She'll stay here," Clara said, "as long as she needs." Cade thanked her and left before the sun went down. He rode south toward the town of Redstone, where Doyle and his men were known to operate. It took him 2 days. He didn't sleep much. He didn't eat much. He just rode. By the time he reached Redstone, the sun was setting again, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. Cade tied his horse outside the saloon and stepped inside. The place was crowded. Men drank and played cards and laughed too loud. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of cheap whiskey. Cade scanned the room. There, at a table in the back corner, 5 men sat playing poker. They wore dusty uniforms, or what was left of them, former soldiers who'd never really left the war behind. And at the head of the table sat Captain Raymond Doyle. He was a big man, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, with a thick mustache and cold, pale eyes. He laughed at something one of his men said, then took a long drink from his glass. Cade walked toward them. The saloon went quiet. Doyle looked up. His eyes narrowed. "Can I help you, friend?" Cade stopped a few feet from the table. "You, Captain Doyle?" Doyle leaned back in his chair, studying him. "Depends on who's asking." "Name's Cade Merrick," one of Doyle's men, a wiry man with a scar across his cheek, smirked. "Never heard of you." Cade ignored him. He kept his eyes on Doyle. "I'm here about a girl." Doyle's expression didn't change. "A girl? Apache girl, 9 years old. You and your men took her from a mission a few months back." The table went silent. Doyle set his glass down slowly. "That's so?" "Yeah." Doyle glanced at his men, then back at Cade. "And what's your interest in her?" "She's safe now," Cade said. "That's all you need to know." Doyle smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Safe? That's a funny word, Merrick. You know what happens to men who stick their noses where they don't belong." "They get what's coming to them," Cade said. The scarred man stood up, his hand moving toward his gun. "You got a lot of nerve." "Sit down, Garrett," Doyle said. Garrett hesitated, then sat. Doyle stood, slowly, his eyes never leaving Cade's. "You walked into my town, into my saloon, and accused me of something you can't prove. That's bold, stupid, but bold." "I don't need proof," Cade said. "I know what you did." Doyle stepped closer. "You know, Merrick, I've been doing this a long time, keeping order, cleaning up messes. Sometimes that means making hard choices, choices men like you wouldn't understand." "I understand plenty." Doyle's smile faded. "Let me make something clear. That girl, she's a half-breed with no family and no future. Nobody cares what happened to her. Nobody's coming to save her, and nobody's going to mourn her." Cade's voice was quiet. "I will," Doyle laughed. "You? You're nobody." "Maybe," Cade said, "but I'm the nobody who's going to kill you." The saloon exploded into motion. Garrett and another man stood, their hands going for their guns. Doyle stepped back, his face twisted with rage. But Cade was faster. He drew his revolver and fired twice. The first shot hit Garrett in the chest, dropping him where he stood. The second shot hit the man beside him in the shoulder, spinning him around. The other two men dove for cover, overturning the table. Cards and chips scattered across the floor. Doyle pulled his own gun, but Cade was already moving. He kicked the overturned table into Doyle's legs, sending him stumbling backward. Cade fired again, this time hitting one of the men hiding behind the bar. The man cried out and fell. The last man, a young soldier with wide, terrified eyes, threw his gun down and raised his hands. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Cade pointed his gun at him. "Get out!" The man ran. Doyle was on the ground now, his gun a few feet away. He reached for it, but Cade stepped on his wrist, pinning it to the floor. Doyle looked up at him, his face red with fury. "You're dead, Merrick. You hear me? Dead." Cade crouched down, his voice low. "You took a 9-year-old girl. You and your men. You hurt her. You sold her." Doyle spat at him. "She's Apache trash. Nobody's going to—" Cade hit him, hard, across the face with the butt of his revolver. Doyle's head snapped to the side, blood spraying from his mouth. Cade stood. "This isn't over." He turned and walked out of the saloon, leaving Doyle bleeding on the floor. Outside, the street was empty. The townspeople had scattered the moment they heard gunshots. Cade untied his horse and climbed into the saddle. He knew Doyle wouldn't let this go. He knew there would be more men coming, but he didn't care. He'd made a promise to Kaya, and he was going to keep it. Cade rode through the night, pushing his horse harder than he should have. By the time he reached Clara's homestead, the sky was beginning to lighten in the east, streaks of pale gold cutting through the darkness. He dismounted, his body aching, his hands still shaking from the adrenaline. Clara met him at the door. She didn't say anything. She just looked at him, took in the blood on his knuckles, the dust on his coat, the exhaustion in his eyes, and stepped aside to let him in. Inside the cabin was quiet. A single lamp burned on the table. Kaya sat in a chair near the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket, staring into the dying embers. She looked up when Cade walked in. "You came back," she said. "I said I would." She studied him for a long moment. "Did you find them?" "I found Doyle." "And? He won't be coming after you." Kaya's expression didn't change. "Is he dead?" "Not yet," Cade said, "but he will be." Clara set a cup of coffee on the table in front of him. "You look like hell, Merrick." "Feel like it too," he muttered. Kaya stood. the blanket slipping from her shoulders. She walked over to the table and sat down across from him. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. Cade wrapped his hands around the coffee cup, letting the warmth seep into his fingers. "I told you. I knew your mother." "That's not why." He looked at her. "What do you mean?" "You feel guilty," Kaya said. "You think if you save me, it'll make up for not saving her." Cade didn't answer. "It won't," she said. "I know." They sat in silence for a while. The fire crackled softly. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the shutters. "She used to tell me stories," Kaya said quietly, "about the old days, before the soldiers came, before everything changed. She said the world used to be bigger, that there was room for everyone." Cade listened. "She was wrong," Kaya said. "There's no room, not for people like me." "That's not true," Cade said. "Isn't it?" Kaya looked at him, her eyes hard. "You saw what they did. You saw how they looked at me, like I was nothing, like I didn't matter." "You matter," Cade said. "To who?" "To me." Kaya's expression softened, just a little. "Why?" "Because your mother saved my life," Cade said, "and because you deserve better than what they gave you." Kaya looked down at her hands. They were small and thin, the skin rough and scarred. "I don't know if I can forgive you," she said. "I'm not asking you to." She looked up at him. "Then what are you asking?" "For a chance," Cade said, "to make things right." Kaya was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Okay." Cade exhaled slowly. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding his breath. Clara set a plate of food on the table. Bread and dried meat and some kind of stew. "Eat," she said. "Both of you." They ate in silence. When they were done, Clara took the plates away and Kaya went back to her chair by the fire. Cade stood to leave, but Kaya's voice stopped him. "Cade." He turned. "Thank you," she said. He nodded. "Get some rest." Outside, the sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. Cade stood on the porch for a moment, watching the light spread across the land. He knew Doyle was still out there. He knew there would be more blood before this was over. But for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was doing something that mattered. He mounted his horse and rode back toward Redstone. There was still work to do. If you're still with me, take a breath and think about this. What would you have done in Cade's place? Would you have walked into that saloon? Would you have pulled the trigger? Drop a comment and let me know what time it is where you are right now. And if you want to see how this ends, tap that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. Cade didn't make it back to Redstone. They came to him first. He was 2 miles out from Clara's homestead when he saw the dust cloud on the horizon. Riders, moving fast. He counted 6 of them. Doyle had brought reinforcements. Cade pulled his rifle from its scabbard and urged his horse into the cover of a rocky outcropping. He dismounted, tied the horse to a twisted juniper tree, and climbed up onto the rocks. The riders were closer now. He could see their faces. Doyle was in the lead, his jaw swollen and bruised from where Cade had hit him. The other men were a mix of hired guns and former soldiers, men who killed for money and didn't ask questions. Cade checked his rifle. 6 rounds. He had his revolver too, but at this distance, the rifle was his best bet. He waited. The riders slowed as they approached the outcropping. Doyle raised a hand, signaling the others to stop. "Merrick," Doyle called out. I know you're here. Come on out and we'll make this quick. Cade didn't answer. Doyle laughed. You think you can hide? You think you can kill me and just walk away? Cade aimed his rifle and fired. The shot echoed across the open land. One of the riders jerked backward and fell from his horse. The others scattered, diving for cover behind rocks and scrub brush. Doyle cursed and pulled his own rifle. Find him! Cade moved, scrambling down the rocks and circling around to the left. He fired again, hitting another man in the leg. The man screamed and dropped his gun. 4 left, but before Cade could line up another shot, he heard something. Hoofbeats, a lot of them. He turned and saw another group of riders approaching from the east. For a moment his heart sank. More of Doyle's men. But then he recognized the lead rider. It was Tom Garrett, a rancher Cade had worked with years ago. Behind him rode a dozen other men. Ranch hands, farmers, townspeople. Men who'd heard what happened in the saloon. Men who'd had enough of Doyle's reign of terror. Tom pulled his horse to a stop and called out, "Doyle!" Doyle stood, his face pale. "This doesn't concern you, Garrett." "Like hell it doesn't," Tom said. "You and your boys have been running roughshod over this territory for too long. Burning farms, stealing land, hurting women and children. We're done with it." One of the townspeople, a man named Cole, who ran the general store, spoke up. "I worked beside you during the war, Doyle, but that don't give you the right to act like a tyrant." Doyle's men looked at each other. They were outnumbered now, outgunned. One of them dropped his rifle, then another. Doyle's face twisted with rage. "You're all cowards," Tom shook his head. "No, we're just men who decided we're not going to let cruelty run our county anymore." Doyle reached for his gun, but Cade was faster. He fired once and Doyle dropped to the ground, clutching his shoulder. Cade walked over to him, his rifle still aimed. "It's over, Doyle." Doyle looked up at him, his eyes filled with hate. "You think this changes anything? You think killing me makes you a hero?" "I'm not a hero," Cade said. "I'm just the man who stopped you." Tom and the others dismounted. They tied up Doyle and his remaining men and loaded them onto horses. "We'll take them to the federal marshal in Canyon City," Tom said. "Let the law handle it from there." Cade nodded. "Thanks." Tom clasped his shoulder. "You did good, Cade. Real good." Cade watched as they rode away, Doyle and his men bound and defeated. Then he turned and rode back to Clara's homestead. When he arrived, Kaya was sitting on the porch, the blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She looked up as he dismounted. "Is it done?" she asked. "It's done," Cade said. She nodded slowly. "What happens now?" Cade sat down on the steps beside her. "That's up to you. What do you mean?" "You can stay here with Clara as long as you want," Cade said, "or you can come with me. I've got a small ranch about 50 miles north. It's not much, but it's quiet. Safe." Kaya looked at him. "You want me to live with you?" "Only if you want to," Cade said. "I'm not trying to replace your mother. I can't, but I can give you a place where you don't have to be afraid anymore." Kaya was quiet for a long time. Then she said, Okay. I'll come with you." Cade smiled. It was small, but it was real. "All right, then." The weeks that followed were slow and quiet. Cade took Kaya to his ranch, and she settled in gradually. She didn't talk much at first, but over time she began to open up. She helped with the chores, learned to ride a horse, and even started to smile every now and then. One evening, as the sun set over the hills, Cade and Kaya sat on the porch together. The sky was painted in shades of orange and purple, and the air was cool and still. "Do you think she would have liked this?" Kaya asked. "Your mother?" She nodded. Cade thought about it. "Yeah, I think she would have." Kaya leaned back against the porch railing. "I miss her." "I know," Cade said, "and that's okay." They sat in silence, watching the sun disappear below the horizon. A few months later, Cade built 2 small wooden crosses near the fence line. He carved the names by hand, Yana and the other victims who'd never gotten justice. Kaya stood beside him as he planted them in the ground. "Thank you," she said. Cade nodded. "They won't be forgotten." And they weren't. Years later, people still told stories about the rancher who went to war against Captain Doyle, about the girl he saved, about the men who stood with him when it mattered most. Kaya grew up strong and fierce, carrying her mother's memory with her everywhere she went. And Cade, he kept the guilt. It never fully left, but it became something else over time, something quieter, something he could live with. On summer evenings, he would sit on the porch and watch the sun set, the wind carrying the scent of sage and dust. And sometimes, just for a moment, he could hear Yana's voice in the wind, telling him it was all right, that he'd done enough. The cottonwood tree stood alone at the edge of the valley, its branches twisted like broken fingers, reaching toward a sky that had forgotten mercy. Beneath it, 2 small bodies lay curled against the trunk, children tied, rope burned into their wrists, their ankles bound together with frayed cord that had rubbed their skin raw. A boy and a girl, no older than 6, maybe 7. Twins by the look of them. Same dark hair matted with dirt, same hollow cheeks, same wide eyes that had long since stopped crying. The boy's shirt was torn at the shoulder. The girl's dress was stained with mud and something darker. They didn't move when Caleb's horse came near. They just stared, not at him, past him, like they'd learned that looking at people only made things worse. Caleb Mercer pulled his gelding to a stop 20 feet out, his hand instinctively moving to the rifle on his saddle. He scanned the ridgeline, the dry brush, the open stretch of land that rolled out in every direction. Nothing moved. No smoke. No sound except the wind scraping through the grass. He swung down from the saddle, boots hitting dust, and approached slowly. The girl flinched. The boy whispered something Caleb couldn't hear. A warning, maybe, or a prayer. Caleb crouched low, 10 feet away, hands visible. "Easy now," he said quietly. "I'm not here to hurt you." The girl's lips trembled. She shook her head just barely and turned her face toward the tree trunk. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't look at us." The words hit him like a fist to the chest. Not a plea for help, a plea for dignity. Caleb's jaw tightened. He'd seen cruelty before. Hell, he'd lived through a war built on it. But this was different. This was deliberate. This was abandonment dressed up as mercy. He glanced around again. No wagon tracks, no campfire remains. Whoever had left them here had done it quietly, in the dark, and hadn't looked back. "Who did this?" Caleb asked, his voice low and steady. The boy finally spoke. His voice was thin, cracked from thirst. "Mama." Caleb felt his stomach drop. "She said." The boy's voice broke. "She said we were too much, that she couldn't feed us no more." The girl started to cry, then, silently, her small shoulders shaking as she pressed her face harder against the bark. Caleb stood slowly, his hands curling into fists at his sides. He wanted to rage. He wanted to ride out and find the woman who'd done this and drag her back by her hair. But rage wouldn't untie these kids. Rage wouldn't get them water or food or safety. He moved closer, kneeling beside them. "I'm going to cut these ropes now," he said. "You understand? I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to get you free." The boy nodded, just once. Caleb pulled his knife and sliced through the cords around their wrists first, then their ankles. The rope fell away, and the children didn't move. They stayed pressed against the tree, like the bindings had been the only thing holding them together. "When did she leave?" Caleb asked. 3 days, the girl whispered. "Maybe 4. 4 days in this heat without water." Caleb's throat tightened. He pulled his canteen from his belt and held it out. "Drink, slow." The boy reached for it first, his hand shaking so badly he almost dropped it. Caleb steadied it for him, watching as the kid took small, desperate sips. Then the girl. She drank with her eyes closed, like she was afraid it might disappear if she looked. When they were done, Caleb capped the canteen and sat back on his heels, studying them. They were thin, too thin, but alive. That was something. That was more than most kids got in situations like this. "You got names?" The boy nodded. "I'm Thomas. She's Caroline. Where's your pa?" "Dead," Thomas said flatly. 2 years back. Mama said he got sick and never woke up." Caleb nodded slowly. He'd heard stories like this 100 times since the war ended. Families torn apart, widows left with nothing, children scattered like seeds in a drought. But hearing it didn't make it easier. "You got any other family? Grandparents, aunts or uncles?" Caroline shook her head. "Mama said we were alone, that nobody wanted us." Caleb felt something twist inside him, something old and buried, something he'd tried to forget. He looked at the cottonwood tree, at the ropes still lying in the dirt, and thought about all the ways people convinced themselves that cruelty was kindness, that abandonment was mercy, that some lives were just too much trouble to save. He stood, offering his hand. "Come on, let's get you somewhere safe." Thomas hesitated, his eyes darting to Caroline. She didn't move. "We ain't got nowhere to go," Thomas said quietly. "You do now," Caleb replied. The boy stared at him for a long moment, searching his face for something. Honesty, maybe, or hope. Then slowly he took Caleb's hand. Caroline followed. Caleb lifted them onto his horse, one in front, one behind, and climbed up himself. The gelding shifted under the extra weight but didn't complain. Caleb turned the horse east, toward the ridge that led back to his land. As they rode, the wind picked up, carrying the scent of sage and dust. The sun climbed higher, burning the back of Caleb's neck, and the valley stretched out endless and quiet. But in his mind, all he could see was the tree, the ropes, the way Caroline had whispered, "Don't look at us." And beneath it all, a memory he'd buried years ago. Another child, another rope, another moment when he'd had the chance to do something and hadn't. He tightened his grip on the reins. Not this time. Caleb's ranch sat at the base of a low hill, where the grass grew thick enough to graze cattle and the creek ran cold even in summer. It wasn't much. A cabin, a barn, a corral that needed mending. But it was his, and it was quiet, and that was all he'd wanted after the war. He pulled the horse to a stop near the porch and helped the children down. They stood close together, their hands clasped, their eyes scanning the property like they were waiting for something to go wrong. "You hungry?" Caleb asked. Thomas nodded. Caleb led them inside. The cabin was sparse. One room, a stone fireplace, a table with 2 chairs, a cot in the corner. He motioned for them to sit while he pulled dried meat and bread from a tin on the shelf. He poured water into 2 tin cups and set everything on the table. The children ate like they hadn't seen food in a week. Caleb watched them, his chest tight, and tried not to think about how easy it would have been for them to die out there. When they finished, Caroline looked up at him, her eyes still wary. "Why'd you help us?" Caleb didn't answer right away. He poured himself water and leaned against the wall, studying them. "Because nobody else did," he said finally. "Mama said people don't help unless they want something," Thomas said. Caleb's jaw tightened. "Your mama was wrong." Caroline's expression shifted, just barely, like she wanted to believe him, but didn't know how. Caleb pulled out a chair and sat across from them. "Tell me about her. Your mama. What's her name?" "Eliza," Thomas said. "Eliza Harrow." The name hit Caleb like a hammer to the ribs. Harrow. He knew that name. His hands went still on the table. His mind raced backward, 8 years, maybe 9, to a night he'd spent a lifetime trying to forget. "Harrow," he repeated slowly. "She got family in Cedar Bend." Thomas nodded. "That's where we lived, before Mama moved us out to the valley." Caleb's throat went dry. Cedar Bend. He'd been there, once, during the war. He stood abruptly, turning toward the window, his heart pounding. He stared out at the land, but all he saw was fire, smoke, the sound of men shouting and women screaming. He'd been part of a Union patrol that swept through Cedar Bend in '63, hunting Confederate sympathizers. They'd been told the Harrow family was hiding supplies, guns, ammunition, food meant for rebel soldiers. Caleb's captain had ordered them to search the property. They'd found nothing, but the captain hadn't cared. He'd burned the barn anyway, burned the house, told the family to leave or die. Caleb had stood there, rifle in hand, and watched it happen. He'd been 19 years old. He hadn't pulled the trigger, hadn't lit the torch, but he'd stood there. And when Eliza Harrow, young, desperate, holding an infant in her arms, had begged him to stop it, he'd looked away. He'd done nothing. And now her children were sitting at his table, alive only because he'd found them tied to a tree. Caleb closed his eyes, his hands gripping the edge of the windowsill. "You know her," Caroline said quietly from behind him. He turned. The girl was watching him, her expression unreadable. "I knew her family," Caleb said carefully. "A long time ago." "Did you hurt them?" The question was simple, direct, and it cut straight through him. Caleb sat back down, meeting her eyes. "I was there when they lost everything, and I didn't stop it." Thomas's face went pale. "You're one of them, the soldiers." "I was," Caleb said. "I'm not anymore." "That don't make it better," Caroline whispered. "No," Caleb agreed. "It doesn't." The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. The children stared at him, and Caleb saw it in their faces, the way their trust cracked, the way they leaned away from him, the way their hands found each other again. "I can't change what I did," Caleb said quietly, "or what I didn't do. But I can make sure you don't die out there. That's all I'm asking you to let me do." Thomas looked at Caroline. She didn't respond. "Why didn't you stop them?" Thomas asked, his voice breaking. "If you knew it was wrong, why didn't you stop them?" Caleb swallowed hard. "Because I was scared, and I was young, and I thought following orders was the same as doing right." "That's what cowards say," Caroline said. Caleb nodded slowly. "You're right." The admission seemed to startle her. She blinked, her mouth opening slightly, but no words came. "I was a coward," Caleb continued, "and I've carried that with me every day since. I can't take it back. I can't undo what happened to your family, but I can make sure it doesn't happen to you." Thomas's eyes glistened. "Mama said the soldiers took everything. That's why she couldn't take care of us. That's why she left us." Caleb felt the weight of those words settle over him like a stone. "She was wrong to leave you," Caleb said, "but I was wrong first." Caroline wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "You think saying sorry fixes it?" "No," Caleb said, "but it's a start." The room fell quiet again. Outside, a crow called from the fence line. The wind rattled the shutters. Then slowly, Thomas nodded. "Okay," the boy whispered. Caroline didn't nod, but she didn't leave either. And for now, that was enough. 3 days passed. Caleb kept the children close, feeding them, letting them sleep on the cot while he took the floor. He didn't push them to talk. He didn't ask questions they weren't ready to answer. He just let them exist. Let them breathe without fear, eat without shame, sleep without ropes. On the 4th morning, hoofbeats echoed across the valley. Caleb was outside mending the corral fence when he heard them. He straightened, shading his eyes against the sun, and saw 3 riders coming up the hill. His stomach tightened. He recognized the man in front, Sheriff Ben Carlisle. Caleb set down the hammer and walked toward the cabin. "Stay inside," he called through the door. Thomas peeked out. "Who is it?" "Doesn't matter. Stay inside." Caleb stepped off the porch and waited, his hands loose at his sides, his eyes on the riders. Sheriff Carlisle was a big man, broad-shouldered and gray-bearded, with a star pinned to his vest and a revolver on his hip. The 2 men flanking him were younger, harder, hired guns by the look of them. Carlisle pulled his horse to a stop 10 feet from Caleb and smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Caleb Mercer," the sheriff said. "Been a while." "Sheriff," Caleb replied evenly. "Heard you picked up a couple strays," Carlisle said, his gaze drifting toward the cabin. 2 kids, twins." Caleb didn't respond. Carlisle's smile widened. "Their mother filed a report. Said they ran off. Said she's been looking for them." "That's a lie," Caleb said flatly. "You callin' a grieving mother a liar, Mercer. I'm calling a woman who tied her children to a tree and left them to die a liar." Carlisle's expression didn't change. "That's a hell of an accusation." "It's the truth." One of the hired guns shifted in his saddle, his hand moving toward his belt. Caleb's eyes flicked toward him, then back to Carlisle. "She wants them back," the sheriff said, "and the law says they're hers." "The law also says you can't abandon children," Caleb replied. "Show me proof," Carlisle said. Caleb's jaw tightened. "I cut the ropes off their wrists myself." "Ropes can mean a lot of things," Carlisle said. "Maybe they ran off and got tangled up. Maybe they were playing and got stuck. Point is, you don't have proof of intent. I have 2 terrified kids who said their mother left them." "Kids say all kinds of things," Carlyle said. Doesn't make it true. Caleb took a step forward. What's she paying you, Carlyle? The sheriff's smile vanished. Careful, Mercer. She doesn't want those kids, Caleb said. She wants them gone, so what's she offering you to make that happen? Carlyle leaned forward in his saddle, his voice dropping low. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Now step aside. No! The hired guns tensed. One of them drew his revolver halfway, but Carlyle raised a hand, stopping him. You're making a mistake, the sheriff said. I've made plenty, Caleb replied. This isn't one of them. Carlyle stared at him for a long moment, his eyes cold. Then he straightened and turned his horse. We'll be back, he said, with a warrant, and next time you won't have a choice. The three men rode off, their horses kicking up dust as they disappeared over the ridge. Caleb stood there, watching until they were gone, his heart pounding. Behind him, the cabin door creaked open. Thomas stepped out, his face pale. They're going to take us, aren't they? Caleb turned. Not if I can help it. You can't stop the law, Caroline said quietly from the doorway. Caleb looked at her, at the fear in her eyes, and felt the weight of his own helplessness settle over him. Maybe not, he said, but I can sure as hell try. That night, Caleb sat on the porch, a rifle across his lap, watching the horizon. Inside, the children slept, or tried to. He could hear them shifting, whispering to each other, the quiet sounds of fear that no child should have to carry. After a while, the door opened, and Thomas stepped out. He sat down beside Caleb, pulling his knees to his chest. Can't sleep? Caleb asked. Thomas shook his head. They sat in silence for a while, the night air cool and still around them. You ever been scared? Thomas asked. Every day, Caleb said. The boy looked up at him, surprised. Being scared doesn't make you weak, Caleb continued. It just means you understand what you've got to lose. Thomas nodded slowly. I'm scared they'll take us back. I know. Mama didn't want us, Thomas whispered. Why would she want us now? Caleb didn't have an answer for that, not one that made sense. Some people make choices out of fear, Caleb said finally. And some make choices out of cruelty. I don't know which one your mama was. But I know this, you deserve better. Thomas wiped his eyes. You really think you can stop them? I'll die trying, Caleb said, quietly. The boy looked at him for a long moment, then leaned against his shoulder. Caleb closed his eyes and let the weight of the child settle against him. Inside, Caroline appeared in the doorway. She didn't say anything. She just stood there, watching them, her arms wrapped around herself. Caleb met her eyes, and for the first time since they'd met, her expression softened. Not forgiveness, but something close. The warrant came 2 days later. But Carlyle didn't come alone. This time, he brought 8 men. Caleb saw them from the ridge, dust rising, horses moving slow and steady, the glint of rifles in the sun. He'd known this was coming, he'd prepared for it. But when he looked at Thomas and Caroline, standing in the cabin doorway, he knew preparation wasn't enough. He walked toward them, kneeling in front of the children. Listen to me. No matter what happens, you stay inside. You hear me? You don't come out until I say. Thomas's eyes filled with tears. They're going to take us! Not without a fight, Caleb said. He stood and stepped off the porch, rifle in hand, and walked toward the riders. Carlyle pulled his horse to a stop. He held up a folded paper. Got a warrant, Mercer. Legal and proper. Step aside. No, Caleb said. Carlyle sighed. Don't make this harder than it has to be. You're taking those kids over my dead body, Caleb said. One of the hired guns laughed. That can be arranged. But before anyone could move, another sound echoed across the valley. Hoofbeats. Caleb turned. A dozen riders crested the hill. Ranch hands, neighbors, men Caleb had worked beside for years. They spread out in a line, rifles resting across their saddles, their faces grim. At the front was old Sam Whitaker, a man in his 60s who'd been ranching this land longer than Caleb had been alive. Caleb's gelding came home alone yesterday, Sam called out. Figured something was wrong. Carlyle's expression darkened. This is law business, Sam. Stay out of it. Law business, Sam repeated. That what you call stealing kids now? Carlyle's hand moved toward his revolver, but Sam's rifle shifted just enough to make him stop. Ben, Sam said quietly, I rode with you 20 years ago, branded calves beside you, buried my son next to yours. Don't make me shoot a man I once called friend. The tension held for a long, breathless moment. Then Carlyle lowered his hand. This isn't over, he said. Yeah, Sam replied. It is. Carlyle turned his horse and rode off, his men following. Caleb stood there, his rifle still in hand, his heart pounding, and watched them disappear. Sam rode up beside him. You all right? Caleb nodded slowly. Thanks, Sam. Don't thank me yet, the old man said. You just made an enemy of the law. I've had worse, Caleb said. Sam smiled. I reckon you have. Weeks passed. Carlyle didn't come back. Eliza Harrow left the county. The children stayed. Caleb built 2 small beds in the loft, carved their names into the wood above each one. He taught Thomas how to mend fences, showed Caroline how to plant seeds. They didn't call him Pa, but they didn't leave either. And on quiet nights when the wind whispered through the valley and the stars stretched endless overhead, Caleb would sit on the porch and think about the cottonwood tree, the ropes, the moment he'd chosen to be something other than a coward. And though the ghosts of his past still followed him, they walked a little quieter now. The girl sat in the dirt outside Crenshaw's trading post, knees pulled to her chest, staring at nothing. Her dress, if you could call it that, was little more than torn canvas, stitched together with gut thread. Her feet were bare, cracked and bleeding from walking on stone. Her hair hung in thick black braids down her back, but one side had been hacked short, uneven, like someone had tried to scalp her and given up halfway. She didn't look up when the men passed. She didn't flinch when they spat near her feet. She just sat there, small and still, like a shadow the sun forgot to burn away. Crenshaw stood on the porch above her, arms crossed, chewing tobacco with slow, satisfied rhythm. He was a thick man, red-faced and proud, the kind who believed the world owed him something, just for existing. $17, he called out to a passing rancher. That's all I'm asking. 17 for the last one. The rancher slowed his horse, glanced down at the girl, then shook his head. What the hell am I supposed to do with her? Whatever you want, Crenshaw said with a grin that showed brown teeth. Cook, clean, keep your bed warm if you're man enough to break her in. The girl's fingers tightened against her knees, but she didn't speak, didn't cry, didn't beg. A younger man on foot stopped near the post, his hat pulled low. He wore dusty boots, a faded shirt, and a belt with no gun. His name was Eli Cross, though nobody in this town knew it yet. He'd ridden in 2 days ago looking for work, and so far all he'd found was dust, whiskey, and men like Crenshaw. Eli stared at the girl longer than he should have. She didn't meet his eyes. "She speak English?" Eli asked, voice flat. Crenshaw laughed. "Hell if I know. She ain't said a word since I bought her off a trapper 3 weeks back, but she understands plenty, don't you, girl?" The girl's jaw tightened. Still, she said nothing. Eli felt something twist in his chest. It wasn't pity. Pity was too soft a word. It was something older. Something that tasted like ash and guilt and a night 6 years ago when he'd ridden away from a burning village because his captain told him to. He looked up at Crenshaw. "What tribe?" "Paiute, I think. Maybe Shoshone. Does it matter?" "It might." Crenshaw spat a stream of brown juice into the dirt. "Well, she's the last of whatever she was. Trapper said he found her wandering near the salt flats half dead. No family, no camp, just her." Eli's throat went dry. He crouched down slowly, a few feet from the girl, careful not to crowd her. Up close, he could see the scars on her arms. Old ones, ritual marks, and newer ones that hadn't healed right. Her hands were small but strong, calloused in ways that told him she'd worked hard all her life. "What's your name?" Eli asked quietly. She didn't answer, didn't blink, but her breathing changed, just a little. Eli waited. He'd learned patience the hard way, learned that sometimes silence was the only language left when everything else had been taken. Finally she spoke. Her voice was barely a whisper, rough from disuse. "Kaya." Eli nodded slowly. "Kaya, that's a good name." Her eyes flicked to him for half a second, then away. "You got people?" Eli asked. Her face didn't change, but her hands curled tighter. "No," she said. Eli felt that word settle into him like a stone dropped into deep water. Crenshaw stepped off the porch, boots heavy on the dirt. "You buying or wasting my time, drifter?" Eli stood. He was taller than Crenshaw by a few inches, leaner, but there was something in the way he held himself that made the older man hesitate. "How much you want for her?" Eli asked. Crenshaw's grin returned. 17, I already told you. That include the chains you're planning to sell with her?" Crenshaw's grin faltered. She don't need chains. She ain't going nowhere. Then why's she sitting in the dirt like a dog? Because that's where she belongs." Eli's jaw tightened. For a moment, the only sound was the wind scraping across the wooden planks and the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer. Then Eli reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch. He counted out $17 in coins and bills, slow and deliberate, and dropped them into Crenshaw's palm. "She's bought," Eli said. Crenshaw's eyes lit up. "Pleasure doing business." Eli turned to the girl. "Get up, Kaya." She looked at him, really looked this time, and there was no trust in her eyes, just wariness, the kind that comes from being sold before. But she stood. Eli gestured toward the livery where his horse was tied. "Come on." Kaya hesitated, glancing back at Crenshaw, as if expecting him to stop her. But Crenshaw just pocketed the money and walked back inside, already forgetting her. She followed Eli. They walked in silence through the dusty street, past the saloon and the general store, past men who watched with curiosity or indifference or something worse. When they reached the livery, Eli untied his horse, a gray mare with kind eyes, and handed the reins to Kaya. "You ride?" he asked. She nodded once. "Good, because we're leaving." Kaya frowned. "Where?" Eli looked at her, and for the first time since he'd crouched in that dirt, he let himself meet her eyes fully. "I don't know yet," he said, "but not here." She studied him, searching for the lie. But all she found was exhaustion, and something that looked almost like shame. "Why did you buy me?" she asked. Eli was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Because 6 years ago, I rode past your people's camp and did nothing while it burned." Kaya's breath caught. Her eyes went wide, then hard. "You were there," she whispered. Eli nodded. "I was a scout, Union Army. We were tracking deserters through the basin. My captain said your camp was harboring them. I told him it wasn't true. He didn't care." Kaya's hands trembled on the reins. "They burned everything," she said, voice breaking. "My mother, my brother, everyone. I know. And you did nothing." "I know." Her face twisted with something too big for words. Rage and grief and betrayal all tangled together. "Then why are you here now?" she hissed. Eli looked away, toward the mountains in the distance. "Because I'm tired of running from it." Section 1, Word Count, 997 words. Section 2, Moral Decision plus Hidden Connection Reveal. They rode west for 2 hours in silence. Kaya sat behind Eli on the mare, hands barely touching his coat, as if even that small contact might burn her. The landscape stretched out around them. Endless sage, jagged rocks, and the kind of sky that made you feel small. Eli didn't push her to talk. He'd said what needed saying back in town, and now the weight of it sat between them like a third rider. Finally, as the sun started to dip, Eli pulled the mare to a stop near a dry creek bed. There was a cluster of cottonwoods here, their leaves rattling in the wind, and a flat stretch of ground that would do for camp. "We'll stop here tonight," Eli said. Kaya slid off the horse without a word and walked a few paces away, arms wrapped around herself. Eli set to work, unsaddled the mare, gathered kindling, built a small fire. He didn't ask for her help, didn't expect it. This wasn't about making her useful. This was about giving her space to breathe. When the fire was going, he pulled out a tin of beans and some hardtack and set them near the flames to warm. "You hungry?" he asked. Kaya didn't answer at first. Then quietly, "Yes." Eli nodded and handed her a tin plate. They ate in silence, the fire crackling between them. After a while, Kaya spoke. "What was her name?" Eli looked up. "Who?" "The woman you loved, the one who made you care." Eli's hand stilled on his plate. He hadn't expected that. "Why do you think there was a woman?" Kaya met his eyes, and there was something old in her gaze, something that had seen too much too young. "Because men like you don't feel guilty unless someone taught them how." Eli exhaled slowly. "Her name was Sarah." Kaya waited. "She was a teacher," Eli continued, "worked at a mission school near Fort Bridger. She taught Shoshone kids how to read, how to write their names in English so they could survive in a world that didn't want them. She sounds kind. She was. What happened to her?" Eli stared into the fire. "She got sick. Fever took her in 3 days. I wasn't there. I was out riding with the captain, chasing ghosts." Kaya was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You think buying me makes up for losing her?" "No." "You think it makes up for what you didn't do at my camp?" "No." "Then why?" Eli looked at her, and the firelight caught the lines in his face, the exhaustion in his eyes. Because I'm tired of being the kind of man who rides away. Kaya's expression didn't soften, but something in her posture shifted, just slightly. You don't get to be forgiven just because you feel bad, she said. I know. And you don't get to use me to feel better about yourself. I know that too. She held his gaze, testing him. Then what do you want from me? Eli set down his plate. Nothing, he said. I want you to have a choice, that's all. A choice, to stay or go. To ride with me or take the horse and head wherever you want. I'm not keeping you. I'm not owning you. You're free. Kaya's breath hitched. Free, she repeated, like the word was foreign. Yeah. She looked away, toward the horizon where the last light was fading. I don't have anywhere to go. Then stay until you do. Kaya was silent for a long moment. Then she asked, What happened to your captain, the one who burned my camp? Eli's jaw tightened. He's still out there, still wearing a badge, calls himself Sheriff Dalton now up in Silver Ridge. Kaya's eyes darkened. And you just let him walk? For 6 years, yeah. Why? Eli looked at her. Because I was a coward. Kaya's hands curled into fists. I want to see him, she said. Eli frowned. Why? Because I want him to know I survived. Eli studied her face, the hard set of her jaw, the fire in her eyes that hadn't been there an hour ago. That's dangerous, he said. I don't care. He's got men. He's got power. He'll kill you just for looking at him wrong. Kaya leaned forward, her voice low and fierce. Then let him try. Eli felt something shift in his chest. This girl, 17, maybe 18 at most, had lost everything, had been sold like livestock, had every reason to break, but she hadn't. All right, Eli said quietly. Kaya blinked. All right. We'll go to Silver Ridge. We'll find Dalton, and we'll make him answer for what he did. You mean that? Yeah. Kaya stared at him, searching for the lie. But there wasn't one. Slowly, something in her face softened. Not forgiveness, not yet, but maybe the beginning of something like trust. Why are you helping me? She asked again, softer this time. Eli looked into the fire. Because 6 years ago, I didn't. Kaya nodded slowly. Then she said, If we're riding together, I need a gun. Eli almost smiled. We'll get you one. The fire crackled. The wind moved through the cottonwoods. And for the first time since he'd bought her freedom, Eli felt like maybe, just maybe, he was doing something right. But in the distance, a rider was already moving. Word traveled fast in the territory. And Sheriff Dalton had just heard that a drifter bought a Paiute girl in Crenshaw's Bend. He knew exactly who she was. And he was coming. They reached Silver Ridge 3 days later. It wasn't much of a town, just a main street with a saloon, a general store, a marshal's office, and a handful of weathered buildings that looked like they'd blow away in the next hard wind. But it was the kind of place where power settled, where men with badges and guns decided who lived and who didn't. Eli and Kaya rode in at dusk, keeping to the edges of the street. Kaya had barely spoken since they'd left the creek bed. She rode with her spine straight, eyes sharp, taking in every face, every doorway, every shadow. Eli had bought her a rifle in the last town, a lever-action Winchester, and she kept it across her lap, like she'd been born holding it. Eli pulled the mare to a stop outside the saloon and dismounted. "Wait here," he said. Kaya frowned. "Why?" Because I'm going to find out where Dalton is. I'm coming with you. Kaya, I'm not hiding. Eli looked at her and he saw it again. That fire that wouldn't go out no matter how many times someone tried to snuff it. All right, he said, but stay close. They walked into the saloon together. The room went quiet. Every head turned. Eli was used to that. The way a stranger drew eyes in a small town. But the way they looked at Kaya was different. It wasn't curiosity. It was contempt. And something worse. Recognition. A man at the bar, heavy-set with a scarred face, set down his whiskey and stared. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered. "That's one of them Paiute bitches from the Basin raid." Eli's hand moved to his belt, where his revolver hung. "Keep talking," Eli said quietly, "and I'll make you regret it." The man grinned. "You got stones, Drifter. I'll give you that. Where's Dalton?" The grin faded. "Why you asking?" "Because I got business with him." The man glanced at Kaya, then back at Eli. "He's at the marshal's office. But if you're smart, you'll turn around and ride out before he hears you're here." "Too late for that," a voice said from the doorway. Eli turned. Sheriff Dalton stood in the entrance, silhouetted against the fading light. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a thick gray beard and eyes like flint. He wore a badge on his chest and a Colt on his hip, and he carried himself like a man who'd never lost a fight. Behind him stood two deputies, both armed. Dalton stepped inside, his boots heavy on the wooden floor. His eyes found Kaya immediately, and he smiled. "Well, well," Dalton said slowly. "I heard you were dead." Kaya's hands tightened on the rifle. "Not yet," she said. Dalton chuckled. "You got some sand, girl. I'll give you that. Most of your people just screamed." Eli's blood went cold. "That's enough," Eli said. Dalton's eyes shifted to him. "And who the hell are you?" "Someone who remembers what you did." Dalton's smile widened. "Ah, you were one of mine, weren't you? One of the scouts." "I was." "Then you know it was legal. We had orders. Orders to burn women and children. Orders to clear hostels." "They weren't hostels. They were farmers." Dalton shrugged. "And same thing, far as I'm concerned." Kaya stepped forward, her voice shaking with rage. "You killed my mother, my brother, everyone I ever loved." Dalton looked at her like she was a mosquito buzzing in his ear. "And yet, here you are," he said. "Funny how that works." Kaya raised the rifle. The room exploded into motion. Men diving for cover, chairs scraping, shouts echoing. But Dalton didn't move. He just stood there, hands on his belt, grinning. "Go ahead, girl," he said. "Pull that trigger. See what happens." Eli stepped between them. "Kaya, don't. Get out of the way," she hissed. "Not like this. He deserves to die. Maybe. But not here, not now." Dalton laughed. "Listen to the Drifter, girl. He's smarter than you." Kaya's hands trembled. For a long moment, the only sound was her ragged breathing. Then slowly, she lowered the rifle. Dalton's grin returned. "That's what I thought," he said. He turned to leave, then paused. "You got until sunrise to get out of my town," he said. "After that, I'll hang you both for threatening an officer of the law." "You can't," Eli started. "I can do whatever I want," Dalton interrupted. "I'm the law here, and the law says you're trespassing." He walked out, his deputies following. The saloon stayed silent. Eli turned to Kaya. Her face was pale, her eyes wet with unshed tears. "I should have shot him," she whispered. "No," Eli said. "You did the right thing." "He's going to kill us!" Not if we leave. I'm not running. Then what do you want to do? Kaya looked at him, and her voice was steady now. I want justice. Eli exhaled slowly. So do I. Outside, the wind picked up, and in the distance, hoofbeats echoed. More riders were coming. They didn't leave town. Instead, Eli led Kaya to a small boarding house on the edge of Silver Ridge, run by an old woman named Martha, who asked no questions and took their money without comment. The room was small, just a cot, a chair, and a cracked mirror. But it was warm, and for the first time in days, Kaya sat down without looking over her shoulder. Eli stood by the window watching the street. They'll come tonight, Kaya said quietly. I know, and we'll be trapped. Maybe. Kaya looked at him, frustrated. You're not afraid. Eli turned to her. I'm terrified, he said, but fear doesn't change what needs doing. Kaya was quiet for a moment. Then she asked, What happened to you after the raid? Eli sat down on the edge of the cot. I quit the army, rode north, tried to forget. Did you? No. Good. Eli glanced at her. You think I should suffer? I think you should remember. Eli nodded slowly. Every day, he said. I remember every day. Kaya's expression softened, just a little. My mother used to say that guilt is a gift, she said. It means you still care. And if you don't know how to use it, then it eats you alive. Eli exhaled. She sounds wise. She was. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of the past settling between them. Finally, Kaya spoke again. If we're going to die tonight, I want to know something. What? Do you regret buying me? Eli looked at her, and his voice was steady. No. Even if it gets you killed. Especially then. Kaya's eyes glistened. Why? Because for 6 years I lived like a ghost, and you made me remember what it feels like to be alive. Kaya looked away, brushing at her eyes. You're strange, she said. Yeah, but not cruel. I'm trying not to be. Kaya nodded slowly. Then she said, If we survive this, I want to bury them. Your family? Yes. I want to go back to the basin and bury them properly. The way my people do. We will, Eli said. You promise? I promise. Kaya met his eyes, and for the first time since he'd bought her, she smiled. It was small, fragile, but it was real. Outside, the hoofbeats grew louder. Eli stood and checked his revolver. Kaya picked up her rifle. You ready? Eli asked. No, Kaya said, but I'm done running. Eli nodded. Then let's finish this. If you're still with me, think about this. If you were Eli, would you have stayed and fought, or would you have ridden away one more time? Let me know what you think. And if you want to see how this ends, don't go anywhere. The door burst open just after midnight, but it wasn't Dalton. It was Martha, the boarding house owner, and behind her stood a group of men. Ranchers, shopkeepers, a blacksmith with soot still on his hands. Eli's gun was halfway out before he recognized one of them. Easy, son, the blacksmith said. We're not here to hurt you. Eli frowned. Then why are you here? The blacksmith glanced at Kaya, then back at Eli. Because Dalton's planning to burn this place down with you in it. And we're not going to let that happen. Eli blinked. Why? An older rancher stepped forward. A man with a weathered face and kind eyes. Because some of us remember what Dalton did 6 years ago, the rancher said. And we've been ashamed of it ever since. Kaya stood slowly, rifle still in hand. You were there? She asked. The rancher nodded. Not at the raid, but we saw the smoke. We heard the screams, and we did nothing. Then why now? Kaya's voice was hard. Because we're tired of being cowards, the blacksmith said. And because you deserve better. Kaya's throat tightened. Martha stepped forward and placed a hand on Kaya's shoulder. Come on, child, she said gently. We're getting you out of here. Eli looked around at the group. These ordinary people who had decided, finally, that silence was worse than fear. What about Dalton? Eli asked. We'll handle him, the rancher said. He's got deputies, guns. So do we. And just like that, the plan changed. They moved as a group through the dark streets, quiet as shadows. The rancher led them to the edge of town, where horses were waiting. But before they could mount, a voice called out, Going somewhere? Dalton stepped into the moonlight, his deputies flanking him. The ranchers froze. Dalton's eyes swept over them, and his smile was cold. Well, well, looks like I've got a whole nest of traitors tonight. We're not traitors, Cole, the rancher said. We're just done following bad orders. Dalton's hand moved to his gun. Then you'll die with them. But before he could draw, another voice rang out. No, they won't. A dozen more men emerged from the shadows. Ranch hands, drifters, men who'd worked with these ranchers for years and decided, in that moment, that loyalty meant more than law. Dalton's face went pale. You don't have the numbers, Cole, the blacksmith said. Not anymore. Dalton's jaw tightened. For a long moment he stood there, hand hovering over his gun. Then slowly, he stepped back. This isn't over, he said. Yeah, Eli said, stepping forward. It is. Dalton glared at him. You think you've won? I think you're done hurting people. Dalton spat into the dirt. Then he turned and walked away, his deputies following. The town watched him go. And when he disappeared into the darkness, a collective breath was released. The rancher turned to Eli and Kaya. You'll be safe now, he said. We'll make sure of it. Kaya looked at the group of men and women who'd stood with them, strangers who'd become something more. Thank you, she said quietly. The rancher nodded. It's the least we could do. 2 weeks later, Eli and Kaya rode back to the basin. It was a long, hard journey, but they made it. The land was still scarred, blackened earth, collapsed lodges, the bones of a life that would never return. But Kaya had brought sage and cedar, and she built a small fire in the old way. Eli helped her gather stones and build cairns for the dead. They worked in silence, side by side, until the sun began to set. When it was done, Kaya stood before the graves and sang. It was a song Eli didn't understand, words in a language that had almost been lost. But he felt its weight, its grief, its love. When she finished, she turned to Eli. Thank you, she said. For what? For not riding away. Eli nodded slowly. I'm done running, he said. Kaya smiled, a real smile this time, full and bright. Me too. They stayed until the fire burned low. Then they mounted the mare and rode west, toward the mountains, toward a future that was uncertain, but finally theirs. And behind them, the wind moved through the basin, carrying the song of a people who would not be forgotten. Years later, travelers would pass through that basin and see the cairns. Some would ask what they meant, and the locals would tell them they were a reminder of what was lost, of what was survived, and of the courage it takes to stand when the world tells you to run. The well was 40 feet deep. cut through limestone and clay during a summer when water still mattered more than whiskey. Now it was just a hole in the ground behind a tilted farmhouse, its wooden frame rotting, its rope gone slack with age. But there was something at the bottom. Cole Haynes heard it before he saw it, a sound like breathing, but wrong, shallow, desperate, the kind of sound an animal makes when it knows it's dying. He'd been riding fence line for the McAllister spread, checking posts after last week's storm when he saw the old Pritchard place sitting crooked against the ridge. Nobody lived there anymore. Hadn't in years. The barn had caved in on one side. The porch sagged like a broken jaw, but smoke rose from the chimney. Cole reined his horse and stared. Smoke meant someone was inside. Someone had come back, or someone had never left. He dismounted slow, boots crunching dry grass. His hand drifted toward the Colt on his hip. More habit than intent. He walked toward the house, then stopped. That sound again, not from the house, from behind it. Cole moved around the side, past the collapsed chicken coop, past the pile of firewood that had turned gray with rot. And there it was, the well. The wooden cover was half off, tilted at an angle like someone had shoved it aside in a hurry. He stepped closer, looked down. At first all he saw was darkness, then his eyes adjusted. A girl. She was curled at the bottom, pressed against the stone wall, her knees pulled to her chest. Her dress, what was left of it, was torn and filthy, soaked through with mud and something darker. Her hair hung in wet tangles across her face. Her arms were wrapped tight around her ribs, and her fingers were bleeding where she'd clawed at the stone. She didn't move, didn't look up, just sat there, breathing in short, ragged gasps. "Jesus Christ," Cole whispered. Her head jerked, just a little, like she'd heard him but couldn't process what it meant. "Hey," Cole said louder now. "Can you hear me?" No answer, just that breathing, in and out, in and out. Cole looked around. The yard was empty. The house sat still, no sign of anyone, no movement, no sound except the wind scraping through the broken shutters. He turned back to the well. "I'm gonna get you out. You hear me? I'm gonna—" "Don't!" Her voice was so quiet he almost missed it. Cracked, raw, like she hadn't used it in days. Cole froze. "Don't what? Don't!" "Look there." He blinked. "Look where?" She didn't answer, just pressed her face tighter against her knees, her shoulders trembling. Cole's stomach turned. He'd seen a lot of ugly things in his 34 years. Seen men hanged, seen cattle gutted by wolves, seen a woman beaten so bad her own brother didn't recognize her. But this was different. This wasn't violence. This was something colder. Someone had put her down there and left her. "Who did this?" Cole asked. His voice was steady, but his hands weren't. The girl didn't answer. She just rocked slightly, back and forth, like a child trying to soothe herself. Cole took a breath. "I'm coming down." "No," her voice cracked. "He'll hear you." "Who?" Silence. Cole's jaw tightened. He looked back at the house. The smoke was still rising, thin and gray. Someone was inside. Someone who knew she was down here. He turned back to the well. "How long you been down there?" "Since yesterday." Cole's chest went cold. Yesterday. A full day and night. No food, no water. Just stone and darkness and whatever the hell had happened before she ended up here. "Did he throw you in?" Cole asked. The girl's breathing hitched. For a long moment she said nothing. Then in a voice so small it barely carried up the well shaft, "Papa threw me in." Cole felt something crack open inside him. Not rage, not yet. Just a deep, sick understanding that the world was worse than he wanted to believe. He stepped back from the well, scanned the yard again. The house still sat quiet, but now Cole could see it. The door was cracked open, just an inch. Watching. He turned back to the well, kept his voice low. "What's your name?" No answer. "Mine's Cole, Cole Haynes. I work the McAllister Ranch, just over the ridge. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm gonna get you out. But I need you to talk to me. Can you do that?" The girl lifted her head just a fraction. For the first time, Cole saw her face clearly. She couldn't have been more than 17, maybe younger. Her eyes were wide and empty, like someone had scooped out everything behind them. And on her left cheek, just below her eye, was a scar, thin, curved, the kind you get from a knife. Not an accident. Cole's breath caught. He knew that scar. His mind lurched back 8 years. A different ranch, a different girl. He'd been 26, working as a hand for a man named Samuel Pritchard. A hard man, but fair, or so Cole had thought. One night, Cole had been riding back late from town when he heard shouting. He'd followed the sound to the barn and found Samuel holding a girl by the hair, her face bleeding, a knife in his hand. Cole had stepped in, pulled Samuel off her, wrapped the girl's face in a torn shirt and sent her running toward the main road. Samuel had fired him the next morning, told him to get off his land and never come back. Cole had left. He'd told himself the girl would be fine, that she'd run far enough, that someone else would take her in. He'd been wrong. This was her, the same girl, the same scar, and Samuel Pritchard was still alive. Cole's hands curled into fists. He looked back at the house, and this time, he didn't hide the hate in his eyes. The door creaked open wider. A man stepped out, tall, gaunt, gray hair slicked back with grease. He wore a stained shirt and suspenders, and in his right hand, he carried a shotgun. Samuel Pritchard. He smiled. Not friendly, not cruel, just tired. "Afternoon, Cole," Samuel said. His voice was slow, like molasses. "Didn't think I'd see you again." Cole didn't move. "Let her out." Samuel tilted his head. "She tell you what she did?" "Don't matter what she did. She stole from me, tried to run again." Samuel spat into the dirt. "Girl's got a habit of forgetting where she belongs. She doesn't belong in a goddamn hole." Samuel's smile faded. He raised the shotgun just a little, not pointing it, just reminding Cole it was there. "You got no business here, boy. This is family business." Cole took a step forward. "That girl down there ain't your family. She's your prisoner." Samuel's eyes narrowed. "You calling me a liar? I'm calling you a coward." The wind picked up. Dust swirled between them. Samuel's finger twitched on the trigger. "You best get back on your horse, Cole. Ride out. Forget you saw anything." Cole didn't move. He looked past Samuel, toward the well, toward the girl who'd been thrown away like trash. And he made his choice. No. Samuel Pritchard didn't lower the shotgun. He just stood there, shoulders slack, eyes flat, like a man who'd already decided how this was going to end. "You're making a mistake," Samuel said. "Wouldn't be my first," Cole replied. The two men stared at each other. The wind hissed through the dry grass. Somewhere in the distance, A crow cawed. Cole's hand drifted toward his Colt. Not fast, just steady. Samuel noticed. His jaw tightened. "You pull that iron, boy, and one of us don't walk away. Then don't make me pull it." For a long moment, neither man moved. Then Samuel sighed, long and heavy, like he was disappointed in the whole damn world. "You don't know what she is," Samuel said. "What she's done. Don't care. She's a thief, a liar. She's 17 years old." Cole cut him off. "Oh, man, you threw her in a well." Samuel's face darkened. "She's mine to do with as I please." "No," Cole said quietly. "She ain't." Samuel's knuckles went white on the shotgun. "You think you're some kind of hero? You think saving her makes you righteous?" Cole didn't answer. He just took another step forward. Samuel raised the shotgun higher. "Stop!" Cole stopped, but his hand stayed on his Colt. Behind Samuel, the door of the house creaked open wider. A woman stepped out, thin, gray-haired, her face hollow. She didn't say anything, just stood there watching. Samuel glanced back at her. "Get inside, Mary." The woman didn't move. She looked at Cole, then at the well, then back at Samuel. "Let her go, Samuel," the woman said softly. Samuel's head snapped toward her. "What? Let her go? You don't know what you're saying." "I know exactly what I'm saying." The woman's voice was quiet, but there was steel in it. "I've been watching you do this for 8 years. I'm done watching." Samuel's face twisted. "She's ours, Mary. We raised her, fed her, kept her." "You kept her like a dog," Mary said, "and you beat her like one too." Samuel's mouth opened, then closed. For the first time, he looked uncertain. Mary stepped off the porch. She was barefoot. Her dress was faded and patched. She walked slowly, like every step hurt, and stopped beside Samuel. "You're gonna let that man pull her out of that well," Mary said. "And you're gonna let her leave. And if you don't, I'm gonna walk into town and tell Sheriff Monroe what you did to the last girl who tried to run." Samuel went pale. "You wouldn't? Try me." The silence stretched long and thin. Then Samuel lowered the shotgun. His hands were shaking. Mary turned to Cole. "Get her out." Cole didn't waste time. He ran to the well, grabbed the rope, and tied it around a post. It was old and frayed, but it would hold. He swung his legs over the edge and started climbing down. The walls were slick with moss and old water. The air smelled like rot. Cole's boots scraped stone as he descended, hand over hand, until his feet touched the bottom. The girl was still curled against the wall. She didn't look up. "Hey," Cole said gently. "It's okay. I'm here." She didn't move. Cole crouched down beside her. Up close, he could see the bruises. Fresh ones on her arms, older ones on her ribs, and that scar on her face. The one he'd helped cause by not doing enough 8 years ago. "You remember me?" Cole asked. The girl's breathing stuttered. Slowly, she lifted her head. Her eyes met his. They were dark, empty, but somewhere deep inside, there was a flicker of recognition. "You," she whispered. "You're the one who stopped him, that night in the barn." Cole nodded. "Yeah, that was me." "You left." The words hit him like a fist. He had left. He'd walked away and told himself it wasn't his problem, that someone else would help her. "I know," Cole said, "and I'm sorry." The girl stared at him. Then her face crumpled. Not crying, just breaking. "He found me the next day," she said. "Dragged me back. Said if I ever ran again, he'd kill me. Cole's throat tightened. What's your name? Lena. Lena, Cole repeated. I'm gonna get you out of here, but I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Lena looked at him for a long time. Then slowly, she nodded. Cole helped her to her feet. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand. He wrapped the rope around her waist, tied it tight, and called up to the surface. Pull! The rope went taut. Lena gasped as she was lifted off the ground. Cole guided her up, keeping his hands steady on the rope, and within a minute, she was at the top. Mary pulled her over the edge and wrapped a blanket around her. Lena collapsed onto the ground, sobbing. Cole climbed up after her. When he reached the surface, Samuel was still standing there, shotgun at his side, staring at the ground. She ain't coming back, Cole said. Samuel didn't answer. Cole turned to Mary. You got somewhere to go? Mary shook her head. This is my home. Then stay. But if he touches her again, he won't, Mary said. I'll make sure of it. Cole looked at Samuel. The man was broken, hollowed out. He didn't look dangerous anymore, just old. Cole walked over to Lena. She was still shaking, still crying, but she was out. She was free. Come on, Cole said gently. Let's get you out of here. Lena looked up at him. Her eyes were red and swollen. Where are we going? Somewhere safe. There's no such place. Cole didn't argue. He just held out his hand. After a long moment, Lena took it. They rode for an hour before Cole spoke again. Lena sat behind him on the horse, her arms wrapped tight around his waist. She hadn't said a word since they left the Pritchard place. Just stared at the ground rolling past beneath them, her face blank. Cole didn't push her. He just kept the horse moving, steady and slow, toward the McAllister ranch. But as they crested the ridge, he saw something that made his stomach drop. Riders, 3 of them, coming fast from the east. Cole reined the horse to a stop. His hand moved to his colt. Who are they? Lena whispered. Don't know yet. But as the riders got closer, Cole recognized the man in front. Sheriff Eli Monroe. Tall, broad-shouldered, a badge pinned to his vest and a rifle slung across his back. He rode like a man who owned the world and everything in it. Behind him were 2 deputies, younger, meaner, the kind of men who wore badges because it gave them permission to hurt people. The sheriff pulled his horse to a stop 20 feet away. He looked at Cole, then at Lena, then back at Cole. Afternoon, Haynes, Monroe said. His voice was smooth, too smooth. Sheriff, Cole replied. Monroe tilted his head. Got a report about a disturbance out at the Pritchard place. You know anything about that? Depends on what you call a disturbance. Samuel says you trespassed on his land, threatened him with a weapon, stole his property. Cole's jaw tightened. That girl ain't property. Monroe's eyes flicked to Lena. That true girl. You belong to Samuel Pritchard. Lena didn't answer. She just pressed her face against Cole's back. Monroe smiled. See, that's the problem. Samuel's got papers, says she's indentured to him, legal and binding. Legal don't make it right, Cole said. Maybe not, but it makes it the law. Monroe leaned forward in his saddle. And I enforce the law. Cole stared at him. You enforced the law 8 years ago when Samuel beat a girl half to death and you looked the other way. Monroe's smile faded. Careful, Haynes. Or what? You gonna arrest me? If I have to. One of the deputies shifted in his saddle. His hand drifted toward his gun. Cole didn't move. He just looked at Monroe. "You really gonna do this? For him? I'm doing it for the law. The law's broken." "Then change it," Monroe said. "But until you do, that girl goes back." Lena's grip on Cole tightened. She was shaking again, harder this time. Cole looked at the deputies, then at Monroe, then back at the road behind them. He was outnumbered, outgunned, and if he pulled his Colt, someone was going to die. "No," Cole said quietly. Monroe raised an eyebrow. "No. She's not going back." Monroe sighed. He straightened in his saddle and reached for his rifle. "Cole Haynes," Monroe said. "I'm placing you under arrest for—" "Hold on!" The voice came from behind them. Cole turned. Riding up the ridge was a group of men. 6 of them. Ranch hands from the McAllister spread. Cole recognized them all. Grizzled, weather-beaten men who'd spent their lives working cattle and mending fences. At the front was Jack McAllister himself, 70 years old, white-haired, with a face like cracked leather. He rode slow, but his eyes were sharp. Jack reined his horse beside Cole and looked at Monroe. "Sheriff," Jack said. "Jack," Monroe replied. His voice was less smooth now. "What's going on here?" "Police business." Jack glanced at Lena, then at Cole, then back at Monroe. "Doesn't look like police business. Looks like you're bullying a man for helping a girl." Monroe's jaw tightened. "Samuel Pritchard filed a complaint." "Samuel Pritchard's a coward and a liar," Jack said flatly, "and everybody in this county knows it." Monroe's face darkened. "You calling me a liar too, Jack?" "I'm calling you blind." Jack leaned forward. "I've known you since you were a boy, Eli. Your father was a good man. But you've been turning a blind eye to men like Samuel for years, and I'm done watching it." Monroe's hand moved toward his rifle. "You threatening me?" "No," Jack said. "I'm reminding you that you got a choice. You can ride back to town and tell Samuel that girl's gone. Or you can try and take her. But if you try, you're gonna have to go through all of us." The ranch hands behind Jack shifted in their saddles. None of them drew weapons. They just sat there, watching. Monroe looked at them, then at Jack, then at Cole. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Monroe let out a slow breath. He lowered his hand from the rifle. "This ain't over," Monroe said. "Yes, it is," Jack replied. Monroe glared at him. Then he turned his horse and rode off. The deputies followed. Cole let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Jack looked at him. "You all right?" "Yeah," Cole said. "Thanks," Jack nodded. Then he looked at Lena. "You got somewhere to go, girl?" Lena shook her head. Jack thought for a moment. "Then you can stay at the ranch. We'll figure out the rest later." Lena's eyes filled with tears. "Why are you helping me?" Jack's expression softened. "Because it's the right thing to do." The McAllister ranch sat in a valley where the grass grew tall and the creek ran clear. It wasn't the biggest spread in the county, but it was honest work, and that meant something. Jack's wife, Ruth, was waiting when they rode in. She was a small woman with iron-gray hair and hands that had spent 50 years kneading bread and mending clothes. She took one look at Lena and didn't ask questions. Just wrapped her in a clean blanket and led her inside. Cole stood in the yard, watching them go. Jack came up beside him. "She gonna be all right?" Jack asked. "I don't know," Cole said. Jack nodded. "You did a good thing today." "Don't feel like it." "Never does." Jack clapped him on the shoulder. "Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." Cole nodded and walked to the bunkhouse. But he didn't sleep. He just lay on his cot, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Lena's face when she'd said, "You left." He had left, and she'd suffered for it. The next morning, Cole found Lena sitting on the porch, wrapped in Ruth's blanket. She was staring out at the valley, her eyes distant. Cole sat down beside her. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then Lena said, "Why'd you come back?" Cole thought about it. "I didn't. I just happened to be riding past." "But you stayed." "Yeah." "Why?" Cole looked at her. "Because I didn't the first time." Lena's jaw tightened. "You think that makes it better?" "No." She looked away. "Everybody says that after." Cole didn't argue. He just sat there. After a long silence, Lena said, "I tried to run 3 times. Every time he found me. Every time it got worse." Cole's chest ached. "I'm sorry." "Sorry doesn't change anything." "I know." Lena turned to him. Her eyes were hard. "So what now? You think you're gonna save me? Make everything all right?" "No," Cole said quietly. "I just think you deserve a chance." Lena stared at him. Then her face crumpled. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself and looked away. "I don't know how to do that," she whispered. "Do what?" "Have a chance." Cole didn't have an answer, so he just sat with her, quiet, still. Days passed. Lena stayed at the ranch. She didn't talk much, didn't smile. But she helped Ruth with the chores, mending clothes, hanging laundry, feeding the chickens. Small things, quiet things. One afternoon, Cole was fixing a fence post when Lena walked over. She stood there for a moment, watching him work. "Can I help?" she asked. Cole looked up. "You know how to drive a nail." "I can learn." Cole handed her a hammer. "All right." They worked side by side. Lena missed more nails than she hit, but she didn't quit. And when the post was finally set, she stood back and looked at it like she'd built something that mattered. "It's not much," she said. "It's enough," Cole replied. Lena looked at him. "You really think that?" "Yeah, I do." For the first time since he'd pulled her out of that well. Lena smiled. Just a little. But it was there. That night, after supper, Lena found Cole sitting on the porch. She sat down beside him. "I remember you," she said. Cole nodded. "I figured. You stopped him that night, in the barn. You wrapped my face and told me to run." "Yeah." "Why didn't you come back?" Cole looked at his hands. "I thought you'd be gone. I thought you'd get far enough that he couldn't find you." "I didn't." "I know." Lena was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I was so angry at you. For years, I thought you didn't care." "I did care," Cole said. "I just didn't know what else to do." Lena looked at him. "And now I'm trying to do better." Lena's eyes softened. "Do you think people can do better? After everything?" Cole thought about it. "I don't know, but I think we have to try." Lena nodded slowly. Then she reached out and took his hand. Just for a moment. Then she let go and stood up. "Thank you," she said, "for not leaving this time." Cole watched her walk back inside. And for the first time in 8 years, he felt like, maybe, just maybe, he'd done something right. The trouble came 2 weeks later. Cole was out checking the herd when he saw the dust cloud rising from the east. Riders, moving fast. He rode back to the ranch and found Jack already standing in the yard, rifle in hand. The ranch hands were gathering around him. "Who is it?" Cole asked. "Monroe," Jack said. "And he's not alone." Cole's stomach dropped. He looked toward the house. Lena was inside with Ruth. The riders crested the ridge. Sheriff Monroe, Samuel Pritchard, and a dozen men Cole didn't recognize, hired guns by the look of them. They stopped at the edge of the property. Monroe dismounted and walked forward. Samuel stayed on his horse, looking smug. "Jack," Monroe called. "We need to talk." "Nothing to talk about," Jack replied. "I got a court order," Monroe said. He pulled a folded paper from his coat. "Says that girl's the legal property of Samuel Pritchard. She's coming with us." "Like hell she is," Cole said. Monroe looked at him. "This ain't your fight, Haynes." "It is now." Monroe shook his head. "You're outnumbered, outgunned. You really want to die for this." Before Cole could answer, a horse whinnied behind them. Cole turned. Riding up the road was a group of townspeople, men and women, some on horses, some in wagons, shopkeepers, farmers, people Cole had known for years. At the front was Doc Harlan, the town physician. He dismounted and walked over to Jack. "Heard you might need a hand," Doc said. Jack nodded. "Appreciate it." More people arrived. The blacksmith, the minister, the school teacher. Within minutes, there were 30 people standing in the yard. None of them armed. None of them threatening. Just standing. Monroe looked around. His face darkened. "What the hell is this?" "Community," Doc Harlan said. "We've been watching Samuel hurt that girl for years, and we're done watching." Samuel's face went red. "She's mine. I got papers." "Papers don't make it right," the minister said. "And we're not letting you take her." Monroe looked at the crowd, then at his hired guns, then back at Jack. "You can't do this," Monroe said. "We just did," Jack replied. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Monroe let out a breath and turned to Samuel. "It's over, Samuel." Samuel's eyes went wide. "What? No, you—" "It's over," Monroe said again. "Go home." Samuel's mouth opened and closed. Then he yanked his horse around and rode off. The hired guns followed. Monroe looked at Jack. For this doesn't change the law." "Then change the law," Jack said. Monroe stared at him. Then he mounted his horse and rode away. The crowd stayed for a while, long enough to make sure Monroe wasn't coming back. Then, one by one, they left. Some shook Jack's hand, some nodded at Cole. All of them looked at the house where Lena was standing in the doorway, watching. When the last of them were gone, Lena walked out into the yard. She looked at Jack, at Ruth, at Cole. "Why?" she asked. "Why did they help me?" Jack smiled. "Because you matter." Lena's eyes filled with tears. She covered her face and sobbed. Ruth wrapped her arms around her and held her tight. Cole stood back, watching. His chest felt tight. But it was a good kind of tight. Weeks turned into months. Lena stayed at the ranch. She worked. She healed. Slowly. Not all at once, but piece by piece. She learned to laugh again, to trust, to believe that maybe the world wasn't all bad. One morning, she found Cole fixing a saddle in the barn. "I'm leaving," she said. Cole looked up. "Where you going?" "West. There's a town past the mountains. They're looking for a school teacher. I thought I'd try." Cole nodded. "You'll be good at it." Lena smiled. "Maybe." She walked over and hugged him, tight. Then she let go and stepped back. "Thank you," she said, "for coming back." Cole's throat tightened. "You're gonna be all right, Lena." "I know," she said, and for the first time, she sounded like she meant it. Years later, Cole would still think about that day, about the well, about the girl who'd been thrown away and the people who'd stood up for her. He kept a small wooden cross on his mantle. He'd carved Lena's name into it, not because she'd died, but because she'd lived. And sometimes late at night when the wind blew through the valley, he'd look out at the stars and think about how close he'd come to riding past that farm, how close he'd come to leaving again. But he hadn't, and that made all the difference. The barn door hung crooked on its hinges, swaying in the wind like something dying slow. Marshal Cole Brennan heard the crying before he saw anything else. Not loud, not the kind that demands attention. The opposite, the kind that tries to hide, that knows crying won't change a damn thing, but can't stop itself anyway. He'd been riding 3 days tracking a man who'd stolen horses from the territorial office. The trail went cold near the ridge, and Cole had followed chimney smoke down into the valley, hoping for a hot meal and directions. Instead, he found this: a weathered homestead with a sagging roof, broken fencing, and that crooked barn door that wouldn't stop swinging. The crying came from inside. Cole dismounted slow, hand resting on his belt, not his gun. Something about the sound made violence feel wrong, like walking into a church with your hat on. He pushed the barn door wider. The smell hit him first: sweat, fear, old hay rotting in the heat. Then his eyes adjusted to the dim light slanting through gaps in the wood. A woman knelt in the center of the barn floor. Her wrists were tied behind her back with leather cord, her ankles bound tight to a wooden post, driven deep into the dirt. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, streaked with dust and straw. Her hair, long dark, tangled, fell across her face, hiding her eyes. But Cole could see her trembling. "Don't look there," she whispered. Her voice cracked, not a plea. A command born of shame so deep it had hollowed her out. Cole froze. She wasn't talking to him. She was talking to the 2 children huddled in the corner of the barn, pressed against the wall like they were trying to disappear into it. A boy, maybe 8. A girl, younger, maybe 5. Both had their hair cut short, uneven, brutal, like someone had hacked it off with a dull blade in the dark. The boy's eyes were wide and empty. The girl clutched a rag doll with no face. "Don't look there," the woman said again, her voice breaking. "Please, not like this." Cole's throat tightened. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there in the doorway, feeling the weight of something he didn't yet understand, pressing down on his chest like a stone. The woman's head turned slightly, just enough that he could see the side of her face. A bruise spread across her cheekbone, purple and swollen. Her lip was split. Blood had dried in a thin line down her chin. "Who are you?" Cole finally asked, his voice low. She didn't answer. "Who did this?" Still nothing. Cole took a step forward, slow, like approaching a wounded animal. The boy flinched. The girl buried her face in the doll. "I'm not here to hurt anyone," Cole said. "I'm a marshal. Federal territory. I can—" "You can leave," the woman said, her voice sharp now, bitter. "That's what you can do." Cole stopped. "You don't understand what you're looking at," she continued. "And you don't want to." "Then tell me!" Her head lifted. For the first time, she looked at him fully. Her eyes were red, swollen from crying, but there was something else in them, too. Something harder. Older. "They took my children," she said. 3 months ago. Government men. Said they were saving them. Said I wasn't fit to raise them. Said they needed to be civilized. Cole's stomach dropped. He knew what that meant. They cut their hair, she continued, her voice shaking. Dressed them in white people's clothes. Beat them when they spoke our language. Locked them in rooms when they cried for me. Her breath hitched, and when I came to take them back, they said I had to prove I could care for them. So they tied me here. Like an animal. To see if I'd beg. To see if I'd break. Cole's jaw tightened. Where are the men who did this? Gone, for now. They'll be back at sundown. She glanced at the slant of light through the barn wall. That's 2 hours, maybe less. Then we leave. Now. I can't. Why not? Because they have papers, she said, her voice cracking again. Legal papers. Signed by a judge. They say my children belong to the Indian school system now. If I run, they'll call it kidnapping. They'll hunt us, and when they find us, they'll take my children forever. Cole stared at her. So I stay, she whispered. I stay and I beg and I let them do whatever they want. Because maybe, if I'm good enough, if I'm broken enough, they'll let me keep them. The barn was silent except for the creak of the door swinging in the wind. Cole looked at the children again. The boy still hadn't blinked. The girl rocked slowly, back and forth, clutching the faceless doll. Something cold settled in Cole's chest. He'd seen a lot of ugly things in his years wearing the badge. Men hanged for crimes they didn't commit. Women sold like cattle. Towns burned over water rights. But this was something else. What's your name? He asked quietly. The woman hesitated. Ayanna, she said finally. Ayanna. Cole nodded. I'm Cole, and I'm going to untie you now. Don't. I'm going to untie you, he repeated, stepping forward. They'll come back. Let them. He knelt beside her, pulling a knife from his belt. The leather cords were thick, tight, cutting into her wrists. He sawed through them carefully, and when they fell away, Ayanna gasped, pulling her hands forward, rubbing the raw skin. Cole moved to her ankles, cutting those bindings too. She didn't stand, just sat there, staring at her freed hands like she didn't know what to do with them. Mama? The boy's voice was small, cracked, like he hadn't used it in weeks. Ayanna's head snapped up. Dakota, she breathed. She tried to stand, stumbled, caught herself. Cole steadied her with one hand. She crossed the barn in 3 shaking steps and dropped to her knees in front of her son, pulling him into her arms. The girl followed, wrapping herself around her mother's leg. Ayanna sobbed. Not the quiet, hidden kind from before. This was raw, broken. The sound of something held too long, finally letting go. Cole turned away, giving them the moment. He walked to the barn door and looked out at the valley. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows across the dry grass. 2 hours, she'd said. Maybe less. Cole's hand rested on the grip of his revolver. He wasn't a hero, never pretended to be. He followed the law because it was supposed to mean something, supposed to keep things from falling apart. But sometimes the law was the thing doing the breaking. He thought about riding away, about leaving this family to whatever came next, about telling himself it wasn't his fight. But then he heard Ayanna whispering to her children in a language he didn't understand, and he heard the girl crying softly into her mother's shoulder, and he knew he wasn't going anywhere. Not yet. Cole turned back toward them. Ayanna, he said. She looked up, her face streaked with tears. "When they come back," Cole said slowly, "I'm going to be standing right here." Her eyes widened. "You don't understand what you're doing." "I understand fine. They have the law." "Then the law's wrong." Silence. Ayanna stared at him, searching his face for something. A lie, a crack, a reason not to believe him. She didn't find one. "Why?" she whispered. Cole didn't have a good answer for that, so he just said, "Because some things are worth standing for." The barn door creaked in the wind, and the sun kept sinking. Ayanna didn't speak for a long time. She just sat on the barn floor, her children pressed against her, their small bodies shaking with exhaustion and relief. Cole stood near the door, listening to the wind, watching the light change. Finally, she spoke. "You can't win this." Cole didn't turn around. "Maybe not. They'll arrest you, or kill you." "Probably. Then why?" Cole was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You ever do something you can't take back? Something that sits in your chest like a rock, and no matter how many years pass, it doesn't get lighter?" Ayanna didn't answer. Cole turned to face her. 3 years ago," he said slowly, "I was stationed at Fort Laramie. There was a family, Lakota, a mother, father, 3 kids. They'd come in under a peace agreement, trying to trade, trying to live quiet." His jaw tightened. "Some soldiers got drunk, decided the family didn't belong, said they were spies. They dragged the father out of his tent in the middle of the night and beat him in front of his children." Ayanna's eyes narrowed. "I was there." Cole continued. "I heard the shouting. I heard the kids screaming. And I stood outside my tent and I told myself it wasn't my business. That if I interfered, I'd lose my rank. Maybe worse." He looked down at his hands. "So I did nothing. I went back to sleep. And by morning, the father was dead." Silence. "The mother took her children and ran. I never saw them again." His voice dropped. "But I think about them every damn day." Ayanna's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. "You think that makes this right?" she asked quietly. "You think saving us makes up for them?" "No." "Then what's the point?" "There isn't one," Cole said, "but I'm done standing outside the tent." Ayanna stared at him for a long moment. Then she looked down at her children, smoothing their chopped hair with trembling fingers. "They cut it while they held me down," she said softly. "Said long hair was savage, said they were helping." Her voice broke. Dakota cried so hard he couldn't breathe. And Yana, she didn't cry at all. She just stared, like something inside her went away. Cole's throat tightened. "They'll come back for them," Ayanna continued. "And when they do, they'll have papers and guns and the whole weight of the government behind them. You're one man. What do you think you can do?" "I don't know," Cole admitted, "but I'm not handing them over. Even if it costs you everything." "Yeah." Ayanna studied him. Then she said, "You're a fool." "Probably." A faint, bitter smile touched her lips. "Good." Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the barn walls. Cole moved toward the door, scanning the valley. No movement yet, but the sun was lower now, casting the hills in deep orange and shadow. "Tell me about the men who did this," he said. Ayanna stood slowly, her children clinging to her skirt. "3 of them," she said. "The leader's name is Whitmore. He works for the Indian Affairs Office. Says he's saving children. Really, he's just filling beds at the school so the government keeps paying him. And the others, hired guns. One's called Dutch, big man, scar across his throat. The other's young, maybe 20, goes by Arlo. He's the worst. Why? Because he believes it, Ayana said quietly. Dutch does it for money. Whitmore does it for power. But Arlo, he thinks he's doing God's work. Cole grimaced. They'll come with rifles, Ayana added, and they won't hesitate. Good to know. You really going to fight them? If I have to. Ayana shook her head slowly. You'll die. Maybe. And then what happens to us? Cole turned to look at her. Then you run, he said simply. You take your kids and you run as far as you can. You don't stop. You don't look back. They'll find us. Maybe. But you'll be free when they do. And that's more than you have now. Ayana's eyes filled with tears again, but she didn't let them fall. Why are you really doing this? She asked. Cole hesitated. Then he said, because I was there. Ayana frowned. Where? Fort Laramie, 3 years ago. He swallowed. The family I told you about. The mother who ran. He met her eyes. I saw her face that morning, just for a second, before she disappeared into the trees. And I've seen it every night since. Ayana's breath caught. When I walked into this barn, Cole continued, and I saw you tied up, saw your kids in the corner. I saw her face again, and I thought, not this time, not again. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Ayana said, that woman at Fort Laramie, you think saving me makes her ghost go away? No, Cole said, but maybe it makes me worth the air I'm breathing. Ayana looked at him for a long moment. Then she stepped forward, close enough that he could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the bruises on her skin, the weight of everything she'd endured. If you do this, she said quietly, there's no going back. They'll hunt you. They'll call you a traitor. You'll lose everything. I know. And you'll do it anyway. Yeah. Ayana's jaw tightened. Then she nodded once, sharp. Then we'd better be ready. Cole turned back toward the door, hand resting on his revolver. The sun was almost gone now, and in the distance, he heard the faint sound of hoofbeats. The hoofbeats grew louder, steady and deliberate, like a heartbeat closing in. Cole stepped out of the barn into the fading light. Ayana stayed inside with the children, pressed against the back wall, her hand over Yana's mouth to keep her quiet. 3 riders crested the hill. They came slow, confident, like men who'd never been told no in their lives. The one in front was thin, dressed in a dark suit too clean for the territory. A flat-brimmed hat casting his face in shadow. Whitmore, Cole guessed. He sat straight in the saddle, chin lifted, like he was riding into a courtroom instead of a dirt valley. To his left rode a massive man with shoulders like a bull, and a scar slashed across his throat, pale and puckered. Dutch. He carried a rifle across his lap, casual, like it was part of his body. And on the right, a young man with sharp eyes and a Bible tucked into his belt. Arlo. He smiled as they approached, the kind of smile that made Cole's skin crawl. They reined in 20 feet from the barn. Whitmore dismounted first, brushing dust from his sleeves. "Good evening, Marshal," he said pleasantly, like they were meeting for tea. Cole didn't move. "You know who I am." "Of course. Marshal Cole Brennan, Federal Territory." "Decorated service." Whitmore smiled, thin and cold. "We've met before, actually. Fort Laramie, 3 years ago. Cole's blood went cold. Whitmore's smile widened. You were the one standing outside your tent that night, the one who didn't interfere. Silence. I remember thinking, Whitmore continued. Now there's a man who understands how the world works, a man who knows when to look away. Cole's jaw tightened. So imagine my surprise, Whitmore said, gesturing toward the barn, when I arrive here and find you've untied my property. She's not your property. Legally, she is, or rather, her children are. Whitmore pulled a folded paper from his coat pocket, holding it up. Signed by Judge Carver, federal authority. The children, Dakota and Yana, are wards of the Indian Affairs Office, assigned to the Red Creek School for Civilization and Education. That's not a school, Cole said. It's a prison. It's progress, Marshall. We're saving these children from lives of ignorance and savagery. By beating them, cutting their hair, locking them in rooms. Whitmore's smile didn't falter. Discipline is part of education. Dutch shifted in his saddle, the rifle moving slightly in his hands. Arlo's smile grew wider. Now, Whitmore said, folding the paper and tucking it back into his coat. You're going to step aside, and we're going to collect the children. And because I'm a reasonable man, I'm going to forget you interfered. You can ride away, keep your badge, keep your life. No. Whitmore's smile faded. Excuse me? I said no. Dutch raised the rifle slightly, just enough to make the point. Marshal Brennan, Whitmore said slowly, his voice hardening. You are obstructing a lawful action authorized by federal mandate. That makes you a criminal. Then arrest me. I don't need to arrest you, Whitmore said. I can simply have you removed. He glanced at Dutch. The big man swung down from his horse, boots hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. He worked the lever on his rifle, chambering around. Cole didn't move. Last chance, Whitmore said. Go to hell, Whitmore sighed. So be it. Dutch raised the rifle, and then a voice came from behind Cole. You, touch him, and I'll burn this barn down with all of us inside. Cole turned. Ayanna stood in the barn doorway, holding a lit lantern in one hand. The flame flickered in the wind, casting her face in harsh dancing shadows. I'll do it, she said, her voice steady. I'll burn it all, and you'll go back to your judge with nothing but ash. Whitmore's eyes narrowed. You're bluffing. Am I? She tipped the lantern slightly. Oil sloshed inside, splattering onto the dry wood of the doorframe. The flame licked closer. Dutch hesitated, glancing at Whitmore. Arlo's smile vanished. Ayanna, Whitmore said carefully. Be reasonable. You burn that barn, your children die too. Better dead than what you'll do to them. You don't mean that. Try me. Silence. The wind picked up, making the flame dance. Whitmore's jaw tightened. Then he said, Arlo, go around the back. Get the children out before she does something stupid. Arlo dismounted, drawing a revolver from his belt. Cole stepped into his path. You're not going in there. Arlo's smile returned. You gonna stop me, Marshal? If I have to. With what? You haven't even drawn your gun. Don't need to, Arlo laughed. You really think you're some kind of hero, don't you? No, Cole said quietly. I think I'm a man who's tired of watching bad things happen. Arlo's smile faded. He raised his revolver, aiming it at Cole's chest. Then let me put you out of your misery. Before he could pull the trigger, a voice rang out across the valley. Arlo, put the damn gun down. Everyone froze. Cole turned. A lone rider was coming down the hill, moving fast. As he got closer, Cole recognized him. Sheriff Tate, from the town 15 miles north. An older man, graying, weathered, with a star pinned to his chest and a shotgun across his saddle. He reined in hard, his horse skidding in the dirt. "What the hell is going on here?" Tate demanded. Whitmore stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Sheriff, this doesn't concern you." "Like hell it doesn't. I got word there was trouble out here. Looks like I was right. This is a federal matter. I don't care if it's a presidential matter," Tate snapped. "You're in my county, and I'm asking the questions." He looked at Cole. "Marshal Brennan, you all right?" "For now." Tate's eyes moved to Ayanna, still holding the lantern, then to the barn. "Someone want to tell me why a woman's threatening to burn herself alive?" Whitmore opened his mouth, but Cole spoke first. "They're trying to take her children," he said. "Against her will. They've been beating them, cutting their hair, locking them up, calling it education." Tate's expression darkened. He looked at Whitmore. "That true?" "We're operating under legal authority." I asked if it's true. Whitmore hesitated. "The children are wards of the state." "That's not what I asked." Silence. Tate's jaw tightened. He looked at Dutch, then at Arlo, then back at Whitmore. "Here's what's going to happen," he said slowly. "You're going to get back on your horses. You're going to ride out of my county. And you're going to leave this family alone. Sheriff, we have papers. I don't care about your papers. I care about what's right." Tate's hand moved to the shotgun on his saddle. "Now move." For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Whitmore smiled, cold and sharp. "Very well, Sheriff. We'll leave, for now." He mounted his horse, looking down at Cole. "But this isn't over. We'll be back, with more men, more guns, and next time, no one's going to save you." He turned his horse and rode away, Dutch and Arlo following. The sound of hoofbeats faded into the distance. Cole let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Tate dismounted, walking over to Ayanna. Gently, he took the lantern from her hands. "It's all right," he said quietly. "They're gone." Ayanna's legs gave out. She collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Cole moved to help her, but Tate shook his head. "Let her breathe," he said. They stood in silence as the sun finally disappeared below the horizon, leaving the valley in darkness. The barn was quiet now, lit only by the soft glow of the lantern Tate had set on the ground. Ayanna sat against the wall, her children curled against her, finally asleep. Dakota's head rested in her lap. Yana clutched her faceless doll, her breathing slow and even. Cole stood near the door, watching the darkness outside. Sheriff Tate sat on an overturned crate, cleaning his shotgun with a rag. "They'll be back," Tate said quietly. "I know. Whitmore's not the kind to let this go. He'll bring the law down on you. And me." Cole nodded. "You didn't have to help." Tate looked up. "Yeah, I did." Silence. 20 years ago," Tate continued. "I worked at a school like the one Whitmore runs. Thought I was doing good. Thought I was helping." He shook his head. "Took me 2 years to see what we were really doing. By then, I'd helped destroy more families than I can count." He set down the rag, staring at the shotgun. "I left, pinned on this star, told myself I'd do better." He looked at Cole. "But it's been 20 years and I'm still trying to make up for it." You think you ever will? No, but I'll keep trying anyway. Cole smiled faintly. You and me both. Tate chuckled, a low, tired sound. Behind them, Ayanna stirred. Cole turned. She was looking at him, her eyes red but clear. Thank you, she said quietly. Don't thank me yet. We're not out of this. I know, but still. She glanced down at her children. You gave them one more night with me. That's more than I had this morning. Cole didn't know what to say to that. Ayanna carefully shifted Dakota's head off her lap, standing slowly so she didn't wake them. She crossed the barn to where Cole stood. Can I ask you something? She said. Yeah. That family at Fort Laramie, the one you didn't help. She paused. What was the mother's name? Cole's chest tightened. I don't know, he admitted. I never asked. Ayanna nodded slowly. That's the worst part, isn't it? Not knowing, not even having a name to carry. Yeah. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, her name was Wania. Her husband was Chaska. They had 3 children. 2 boys and a girl. Cole's breath caught. How do you know that? Because Wania was my sister. The barn seemed to tilt. Cole stared at her, the words not making sense, then making too much sense all at once. Wania, Ayanna continued, her voice trembling, ran after Chaska was killed. She took her children and disappeared. I searched for her for 2 years. Never found her. Her eyes filled with tears. I don't know if she's alive. I don't know if her children are. I don't know anything. Her voice broke. And when Whitmore came for my children, all I could think was, this is how it happened. This is how she lost everything. And now it's happening to me. Cole felt like someone had punched him in the chest. I didn't know, he said hoarsely. I swear to God, I didn't know. I believe you. Ayanna wiped her eyes. But it doesn't change what happened. No, it doesn't. Silence. So, here's the question that changes everything, Ayanna said, her voice steadier now. If you could go back to that night at Fort Laramie, if you could do it over, would you? Cole didn't hesitate. Yes. Even if it cost you everything. Yes. Ayanna studied him. Then she said, good, because that's what you're doing now. And I need to know you won't walk away when it gets hard. I won't. Promise me. Cole met her eyes. I promise. Ayanna nodded once. Then slowly, she reached out and placed her hand on his. Then we have a chance, she said. Behind them, Tate stood, slinging his shotgun over his shoulder. We should move, he said. I've got a place 10 miles north, cabin in the woods. No one knows about it. We can hole up there, figure out what to do next. Ayanna looked at her children, still sleeping. Will they be safe? Safer than here, she nodded. Then let's go. Cole moved to wake the children, but Dakota was already stirring. He sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. Mama, he said, his voice small. We're leaving, baby, Ayanna said gently. We're going somewhere safe. Promise? Ayanna's throat tightened. She glanced at Cole, then back at her son. Promise, she said. Yana woke next, clutching her doll. She didn't speak, just looked up at her mother with wide, silent eyes. Ayanna lifted her daughter into her arms, and Cole helped Dakota to his feet. They stepped out of the barn into the cool night air. The stars were bright overhead, scattered across the sky like sparks from a fire. Tate brought his horse around, helping Ayanna and the children climb up. Cole mounted his own horse, scanning the horizon one last time. No movement, no sound. But he knew Whitmore would be back, and next time he'd bring an army. Cole turned his horse north, following Tate into the darkness. Behind them, the barn stood empty, its crooked door still swaying in the wind. But for the first time in months, Ayanna and her children were free. And that was enough, for now. They reached Tate's cabin just before dawn. It was small, tucked deep in the pines, hidden from the main road by thick brush and fallen logs. Smoke had once risen from its chimney, but now it sat dark and quiet, waiting. Tate dismounted first, pushing open the door. Dust floated in the pale morning light filtering through the windows. "It's not much," he said, "but it'll keep you hidden." Ayanna carried Yana inside, Dakota holding onto her skirt. Cole followed, scanning the tree line out of habit. Nothing moved, but he felt it, the weight of something coming, closing in like a storm on the horizon. Inside, Tate lit a fire in the stone hearth while Ayanna settled her children on a worn couch, wrapping them in blankets. They didn't speak, just curled together, eyes half closed, still trembling with exhaustion. Cole stood by the window, watching the light grow. "How long do you think we have?" Ayanna asked quietly. "A day," Tate said. "Maybe 2. Whitmore's got resources. He'll figure out where we went." "Then what?" Tate and Cole exchanged a glance. "Then we fight," Cole said. Ayanna shook her head. "3 of us against how many? 10, 20. They'll bring federal soldiers if they have to. Maybe. But we've got something they don't." "What?" "People who give a damn." Before Ayanna could respond, there was a sound outside. Hoofbeats, multiple horses coming fast. Cole's hand went to his revolver. Tate grabbed his shotgun. "Get the children into the back room," Tate said sharply. Ayanna didn't argue. She scooped up Yana, pulling Dakota with her, disappearing through a narrow door. Cole moved to the window, peering out. 5 riders crested the hill, moving toward the cabin. His stomach dropped, but then he saw their faces, and he lowered his gun. "Tate," he said slowly, "I think you'd better see this." Tate moved beside him, squinting through the glass. Then his jaw dropped. The riders weren't Whitmore's men. They were locals, ranchers, farmers. Men Tate had known for decades. Men who'd worked this land through droughts and winters and wars. Men who didn't say much but showed up when it mattered. Leading them was an older man with a weathered face and a battered hat. Gideon Cross, who owned the ranch 15 miles east. They reined in outside the cabin. Tate stepped out onto the porch, Cole beside him. "Gid," Tate said carefully, "what are you doing here?" Gideon dismounted, slow, his joints creaking. He looked at Tate, then at Cole, then back at Tate. "Heard there was trouble," he said. "How'd you hear?" "Arlo came through town last night running his mouth. Said you and the marshal had turned traitor. Said you were hiding a woman and her kids." Tate's jaw tightened. "And?" Gideon spat into the dirt. "And I figured if you were standing against Whitmore, you probably had good reason." One of the other men, a younger rancher named Sam, spoke up. "We know what Whitmore does, Sheriff. We've known for years. Just didn't figure it was our place to say anything." "Until now," another man added. Tate stared at him. "You're risking everything," he said quietly. "Whitmore's got federal backing. If you help us, he'll come after you too." Gideon shrugged. "Let him. I branded calves with you 20 years ago, Tate. I'm not gonna stand by and watch you get shot for doing the right thing. Sam nodded. Besides, some of us got kids of our own. We start letting men like Whitmore take children. None of us are safe. The other men murmured agreement. Tate's throat tightened. He glanced at Cole, who was staring at the men with something like disbelief. "You sure about this?" Tate asked. "No," Gideon said honestly. "But we're here anyway." Before Tate could respond, another sound, more hoofbeats coming from the opposite direction. Everyone tensed, but this time, it was Whitmore. He rode into the clearing with Dutch and Arlo, flanked by 8 hired guns, rifles gleaming in the morning light. Whitmore reined in, his eyes sweeping over the group of ranchers, then landing on Tate. "Sheriff," he said coldly, "I see you've gathered some friends." "They're not here for you," Tate said. "Pity, because I'm here for you." Whitmore gestured to the cabin. "Bring out the woman and her children. Now." "No." Whitmore's smile vanished. "Then you're all under arrest. Obstruction of federal law, aiding and abetting fugitives. Go ahead and try," Gideon said, stepping forward. "But you'll have to arrest all of us." Whitmore looked at him, then at the other ranchers. "You don't know what you're doing," he said. "Sure we do," Sam said. "We're telling you to leave." Whitmore's jaw tightened. He glanced at Dutch, who raised his rifle slightly. But then one of the ranchers, a quiet man named Hayes, raised his own rifle in response. Then another. Then another. Soon, every man was armed, standing shoulder to shoulder, staring down Whitmore's hired guns. The clearing was silent except for the wind. Whitmore's eyes flicked between them, calculating. Finally, he lowered his hand. "You're all making a mistake," he said coldly. "Maybe," Tate said, "but it's ours to make." Whitmore stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned his horse and rode away, his men following. As the sound of hoofbeats faded, the ranchers lowered their rifles. Tate let out a breath. He didn't know he'd been holding. Gideon clapped him on the shoulder. "That's that, then. For now," Tate said. "He'll be back. Let him. We'll be here too." Inside the cabin, Ayanna stepped out of the back room, her children behind her. She looked at the men gathered outside, then at Cole. "Who are they?" she asked. "People who decided they weren't gonna let this stand," Cole said quietly. Ayanna's eyes filled with tears. One by one, the ranchers tipped their hats to her and rode off, disappearing into the trees. Gideon was the last to leave. He paused at the tree line, looking back at Cole. "You did good, Marshal," he said. Then he was gone. Cole turned to Ayanna. She was crying now, but smiling too, holding her children close. "Thank you," she whispered. Cole nodded. "You're safe now." "Are we?" "For today." Ayanna laughed, a broken, relieved sound. "That's more than I had yesterday." Days turned into weeks. Whitmore never came back. Word spread through the territory about what had happened at Tate's cabin, and slowly, other families began to come forward, speaking out against the schools, against the men who ran them. It wasn't enough to change the law. Not yet. But it was a start. Ayanna and her children stayed in the cabin for a time, healing slowly. Dakota's eyes grew brighter. Yana began to speak again, soft and tentative. "But there." And Ayanna, she built 2 small wooden crosses near the fence line, carving names into the wood by hand. Wania, Chaska, for the sister and brother-in-law she'd lost. For the family she'd never stop mourning. Cole visited once a week, bringing supplies, checking in. One afternoon, as he was about to leave, Ayanna stopped him. "I forgive you," she said quietly. Cole froze. "For Fort Laramie, for my sister, for everything you didn't do." She looked at him, her eyes clear. "I forgive you." Cole's throat tightened. "I don't deserve that." "No, but I'm giving it to you anyway." He didn't know what to say, so he just nodded and rode away. Years later, people would still talk about the marshal who stood in a barn and refused to move, about the sheriff who chose his conscience over his badge, about the ranchers who decided some things were worth fighting for. But Cole didn't think about that. He thought about Ayanna and her children, safe and free. He thought about Wania's name carved into that wooden cross, finally remembered. And he thought about the night he stood outside his tent at Fort Laramie and did nothing. He couldn't change that night, but he'd changed this one. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. The sun dipped lower over the valley, casting long shadows across the grass. And in the distance, a mother's voice sang softly to her children, in a language no one had tried to take from them. The cave mouth yawned dark against the red rock face, half hidden by scrub brush and the kind of silence that made a man's skin crawl. Ben Cartwright had been tracking the stolen mare for 2 days through the Arizona Badlands, following hoofprints that led nowhere sensible, away from water, away from towns, away from anything that suggested human thought. He'd lost the trail an hour back. Now he stood in the failing light, dust on his boots, watching that black opening in the hillside. Something about it felt wrong. Not dangerous, just occupied. He dismounted slow, left his rifle in the scabbard. His hand hovered near his revolver, but he didn't draw. The air smelled like old smoke and something else, something sour and desperate that he couldn't name. "Hello?" His voice barely carried. No echo came back. He stepped closer. The cave entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a man to pass without turning sideways. Inside, darkness pooled thick as tar. Then he heard it. A whimper, small, muffled, like someone trying very hard not to make a sound. Ben's chest tightened. He pulled a match from his vest pocket, struck it against stone. The flame caught and he held it up as he edged inside. The first thing he saw were eyes. 5 pairs, reflecting the matchlight like animals caught in a lantern's beam. Children. They huddled together against the far wall of the cave. A shallow space, barely deep enough to call shelter. The oldest was a girl, maybe 13, her arms wrapped around 4 smaller shapes. A boy, no older than 10. 2 more girls, one about 7, the other maybe 5. And a baby, an infant wrapped in a filthy scrap of cloth, silent in a way that made Ben's stomach turn. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stared at him with hollow, unblinking eyes. The match burned down to his fingers. He dropped it, struck another. "Jesus," he whispered. The oldest girl flinched at the sound of his voice. She pulled the smaller children closer, her body a shield between them and him. Her dress, if you could call it that, was little more than rags stitched together. Her feet were bare, crusted with dirt and old blood. Her hair hung in matted tangles around a face so thin it looked like the bones might cut through the skin. "Don't," she said. Her voice cracked, raw from disuse. Don't take them. Ben froze. I'm not. They said. She stopped, swallowed hard. Her lips were cracked and bleeding. They said if we hid good enough, they'd come back. They said to wait. The match went out again. Ben struck a third, his hands shaking now. Who said that? The girl didn't answer. She just stared at him. Eyes too old for her face, and Ben saw something there that made his throat close up. She didn't remember. Or maybe she did, and the memory was worse than forgetting. How long you been here? He asked, softer now. The girl looked down at the baby in her arms. Its face was gray. Its chest barely moved. I don't know, she whispered. Long time. Ben crouched down slow, keeping his distance. The other children pressed tighter against the wall. The 10-year-old boy had his hand on a rock, knuckles white, ready to swing. What's your name? Ben asked the girl. She blinked, her brow furrowed like she was trying to pull something up from deep water. She stopped, shook her head. I can't. The boy spoke up, his voice thin and fierce. She's Ellie, that's what I call her. And you? Samuel. He lifted his chin, defiant. That's Anna, and that's Rose and the babies. He faltered. We just call her baby. Ben's jaw tightened. He looked around the cave, at the little pile of bones in the corner, picked clean. Rabbit, maybe, or rat. At the scorch marks on the stone where they'd tried to build a fire. At the single tin cup sitting near the entrance, rusted and dented. Where's your folks? He asked, though he already knew the answer wouldn't be good. Ellie's face went blank. They went to get help. When? Before the snow came. Ben's blood went cold. It was June. The snow had melted 2 months ago. Ellie, he said carefully, how many snows you seen here? She stared at him. Then slowly, she held up one hand, spread her fingers. Five winters. Ben felt his chest cave in. 5 years. These children had been living in this cave for 5 goddamn years. Who left you here? His voice came out harder than he meant. Ellie's eyes flickered with something. Fear, maybe, or shame. Mama said to stay. She said she'd come back with food. She said... Her voice broke. She said don't leave, no matter what. And you didn't. We're good, Ellie whispered. We're good children. We wait. Ben closed his eyes. When he opened them, the match had burned out again. He didn't light another. He just stood there in the dark, listening to the sound of 5 children breathing and trying not to fall apart. I'm gonna take you out of here, he said finally. No! Ellie's voice went sharp. Mama said, your mama ain't coming back. Silence, then quiet as a breath. I know. Ben struck another match. This time he moved closer. Ellie didn't pull away. Up close, he could see the sores on her arms, the way her collarbones jutted out like fence posts. The baby's skin was paper thin, its eyes sunken. When did you last eat? He asked. Ellie looked at Samuel. Samuel looked at the ground. Yesterday, the boy lied. Ben reached into his saddlebag and pulled out a canteen and a strip of jerky. He held them out. None of the children moved. Go on, he said. It's yours. Samuel grabbed the jerky first, tore it in half, gave one piece to Ellie. She broke it into smaller bits, handed them to the younger girls. They chewed slow, like they'd forgotten how. The baby didn't eat. It just lay there, eyes half closed, chest rising and falling in shallow little gasps. Ben swallowed hard. We need to go, now. Where? Ellie asked. Anywhere but here. She looked around the cave. At the bones, the ash, the rusted cup, at the only home she could remember. What if Mama comes back and we're gone? Ben knelt down in front of her, met her eyes. Then I'll come back here every week and leave a note. I'll tell her where you are, I swear it. Ellie studied his face for a long time. Then slowly, she nodded. Okay. Ben scooped up the baby, wrapped it tighter in the rag. It didn't cry, didn't make a sound. He wasn't sure that was a good thing. One by one, he led them out of the cave and into the fading light. They squinted against the sun, shielding their eyes like they'd been buried alive. Samuel stumbled. Ellie caught him. The two younger girls held hands, silent as ghosts. Ben helped them onto his horse, though it wasn't big enough for all of them. Ellie rode in front, holding the baby. Samuel and the girls clung to Ben's back. As they started down the trail, Ben glanced back at the cave one last time. And that's when he saw it. Carved into the rock, just above the entrance, almost hidden by lichen and time. Cartwright Land, 1861. His breath stopped. This was his family's old claim, the one his father had abandoned after the war, after the ranch burned, after everything fell apart. He looked at Ellie's face, really looked, and something clicked. That scar above her eyebrow, the shape of her nose. He'd seen those features before, in an old photograph his father kept, of his older brother Thomas and Thomas's wife Mary, the ones who'd gone west and never wrote back. Ben's hands tightened on the reins. These weren't just 5 children living in a cave. They were his nieces and nephews, and he'd had no idea they even existed. The town of Ridgeway sat low in the valley, a scatter of wooden buildings bleached gray by the sun. Ben rode in slow, the children still clinging to him, their faces pressed against his back. People stopped to stare. Women whispered behind their hands. Men looked away. By the time Ben reached the doctor's office, a small crowd had gathered. Doc Brennan came out onto the porch, wiping his hands on a stained apron. He was a thin man with kind eyes and a voice like gravel. Ben, he squinted. What in the... Need you to look at 'em, Ben said, dismounting carefully. All of 'em, especially the baby. Doc Brennan took one look at the children, and his face went pale. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph! Where'd you find them? Cave, out past Copper Ridge. Copper Ridge. The doctor's eyes sharpened. That's Cartwright Land. I know. Doc Brennan didn't ask more questions. He just nodded and gestured inside. Bring them in, all of them. Ben carried the baby. Ellie walked beside him, her hand clutching the edge of his coat. Samuel and the girls followed close behind, their bare feet silent on the wooden steps. Inside, the doctor's office smelled like carbolic and old leather. Doc Brennan cleared his examination table, laid down a clean blanket. Put the baby here. Ben set her down gently. The little thing looked even worse in the lamplight. Gray skin, hollow cheeks, ribs like ladder rungs. Doc Brennan listened to her chest with his stethoscope, checked her pulse, lifted her eyelids. His mouth pressed into a thin line. She's starving, he said quietly. They all are. But the baby... He paused. Ben, I don't know if she'll make it through the night. Ben's fists clenched. Do what you can. I will, but she needs more than food. She needs warmth, care, time. Doc Brennan looked at the other children. They all do. I'll pay for it. It's not about the money. The doctor set down his stethoscope. It's about where they go after. These kids can't go back to that cave. They're not going back. Then where? You got a place for 5 children. Ben hesitated. He lived in a one-room shack on the edge of town. He worked cattle for hire, moved from ranch to ranch. He had no wife, no family left. Except now, apparently, he did. "They're my brother's kids," Ben said, the words heavy in his mouth. Doc Brennan's eyebrows shot up. Thomas Cartwright. Yeah, I thought he was dead. So did I." The doctor looked at the children, at their hollow eyes, their skeletal frames, their silence. "What happened to him?" "I don't know." Ben's voice cracked. "But I'm gonna find out." 2 hours later, the children were cleaned, fed, and tucked into cots in the back room of the doctor's office. The baby slept fitfully, her breathing still shallow. Ellie sat beside her, refusing to leave. Ben stood outside on the porch, smoking a cigarette he didn't want. The sun had set, and the town was quiet except for the distant sound of a piano from the saloon. Doc Brennan came out, wiping his hands again. "They'll live, but Ben—" "What? That girl, Ellie. She's been carrying them for years, keeping them alive. She's the reason they're not all dead." He paused. "But she's breaking. You see it in her eyes. She's holding on by a thread." Ben took a long drag, let the smoke burn his lungs. "I know. You need to tell her the truth. About who you are, about her father. I don't even know what the truth is. Then find it." Doc Brennan's voice was firm. "Because those kids deserve to know why they were left in that cave. And you deserve to know why your brother never came home." Ben flicked the cigarette into the dirt. "Where do I start?" "Start with the land office. Thomas filed a claim back in '61. Maybe there's something there." The land office was a cramped room above the general store, run by a man named Horace Polk, a wiry fellow with ink-stained fingers and a memory like a steel trap. Ben found him there the next morning, hunched over a ledger. "Horace." The man looked up, adjusted his spectacles. "Ben Cartwright. Heard you brought some wild children into town." "They're not wild. They're family." Horace's expression shifted. "Family. My brother's kids, Thomas Cartwright. He filed a claim out past Copper Ridge back in '61. I need to see the records." Horace set down his pen slowly. "Ben, you sure you want to dig into that?" "Why wouldn't I?" "Because your brother's claim was disputed, and the man who disputed it—" Horace hesitated. "Well, he's still around." Ben's jaw tightened. "Who?" "Silas Kern." The name hit Ben like a fist. Silas Kern. The man who'd bought up half the county after the war, using legal tricks and backroom deals. The man who'd run a dozen families off their land and called it progress. What did Kern have to do with Thomas? Horace opened a drawer, pulled out a file. Thomas filed his claim in '61. Kern filed a counterclaim in '63, said the land was his by right of prior settlement. Took it to court. Judge ruled in Kern's favor. On what grounds? Said Thomas abandoned the claim, said he left without notice, forfeited his rights. That's a lie. Maybe. Horace handed Ben the file. But the law didn't see it that way. Ben flipped through the pages. Deeds, affidavits, a court order. And then at the bottom, a note in Horace's handwriting. Thomas Cartwright and wife Mary reported missing, 1865. Children presumed dead. Ben's hands shook. Who reported them missing? Kern did. Said he found the ranch burned, no bodies. Figured they'd moved on or died in the fire. And nobody looked for them. War was ending. People were dying by the thousands. A missing family out in the Badlands. Horace shrugged sadly. Nobody had time to care. Ben closed the file, his voice low and cold. Where's Kern now? He's got a big spread north of town. But Ben. Horace's voice turned urgent. Don't do anything stupid. Kern's got money, hired guns, friends in high places. You go after him, you'll end up dead or in jail. Ben met his eyes. He left 5 kids to die in a cave. You don't know that, don't I? Ben's voice was raw. He took their land, burned their home, and left them for dead. And now I'm supposed to just walk away. Horace said nothing. He just looked at Ben with something like pity. Ben walked out without another word. That night he sat with Ellie in the back room of the doctor's office. She was awake, staring at the ceiling, her hand resting on the baby's chest. Ellie, Ben said quietly, I need to tell you something. She didn't look at him. Your father, Thomas Cartwright, he was my brother. Now she turned. Her eyes were wide, uncomprehending. I didn't know you existed, Ben continued. I didn't know he had kids. I didn't know he'd gone out to Copper Ridge. I thought... His voice broke. I thought he'd just left. After the war, he stopped writing. I figured he wanted nothing to do with me. With any of us. Ellie's face was unreadable. You're my uncle? Yes. She stared at him for a long time. Then quietly, why didn't you come sooner? The question cut deeper than any blade. I didn't know, Ben whispered. If I'd known, I would have... You would have what? Her voice was flat. Saved us? Like a hero in a story? Ben had no answer. Ellie looked back at the baby. Mama used to say Papa went to get help. She said he'd come back with food, with money, with everything we needed. But he never did. And then Mama left too. She said she'd be back by morning. Her voice cracked. That was 5 years ago. Ben felt like he was drowning. Ellie, I don't blame you, she said softly. I don't blame anyone anymore. I just want to know why. Why did they leave us? What did we do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. Then why? Ben reached out, covered her hand with his. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. I promise you. Ellie looked at their hands. His rough and scarred, hers small and pale. Promises don't mean much. This one does. She didn't pull away. But she didn't believe him either, and Ben couldn't blame her. Silas Kern's ranch sprawled across the valley like a kingdom. White fences stretched for miles. Horses grazed in green pastures. The main house was 2 stories, painted white, with a wide porch and columns like a plantation manor. Ben rode up the long drive at midday, his hat pulled low, his revolver loose in its holster. 2 men stepped out onto the porch before he even dismounted. Both carried rifles. Both had the hard eyes of men paid to hurt people. Help you? One of them drawled. Here to see Kern. He expecting you. No. Then turn around. Ben didn't move. Tell him Ben Cartwright wants to talk about Copper Ridge. The 2 men exchanged a glance. The one on the left disappeared inside. The one on the right kept his rifle trained on Ben. A minute later, Silas Kern stepped out. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered, with silver hair and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He wore a fine suit, polished boots, and a gold watch chain that glinted in the sun. Ben Cartwright, Kern said warmly, like they were old friends. Been a long time. Not long enough. Kern's smile thinned. I heard you brought some children into town, causing quite a stir. They're my brother's kids. Thomas. Kern's eyebrows lifted. I thought he was dead. He might be, but his kids aren't. Well, that's fortunate. Kern stepped down off the porch, clasped his hands behind his back. Where'd you find them? In a cave, on land you stole. Kern's expression didn't change. I didn't steal anything. I won that land in a legal dispute. Your brother abandoned his claim. The law was clear. The law was bought. Careful, Ben. Kern's voice went cold. Accusations like that can get a man hurt. Is that a threat? It's a fact. Kern gestured to the two men with rifles. This is a dangerous country. People disappear all the time, especially people who don't know when to keep their mouths shut. Ben's hand drifted toward his revolver. The two riflemen tensed. Kern raised a hand. Easy now. No need for bloodshed. I'm a reasonable man, Ben. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. Your brother's dead. His land is mine. Those kids are yours now if you want them. We can all move on. You left them to die. I didn't leave anyone anywhere. Kern's voice was smooth, practiced. I found the ranch burned. No bodies. I reported it to the sheriff. I did everything by the book. You're a liar. Kern's smile vanished. You want to call me a liar? Fine, prove it. Bring me to court. Show me the evidence. But we both know you won't. Because there is no evidence. Just a sad story about some children who got left behind. Ben took a step forward. The riflemen raised their weapons. You listen to me, Ben said, his voice low and hard. Those kids are alive because of sheer will. Not because of you. Not because of the law. Because a 13-year-old girl kept them breathing for 5 years in a cave. And if I find out you had anything to do with what happened to my brother, I will come back here, and no amount of hired guns will save you. Kern's jaw tightened. For a moment, his mask slipped, and Ben saw something cold and cruel underneath. Get off my land, Kern said quietly. Ben held his gaze for another heartbeat. Then he turned, mounted his horse, and rode away. Behind him, he heard Kern's voice, low and sharp. Find out everything you can about those kids, and if Cartwright causes trouble, deal with it. Ben made it halfway back to town before the riders appeared. There were 4 of them, spread out across the road, blocking his path. Not Kern's men, these were different, rougher, meaner. The kind of men you hired when you wanted something done, quiet and permanent. The one in the middle was a man named Cutter Boone, a gunfighter with a reputation for killing without hesitation and a face like a hatchet. Cartwright, Boone said. Heard you've been stirring up trouble. Ben reined in his horse. I don't want trouble. Then you shouldn't have gone poking around in things that don't concern you. Those kids concern me. They're nobody's kids now. Their folks are dead. The land's gone. Best thing you can do is forget about it. I'm not forgetting. Boone's smile was thin and mean. Then you're a fool. He reached for his gun. Ben was faster. His revolver cleared leather in a heartbeat, the shot cracking loud in the still air. Boone's hat flew off, spinning into the dirt. The other 3 men froze. Ben kept his gun trained on Boone. Next one won't miss! Boone's face went white with rage. You just made a big mistake. Maybe, but you're the one without a hat. For a long moment, nobody moved. The horses shifted, uneasy. Then Boone spat into the dirt and jerked his reins, turning his horse. "This ain't over, Cartwright. I know." The four men rode off, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Ben sat there for a moment, his hand shaking, his heart pounding. Then he holstered his gun and rode back to town. He knew what was coming, and he knew he couldn't do it alone. That evening, Ben sat outside the doctor's office, a tin cup of coffee going cold in his hands. The town was quiet. Stars scattered across the sky like broken glass. Inside, the children were asleep. Doc Brennan had said the baby was improving, still weak but fighting. The other kids were eating, drinking, slowly remembering what it felt like to be warm. Ben should have felt relief. Instead, all he felt was dread. Footsteps echoed on the wooden walkway. Ben looked up. Ellie stood in the doorway, wrapped in a blanket. Her hair had been washed, braided by one of the women in town. She looked younger now, and more breakable. "Can't sleep?" Ben asked. She shook her head, stepped out onto the porch, sat down beside him. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then Ellie said, "Samuel told me you shot a man's hat off." Ben almost smiled. "Word travels fast. Is it true?" "Yeah." "Why?" "Because he was going to shoot me first." Ellie pulled the blanket tighter. "Are they going to come back?" Ben didn't lie to her. "Probably. What will you do?" "I don't know yet." She looked at him, her eyes old and tired. "You could leave, take us somewhere else, somewhere they won't find us." "I could, but you won't." "No." "Why?" Ben set down his coffee cup. "Because if I run, they'll just keep doing it. To someone else, some other family, and I'm tired of looking the other way." Ellie was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "My papa used to say that. Some things are worth standing for." Ben's throat tightened. He was right. "He's dead, isn't he?" "I think so." "And Mama?" "Yeah." Ellie nodded slowly, like she'd always known. "I used to dream they'd come back. Every night I'd hear footsteps outside the cave, and I'd think, 'This is it. They're here!' But it was always just the wind, or an animal." Her voice cracked. "After a while, I stopped dreaming." Ben reached out, hesitated, then rested a hand on her shoulder. She didn't pull away. "I'm sorry," he said. "For what? For not being there, for not knowing, for all of it." Ellie looked at him, and for the first time he saw something soften in her eyes. Not forgiveness, but maybe the beginning of it. "You're here now," she said quietly. "Yeah, that's more than anyone else did." Ben's chest ached. He wanted to say something that would make it better, make it right. But there were no words for what had been done to these children. So he just sat there, his hand on her shoulder, and let the silence say what he couldn't. "So let me ask you something. If you were Ben, and you knew Kern's men were coming, would you stay and fight? Or would you take those kids and run, start over somewhere new? There's no wrong answer, but think about what it costs either way. If you're still with me, tap subscribe so you don't miss how this ends. And tell me in the comments, what time is it where you are right now?" After a while, Ellie spoke again. "What was he like?" "My papa." Ben thought back to the brother he'd known before the war, before everything fell apart. "He was stubborn, kind. He didn't talk much, but when he did, people listened. He used to fix things, broken fences, wagon wheels, anything. He'd sit there for hours, patient as stone, until it was right." Ellie smiled faintly. "Mama used to say he could fix anything except himself." "Sounds about right. He taught me to carve." She pulled something from her pocket. A small wooden bird. rough but recognizable. "I made this. Before everything." Ben took it carefully, turned it over in his hands. The wings were uneven, the beak crooked, but it was made with care, with love. "It's good," he said. "It's not finished. Papa was going to show me how to smooth the edges, but he—" She trailed off. Ben handed it back. "Maybe I can show you. I'm not as good as he was, but I know a thing or two." Ellie looked at him, something fragile and hopeful flickering in her eyes. "You do that?" "Yeah." She tucked the bird back into her pocket, pulled the blanket closer. "Uncle Ben." It was the first time she'd called him that. The word hit him like a punch. "Yeah? Are we going to be okay?" Ben looked at her, at this girl who'd kept 4 children alive in a cave for 5 years, who'd never given up, who'd carried a weight no child should ever have to carry. "Yeah," he said, "we are." He didn't know if it was true, but he needed her to believe it. And maybe, if he said it enough, he'd believe it too. The riders came 3 days later. Ben was in the general store, buying supplies when he heard the hoofbeats. He stepped out onto the boardwalk and saw them, a dozen men riding slow down the main street. Cutter Boone at the front, Silas Kern right behind him. The town went silent. Shopkeepers ducked inside. Women pulled their children off the street. Men watched from windows, hands on rifles they wouldn't use. Ben stepped into the street. Kern reined in his horse, looked down at Ben with cold amusement. "Thought you'd have left by now." "I'm not leaving." "Then you're a dead man." "Maybe." Boone's hand drifted to his gun. "Last chance, Cartwright. Walk away." Ben didn't move. Then from behind him, a voice rang out. "Ben doesn't walk anywhere alone." Ben turned. Doc Brennan stood on the porch of his office, a shotgun cradled in his arms. Beside him was Horace Polk, clutching an old rifle. And next to Horace was Mary Brennan, the doctor's wife, holding a revolver. Then more people stepped out. The blacksmith, the school teacher, the old rancher from the edge of town. One by one, townsfolk emerged from doorways and alleys, armed and silent. Not an army, just neighbors. Kern's smile faltered. "This doesn't concern you," he said, his voice sharp. "It concerns all of us," Doc Brennan said. "You left 5 children to die. That's not law. That's murder." "You can't prove that. Maybe not in a courtroom." The doctor's voice was steady. "But we don't need a judge to know what's right." Boone's hand twitched toward his gun. But now he was looking at a dozen armed citizens, and the math wasn't in his favor. Kern's jaw tightened. "You're all making a mistake." "We've made plenty," Horace said. "One more won't kill us." For a long moment, Kern just sat there, his face a mask of barely controlled rage. Then he jerked his reins, turning his horse. "This isn't over," he said. "Yeah, it is," Ben replied. Kern's eyes burned, but he didn't argue. He spurred his horse and rode off, his men following. The town watched them go. Nobody cheered. Nobody celebrated. They just stood there, waiting to see if the riders would come back. They didn't. 2 weeks later, Horace Polk found something. He came to Ben with a ledger, an old one from the county records, buried in a stack of forgotten files. "You need to see this," Horace said. The ledger showed payments, large ones, from Silas Kern to a man named Garrett Hull, a hired gun known for burning out homesteaders. The dates matched, 1865, the same year Thomas's ranch burned. Ben stared at the page, his hands shaking. "This is proof. It's close." Not enough for a conviction, but enough to ask questions. Loud ones. Ben looked up. What do? We take it to the U.S. Marshal. Kern's got friends in the local court, but the federal government doesn't care about his money. If the Marshal investigates, Kern's done. Ben nodded slowly. Then let's do it. The Marshal came a month later. A hard-faced man named Clayton Devereaux, who'd seen enough corruption to know it when he smelled it. He questioned Kern. He questioned Kern's men. He dug through records and found a trail of bribes, intimidation, and backdoor deals. Kern tried to run. He didn't make it far. They found him 2 counties over, holed up in a boarding house, packing bags. Clayton arrested him personally. The trial took 3 months. In the end, Kern was convicted of fraud, conspiracy, and complicity in arson. He was sentenced to 15 years in a territorial prison. His ranch was seized. His fortune was liquidated. His name became a cautionary tale. And the land, Thomas Cartwright's land, was returned to the family, to Ben, and to the children. Ben rebuilt the ranch, not the old one. That was gone, ashes and ghosts. He built a new one, closer to town, with clean water and good soil. The children healed slowly. Samuel grew strong, learned to ride. Anna and Rose started school, shy at first, then braver. The baby, who they named Grace, survived. She'd never be as strong as other children, but she lived. She laughed. She learned to walk. And Ellie learned to carve again. Ben sat with her on the porch in the evenings, showing her how to smooth the edges, how to find the shape hidden in the wood. She didn't talk much about the cave, but sometimes late at night, Ben would hear her crying, and he'd sit outside her door, just so she'd know she wasn't alone. One evening, a year after it all began, Ellie finished the wooden bird. She held it up to the light, turning it over in her hands. "It's done," she said. Ben smiled. "It's perfect." She looked at him, and for the first time since he'd found her, she smiled back. "Thank you." "For what?" "For coming back." Ben's throat tightened. "I'm not going anywhere." "I know," she said softly. "I believe you now." Years later, people in Ridgeway would still talk about the children who lived in the cave, about the man who found them, about the town that stood up when it mattered. Ben kept the wooden bird on his mantle, a reminder of what silence costs and what it means to stand for something, even when the world tells you to look away. Thomas Cartwright's land became a home again, not the one he'd built, but one his children could grow in. And every week, Ben rode out to the cave. He left a note, like he'd promised, telling anyone who might come looking where the children were. No one ever came. But Ben kept his promise anyway. Because some things are worth standing for, even if you're the only one left standing. The barn smelled of rot and old leather. Dust hung in the air like a curtain, glowing amber where the sunlight cut through cracks in the wood. Outside, men talked in low voices, bartering, spitting, laughing in ways that made your stomach turn. Inside, she knelt. Her wrists were bound behind her back with rough hemp rope that had already rubbed her skin raw. Her ankles were tied too, pulled tight enough that she couldn't stand even if she wanted to. The dress she wore, once white, now stained with dust and sweat, clung to her thin frame. She was small, too small, a child's body carrying a woman's terror. "Don't look there," she whispered. Not to anyone in particular. Maybe to herself, maybe to God if he was listening. Her face was turned toward the dirt floor. dark hair falling in matted strands across her cheeks. She didn't cry. She'd run out of tears 2 days ago. Now there was only the hollow ache of shame, the kind that carved itself into your bones and stayed there. The auctioneer's voice rang out from the platform outside. "Next one! Young! 14 years old! Been married once already. Husband died under mysterious circumstances. But hey, that ain't our concern, is it?" Laughter rippled through the crowd. She flinched. The barn door creaked open. Boots scuffed against the dirt. She didn't look up. "Jesus Christ," a voice muttered. It was low, rough. Not cruel, but not kind either. Just tired. The kind of voice that had seen too much and stopped being surprised by it. The man stepped closer. His name was Silas Brennan, though she didn't know that yet. He was 42, lean and weathered, with a jaw covered in stubble and eyes the color of stone. He wore a dust-covered coat and a hat pulled low, the brim shadowing his face. He'd come to this auction, looking for a horse, that's all. A good mare to replace the one he'd lost to colic 3 weeks back. He hadn't expected this. "Don't look there," she whispered again, softer this time. Silas stopped. His hand hovered near the rope around her wrists. He didn't touch her. Not yet. "What's your name?" he asked quietly. She didn't answer. Behind him, the auctioneer's voice boomed again. 14 years old, gentlemen. Came from a marriage contract up north. Husband was a prospector. Died in a mining accident. Or so they say. Either way, she's available now. No family, no claims, clean slate." Silas's jaw tightened. He'd heard stories like this before. After the war, the world had cracked open like a rotten egg. Laws didn't mean much anymore. Justice was a word men used when it suited them. Out here, in the forgotten corners of the West, auctions like this still happened. Not slavery, not officially, but contracts, debts, guardianship arrangements that were just polite words for ownership. It made him sick. "What's your name?" he asked again. This time she lifted her head just enough to look at him. Her eyes were dark, hollow, ringed with exhaustion. She studied his face for a long moment, like she was trying to decide if he was different from the others. Finally, she spoke. "Nora." Her voice was barely a whisper, but it landed like a stone in still water. Silas nodded slowly. "Nora." He crouched down beside her, careful not to crowd her. "How long you been here?" 3 days. Where'd they take you from?" She hesitated. "Up near Silver Creek. My husband, he died. His brother said I owed him, said I had to work off the debt. He brought me here." Silas's hands curled into fists. He forced them open again. "You didn't owe him anything," he said quietly. Nora's expression didn't change. She'd heard promises before. "Doesn't matter what I think." Silas stood. Outside, the auctioneer was still talking, hyping up the crowd. Silas could hear men placing bets, arguing over prices. His stomach churned. He turned toward the door. "Wait!" Nora's voice cracked. She tried to sit up straighter, but the ropes held her down. Don't leave me here." Silas looked back at her. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Then he pulled his hat off, ran a hand through his hair, and let out a long breath. "I'm not leaving you," he said. He walked out of the barn. The auction platform stood in the center of the yard, a crude wooden stage surrounded by 50 or 60 men. Some were ranchers, some were drifters, some were worse. The auctioneer, a fat man in a stained vest, grinned down at them like a ringmaster at a circus. All right. Let's start the bidding at $50. Silas pushed through the crowd. 75, someone shouted. 80! Silas reached the front. He didn't raise his hand. He just stood there, staring up at the auctioneer with an expression that could have frozen hell. The auctioneer noticed him. "You bidding, friend?" Silas's voice was flat. $200. The crowd went quiet. The auctioneer blinked. "Say again?" 200. Cash. Murmurs rippled through the men. 200 was more than most of them made in 3 months. The auctioneer's grin widened. "Well now, we got ourselves a serious buyer. $200 going once." 210! Someone shouted from the back. Silas didn't turn around. 300! The murmurs turned to shocked silence. The auctioneer's eyes gleamed. $300! Do I hear 350? No one spoke. Going once. Going twice. He slammed a gavel down on the podium. Sold. To the gentleman in the brown coat. Silas pulled a leather pouch from his belt and tossed it onto the platform. The auctioneer caught it, weighed it in his hand, and nodded approvingly. Pleasure doing business. Silas turned and walked back toward the barn without another word. Inside, Nora was still kneeling in the same spot. She looked up when he entered, her face pale. "What did you do?" she whispered. Silas knelt down and pulled a knife from his belt. Nora flinched, but he didn't touch her with it, just cut through the ropes around her wrists and ankles. They fell away in the coarse loops. She rubbed her wrists, staring at him. You bought me." "Yeah. Why?" Silas stood and offered her his hand. She didn't take it. "Because some things are worth standing for," he said quietly. "Even if you can't fix the whole damn world." Nora's eyes filled with something. Not trust, not yet. But maybe the faintest flicker of hope. Or maybe just confusion. She rose to her feet on shaking legs. Silas stepped back, giving her space. "Can you ride?" he asked. She nodded. "Good, we're leaving." He turned toward the door. Nora followed slowly, limping slightly. As they stepped outside into the blinding sunlight, the crowd parted to let them through. Some men stared, others looked away. No one said a word. Silas helped Nora onto his horse, a big roan gelding with a scarred shoulder, and climbed up behind her. He didn't touch her more than necessary, just held the reins and nudged the horse forward. They rode out of the yard in silence, dust rising behind them like a ghost. And as the auction faded into the distance, Nora whispered something under her breath. "You don't know what you just did." Silas didn't answer, but deep in his chest, something cold and heavy settled, because he had a terrible feeling she was right. They rode for 2 hours before Silas finally stopped. The sun had started to dip toward the horizon, painting the desert in shades of rust and gold. He pulled the horse off the main trail and guided it toward a narrow creek bed shaded by cottonwood trees. The water was low but clean, trickling over smooth stones. Silas dismounted first, then offered Nora his hand again. This time she took it, not because she trusted him, but because her legs were shaking too much to climb down on her own. She stumbled slightly when her feet hit the ground. Silas steadied her, then let go the moment she found her balance. "Sit," he said, nodding toward a flat rock near the water. "Rest." Nora sat. She pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them, watching him with wary eyes. Silas busied himself with the horse, loosening the saddle and letting the animal drink. He moved slowly, methodically, like a man trying to keep his hands busy so his mind didn't wander. "You hungry?" he asked without looking at her. "No. When did you last eat?" She didn't answer. Silas sighed. He pulled a cloth-wrapped bundle from his saddlebag and tossed it to her. It landed softly in the dirt beside the rock. "Cornbread. Eat it." Nora stared at the bundle for a long moment. Then slowly, she unwrapped it and took a small bite. She chewed mechanically, like someone who'd forgotten what food was supposed to taste like. Silas crouched by the creek and splashed water on his face. The cold helped clear his head, but it didn't do much for the knot in his stomach. "You said your husband died," he said quietly, still facing the water. Nora stopped chewing. "Yeah. How?" Silence. Silas turned to look at her. "I'm not asking to judge you. I'm asking because if someone comes looking for you, I need to know what I'm dealing with." Nora's jaw tightened. She set the cornbread down on the rock and stared at her hands. "He was 50 years old," she said finally. Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "I was 12 when they married me to him." 12. Silas's chest tightened. "He said it was legal," she continued. "Said my father owed him money, said the contract was binding. So I went. I didn't have a choice." She paused, swallowing hard. "He wasn't kind. He wasn't cruel all the time, but he wasn't kind. He drank, and when he drank, he got mean. One night he came at me with a bottle in his hand, screaming about something I didn't even do. I grabbed the fireplace poker and Her voice broke. Silas didn't move. Nora looked up at him, her eyes wet but fierce. "I hit him. Once. Hard. He fell and hit his head on the hearth. By morning he was dead." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "His brother said I murdered him. Said I'd hang if I didn't work off the debt. So he dragged me to that auction." Silas stood slowly. His hands were shaking, but he kept them at his sides. "That wasn't murder," he said quietly. "That was survival." Nora laughed bitterly. "Try telling that to a judge." Silas didn't respond. He turned back toward the creek, his mind racing. And then something clicked. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small leather journal. Old, worn, the pages yellowed with age. He flipped through it slowly, scanning the entries until he found the one he was looking for. His stomach dropped. "What was your father's name?" he asked, his voice tight. Nora frowned. "Why? Just tell me." "Thomas Caldwell." Silas closed his eyes. "Jesus Christ." Nora stood. "What? What is it?" Silas turned to face her, the journal still open in his hands. "I knew your father." The words hung in the air like smoke. Nora stared at him, her face pale. "What?" 8 years ago, Silas said slowly. "I was riding with a man named Garrett Voss. We were hired to escort a group of prospectors through Apache territory. Your father was one of them." Nora's breath hitched. "There was an ambush," Silas continued, his voice hollow. "Apache raiders. We fought them off, but your father was hit. He didn't die right away. He had time to talk." He looked down at the journal. "He told me about you. Said you were 4 years old. Said you had dark hair and your mother's eyes. He made me promise that if he didn't make it, I'd make sure you were taken care of. He gave me this." Silas held up the journal. On the inside cover, scrawled in faded ink, was a name. Nora Caldwell. Beneath it, an address and a date. Nora's hands started to shake. He died 2 days later, Silas said quietly. I tried to find you. I rode to the address he gave me, but the house was empty. Neighbors said your mother had died and you'd been taken in by a relative. I searched for weeks, but I lost the trail. He closed the journal and looked at her. I'm sorry. Nora's face crumpled. She sank back down onto the rock, her hands covering her mouth. You were there, she whispered. You were there when he died. Yes, and you didn't find me. I tried, but you didn't. Silas's throat tightened. No, I didn't. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Nora looked up at him, her eyes blazing. You think that makes it better? She said, her voice shaking. You think buying me at an auction somehow makes up for failing him. For failing me? Silas flinched. No, I don't. Then why? She demanded. Why did you do it? Silas stared at her, his jaw tight. Because I couldn't stand there and do nothing, he said finally. Not again. Nora's expression cracked. She looked away, wiping her eyes with trembling hands. The sun dipped lower. The creek trickled on, and the space between them felt heavier than stone. They stayed by the creek until nightfall. Silas built a small fire and brewed coffee in a dented tin pot. Nora sat on the opposite side of the flames, staring into the embers with an expression that was impossible to read. She hadn't spoken since their conversation earlier, and Silas didn't push her. He understood silence. The night air was cool, carrying the scent of sagebrush and dust. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote howled. The horse snorted softly, ears twitching. Silas poured 2 cups of coffee and held one out to Nora. She took it without looking at him. We'll head north in the morning, he said quietly. There's a settlement about 2 days' ride from here. You can stay there if you want. They've got a church, a boarding house, good people. Nora didn't respond. Silas sipped his coffee. Or you can come with me. I've got a small place further west. Nothing fancy, but it's safe. Quiet. No one'll bother you there. Still nothing. He sighed and set his cup down. Look, I'm not trying to. Riders! Nora's voice was sharp. She was staring past the fire toward the trail they'd ridden in on. Silas turned. In the distance, barely visible in the moonlight, 3 riders were moving slowly along the ridge. They were still a 1/4 mile out, but they were heading in their direction. Silas swore under his breath. Stay here, he said, rising to his feet. Nora grabbed his wrist. No, don't! He looked down at her. Her face was pale, her grip tight. They're looking for me, she whispered. I know they are. Silas pulled his arm free gently. Then let me handle it. He walked toward the edge of the firelight and stood there, waiting. His hand rested on the grip of the revolver at his hip, but he didn't draw it. Not yet. The riders drew closer. When they were 30 yards out, they stopped. The lead rider dismounted and walked forward on foot. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a thick beard and a badge pinned to his vest. Sheriff's badge. Evening, the man called out. His voice was friendly, but there was an edge to it. Saw your fire. Mind if we warm ourselves? Silas didn't move. Depends. Who's asking? The man stepped into the firelight, smiling. Name's Dalton, Sheriff Dalton. These are my deputies. He gestured to the 2 men behind him. Both were younger, harder looking. One had a rifle slung across his lap. Dalton's eyes flicked to Nora, who was still sitting by the fire. His smile widened. Well now, he said slowly. Looks like we found what we were looking for. Silas stepped between them. She's with me. Dalton raised an eyebrow. That's so. Yeah. You got papers. Silas's jaw tightened. I paid for her. Fair and square. Dalton nodded thoughtfully. Right. I heard about that. $300, wasn't it? Hell of a price. He took a step closer. Problem is, he continued, there's been some questions raised. See, that girl's husband died under suspicious circumstances, and now she's run off with a stranger. People are starting to talk. People, Silas said flatly. Or her husband's brother. Dalton's smile didn't falter. Does it matter? Yeah, it does. Dalton shrugged. Look, friend, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just doing my job. The law says I gotta bring her back for questioning. After that, if she's innocent, she'll be free to go. She is innocent. Then she's got nothing to worry about. Silas didn't move. She's not going anywhere. The smile finally dropped from Dalton's face. You sure you want to make this difficult? Behind him, the two deputies shifted in their saddles. One of them rested his hand on his rifle. Silas's pulse hammered in his ears, but his voice stayed calm. I know who you are, Dalton. Dalton tilted his head. That's so. Yeah, you were at Fort Hays during the war. Led a unit that burned the Caldwell farm to the ground. Called them traitors to the Union, even though Thomas Caldwell never took a side. You wanted his land, so you torched it and blamed the Confederates. Dalton's expression darkened. That's a hell of an accusation, he said quietly. It's the truth. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Dalton laughed, a low, cold sound. You know what your problem is, Brennan. You think the past matters. It doesn't. The war's over. People move on. Not all of them. Dalton's hand moved toward his gun, and then Nora stood. Stop! Her voice cut through the tension like a blade. Both men turned to look at her. She stepped forward, her face pale but resolute. I'll go with you, she said quietly. Nora, Silas started. No. She shook her head. I'm tired of running. If I'm going to clear my name, I have to face this. Dalton grinned. Smart girl. Nora walked past Silas without looking at him. Dalton grabbed her arm roughly and pulled her toward the horses. Silas's hand went to his gun. Don't, Dalton said, not looking back. You draw on me. My deputies'll put you down before you clear leather. Walk away, Brennan. Live to see another day. Silas stood frozen, every muscle in his body screaming at him to move. But he didn't. He watched as Dalton hauled Nora onto a horse. Watched as the three riders turned and disappeared into the darkness. And when they were gone, he sank down by the fire and buried his face in his hands. The flames crackled, the coyote howled again, and Silas Brennan made a decision. Silas rode through the night. He didn't stop, didn't rest. The horse was exhausted, but he pushed it forward anyway, guilt gnawing at him like a wolf at a carcass. He'd let her go. Again. By the time dawn broke, he'd reached the outskirts of Silver Creek, a small, sun-bleached town that looked like it had been forgotten by time itself. The main street was dirt and dust, lined with weather-beaten buildings that sagged under their own weight. A general store, a saloon, a church with a crooked steeple, and at the far end of town, a jailhouse. Silas dismounted and tied his horse to a post. His legs ached, his head throbbed, but he didn't care. He walked straight toward the jailhouse, his boots kicking up dust with every step. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was stale and hot. A single desk sat in the center of the room, covered in papers and empty whiskey bottles. Behind it, a row of iron cells lined the back wall. Nora was in the farthest one. She sat on a narrow cot, her knees pulled up to her chest, staring at the floor. She didn't look up when Silas entered. Nora. Her head lifted slowly. When she saw him, something flickered in her eyes. Surprise, maybe. Or anger. It was hard to tell. "You shouldn't be here," she said quietly. Silas walked to the cell and gripped the bars. "Where's Dalton?" "Gone. Said he'd be back this afternoon with the judge." "There's no judge coming." Nora's expression didn't change. "I know." Silas's chest tightened. "Then why?" "Because I'm tired," she said, her voice breaking. "I'm tired of running. I'm tired of being afraid. If this is how it ends, then fine. At least it'll be over." Silas stared at her, his jaw tight. "That's not how it's going to end." "You don't know that." "Yes, I do." Nora stood and walked to the bars, stopping just inches from him. "You can't save me, Silas. You couldn't save my father. You can't save me." The words hit him like a punch to the gut. He looked down, his hands still gripping the bars. "I was 19 when I met your father," he said quietly. "Young, stupid. I thought I could protect everyone. Thought I could fix the world if I just worked hard enough." He paused, swallowing hard. "When he died, I blamed myself. I carried that weight for years. And when I saw you at that auction..." His voice cracked. "I thought maybe this was my chance. My chance to make it right." He looked up at her, his eyes red. "But I failed again, just like I always do." Nora's expression softened. She reached through the bars and placed her hand over his. "You didn't fail," she said quietly. "You're here, aren't you?" Silas's throat tightened. "My father used to tell me stories," Nora continued, her voice barely above a whisper, "about the men he rode with. He said there was one who never left anyone behind, who'd ride into hell if it meant keeping a promise." She squeezed his hand. "That was you, wasn't it?" Silas nodded slowly. "Then don't stop now. So here's the question. If you were Silas, would you walk away and save yourself, or risk everything for someone the world's already given up on?" Take a breath. Pour yourself something warm, and let me tell you what happened next. An hour later, Silas sat on the steps of the jailhouse, cleaning his revolver. He'd tried the lock on Nora's cell, but it was solid. No way to break it without making noise. And even if he did, Dalton would track them down within a day. No, this had to be done differently. Footsteps echoed down the street. Silas looked up. 4 men were walking toward him. They were older, weathered, gray-haired, dressed in work clothes stained with dirt and sweat. Ranch hands, farmers, men who'd spent their lives breaking their backs under the sun. The lead man stopped a few feet away. His name was Caleb Moss. Silas had worked with him years ago, branding cattle on a spread south of here. "Heard you were in town," Caleb said. Silas stood slowly. "Caleb, word is you got yourself tangled up with Sheriff Dalton." "Word travels fast," Caleb nodded. "It does, especially when it involves that bastard." Silas frowned. "You know him." "Everyone knows him," Caleb said, his voice hard. "He's been bleeding this town dry for years. Calls it taxes, calls it law. But we all know what it really is." One of the other men spat into the dirt. "He burned the Harrisons' barn last month." Said they owed him money. They didn't. He's got half the town too scared to speak up, another added. But we're done being scared. Silas studied them. What are you saying? Caleb looked him in the eye. We're saying if you're planning to stand against him, you won't be standing alone. Silas's chest tightened. I don't want anyone getting hurt. Too late, Caleb said. People have been getting hurt for years. Maybe it's time someone did something about it. He held out his hand. Silas stared at it for a long moment. Then he took it. Dalton returned at noon. He rode into town with his 2 deputies flanking him, all 3 men armed and confident. The street emptied as they approached. Shopkeepers closing their doors, mothers pulling their children inside. But when Dalton reached the jailhouse, he stopped. Silas was standing in the middle of the street, arms crossed, and he wasn't alone. Behind him stood Caleb and the other ranch hands, 10 men in total, spread out in a loose line. None of them had their guns drawn, but the message was clear. Dalton's smile faded. What's this? He called out. It's over, Dalton, Silas said. Dalton laughed. Over? Boy, you don't know what you're starting. I know exactly what I'm starting. Dalton's hand moved toward his gun. Don't! The voice came from behind Dalton. He turned. An older man was standing there, silver-haired, wearing a long coat and a badge on his chest. A federal marshal's badge. Who the hell are you? Dalton demanded. Marshal Green, the man said calmly. I've been investigating reports of corruption in this county for the past 6 months. Turns out you've been very busy. Dalton's face went pale. Green stepped forward. You're under arrest. Extortion, arson, murder, and that's just what I can prove so far. Dalton's deputies exchanged glances. Slowly, they raised their hands and dismounted. Dalton didn't move. This is bullshit, he spat. Maybe, Green said. But it's legal bullshit. He nodded to Silas. Get the girl. Silas walked into the jailhouse and unlocked Nora's cell. She stepped out slowly, her eyes wide. What happened? She whispered. You're free. She stared at him. How? Later, outside, Dalton was being led away in chains. The townspeople were starting to emerge from their hiding places, watching in stunned silence. Caleb walked over to Silas and clapped him on the shoulder. Hell of a thing, Brennan. Silas nodded, his throat tight. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank her. Caleb nodded toward Nora. She's the one who had the guts to stand up. Nora looked down, her face flushing. Silas turned to her. You ready to go? She hesitated. Where? Wherever you want. For a long moment, she didn't answer. Then she smiled, small, fragile, but real. West, she said quietly. Let's go west. 3 weeks later, Silas's cabin sat at the edge of a valley surrounded by rolling hills and tall grass. It wasn't much, just one room, a stone fireplace, and a porch that creaked when you walked on it. But it was quiet, safe. Nora had taken to mending clothes and planting seeds in a small garden behind the house. She didn't talk much, but sometimes Silas would catch her humming while she worked. One evening, as the sun dipped low, she sat on the porch beside him. I buried 2 crosses near the ridge, Silas said quietly. For your father and your mother. Nora's breath hitched. She looked at him, eyes glistening. Thank you. Silas nodded. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sky turn orange and gold. Do you think he'd be proud? Nora asked finally. My father. Silas looked at her. Yeah, I do. She smiled faintly and leaned her head against his shoulder. The wind stirred the grass. A hawk circled overhead. And for the first time in 8 years, Silas Brennan felt the weight on his chest begin to lift. Not gone, but lighter. Years later, people would tell the story of the girl who killed her husband and the man who saved her from the gallows. Some said it was justice, some said it was mercy. But those who knew the truth understood it was neither. It was redemption. And sometimes that's the only kind of justice that matters. The barn door hung crooked on its hinges, swaying in the evening wind that rolled down from the ridge. Inside, the air smelled of old hay and fear, thick, sour, human fear that had settled into the wood itself. Gideon Hayes stood at the threshold, his hand still on the latch, his breath caught somewhere between his lungs and his throat. A girl sat in the corner. No, not sat, crouched, her knees pulled tight to her chest, her arms wrapped around them like she was trying to hold herself together. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, dirt streaked across the fabric, and her hair hung in tangles over her face. She didn't look up when he entered. "Don't," she whispered. Gideon froze. "Don't look there!" Her voice was raw, scraped clean of anything but shame. Not a cry for help, not anger, just a plea, desperate and quiet, for him to turn around and pretend he hadn't seen her like this. But he had, and now he couldn't unsee it. Behind her, against the barn wall, a chain was bolted into the wood. The other end was locked around her ankle. The metal had rubbed her skin raw, and dried blood stained the edges of the iron cuff. Gideon's jaw tightened. He'd come to this ranch looking for work, just passing through, a quiet hand looking for a week's pay and a roof over his head. The ranch owner, a man named Colton Voss, had hired him on the spot. No questions, no fuss. Told him to sleep in the barn, stay out of the house, and keep to himself. Gideon had thought it strange at the time. Now he understood. Why? "What's your name?" he asked, his voice low. The girl flinched, but she didn't answer. He took a step closer, slow, like approaching a wounded animal. "I'm not gonna hurt you." "Everybody says that," she whispered. Gideon stopped. The words hit him harder than a fist. He crouched down, keeping his distance, keeping his hands where she could see them. "How long you been here?" She didn't answer. "What's your name?" He tried again. Still nothing. He let the silence stretch, let her decide if she wanted to speak. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the barn walls. Somewhere in the distance, a horse whinnied. Finally, she lifted her head. Her face was young, too young, 15, maybe 16. Her eyes were hollow, dark circles carved beneath them like she hadn't slept in days. Maybe weeks. "My name's Anna," she said quietly, "and my father shares me with his friends." The words fell like stones into the stillness. Gideon felt something cold settle in his chest. Not shock. He'd seen too much in his life to be shocked anymore. But disgust. Deep, bone-grinding disgust. "Your father," he repeated slowly. "Colton Voss." She nodded. Gideon exhaled through his nose, his hands curling into fists on his knees. He'd worked for bad men before, men who cheated, stole, lied. But this was something else. "How many?" he asked. Anna's gaze dropped to the dirt floor. "I don't know. I stopped counting." Gideon closed his eyes. For a moment, he didn't trust himself to speak. "Does anyone else know?" he finally asked. "The hands know. Some of them. They're the ones he brings." Her voice cracked. Some of them pretend they don't see me. Some of them." She stopped. Gideon didn't push. He stood slowly, his mind already working through what this meant. If he walked away, she'd stay here, chained, used, broken piece by piece until there was nothing left of her. If he stayed, he'd be standing against Colton Voss, a man who owned half the valley, who had the kind of money that bought loyalty and silence. A man who'd already proven he had no line he wouldn't cross. But Gideon had made a promise to himself a long time ago. He'd spent too many years looking the other way, too many nights lying awake, haunted by the faces of people he could have helped, but didn't. Not again. "I'm gonna get you out of here," he said. Anna's eyes snapped up to his, wide with disbelief. "You can't. I can. He'll kill you." "Maybe. Then why?" Gideon met her gaze, steady and unflinching. "Because some things are worth standing for." For the first time since he'd entered the barn, something shifted in her expression. Not hope, not yet, but something close. A crack in the wall she'd built around herself. "You don't even know me," she whispered. Gideon knelt down again, his voice quiet but firm. "I don't need to." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small knife. Anna flinched, but he held it out, handle first. "I'm not gonna unlock that chain tonight," he said. "Not yet. If I do, they'll know I was here. But I'm coming back tomorrow, and when I do, we're leaving." Anna stared at the knife in his hand, then back at his face. "Why would you risk that?" Gideon hesitated. He could have lied, could have said something noble, something that made him sound like a hero. But he wasn't a hero. "Because 8 years ago," he said slowly, "I stood in a barn like this one, and I walked away." Anna's breath hitched. "I told myself it wasn't my business," Gideon continued, his voice rough. "Told myself I couldn't change what was happening. But I was wrong." He set the knife on the ground between them. "I won't make that mistake again." Anna didn't reach for the knife. She just stared at him, her eyes searching his face like she was trying to figure out if he was real or just another lie dressed up as kindness. Finally, she nodded. Gideon stood, his heart pounding in his chest. He turned toward the door, then paused. "One more thing," he said without looking back. "Tomorrow night when I come for you, don't scream, don't fight, just trust me." He didn't wait for her to answer. He stepped out into the fading light, the barn door creaking shut behind him. And as he walked back toward the bunkhouse, the weight of what he'd just promised settled heavy on his shoulders. Because tomorrow, everything would change, and there'd be no turning back. Section 1, word count, 1018 words. Section 2, moral decision, plus hidden connection reveal. The next morning came slow and heavy. Gideon worked alongside the other ranch hands, mending fence lines and hauling feed, his mind elsewhere. Every time he passed near the barn, his chest tightened. He knew Anna was in there, chained and waiting, wondering if he'd meant what he said. He had. But doubt gnawed at him anyway. Colton Voss ran this valley like a king. He had men loyal to him, not because they admired him, but because they feared him, or needed him, or both. If Gideon tried to take Anna and failed, she'd pay the price, not him. That thought kept him sharp. Around midday, Colton himself rode up to the fence line where Gideon was working. He sat tall in the saddle, his hat tipped low, his eyes hidden in shadow. "You settling in all right, Hayes?" Colton asked, his voice friendly enough on the surface. Gideon drove another post into the ground with a heavy mallet. "Yes, sir. Good, good." Colton leaned forward, resting his forearm on the saddle horn. "You keep your head down, do your work. You'll do just fine here." Gideon nodded, not looking up. Colton lingered a moment longer, like he was waiting for something. Then he spurred his horse and rode off toward the main house. Gideon exhaled slowly. He knew what that conversation really was. A warning. That evening, as the sun dipped below the ridge and the other hands drifted toward the bunkhouse, Gideon slipped away. He circled around through the trees, keeping low, his boots silent on the dirt. When he reached the barn, he paused at the door, listening. Nothing. He pushed it open. Anna was still there, exactly where he'd left her. But this time, she was sitting up, the knife he'd given her clutched in her hand. "You came back," she said quietly. "I told you I would." He crossed the barn and knelt beside her, pulling a small metal file from his coat. "This is going to take a few minutes. Stay still." Anna watched him work, her breath shallow. The chain was old, rusted in places, but the lock was solid. Gideon wedged the file into the mechanism, working it back and forth, sweat beading on his forehead. "Why are you really doing this?" Anna asked suddenly. Gideon didn't stop working. "I told you." "No," she interrupted. "You said you walked away from someone once, but you didn't say who." His hands stilled. For a long moment he didn't answer. Then quietly, "Her name was Lena." Anna waited. "She was 16, Gideon continued, his voice rough. "Daughter of a farmer outside of Tulsa. Her father owed money to the wrong people. When he couldn't pay, they took her instead." Anna's breath hitched. "I was working on a ranch nearby," Gideon said. "I saw them bring her in, saw the way they looked at her, heard her crying at night." He swallowed hard. "And I did nothing." "Why?" "Because I was a coward." The words came out bitter, sharp. "I told myself it wasn't my fight, that if I got involved I'd end up dead and she'd still be stuck. So I kept my head down, did my work, rode out at the end of the season." "What happened to her?" Anna whispered. Gideon's jaw tightened. 6 months later, I heard she'd died. Fever, they said, but I knew better." The silence stretched between them, heavy and raw. "I'm sorry," Anna said softly. "Don't be sorry for me." Gideon's voice was steady now, cold. "I don't deserve it." He went back to work on the lock, his movements sharp and deliberate. Anna watched him for a moment longer, then said, "You think saving me makes up for her?" Gideon paused. "No." "Then why?" "Because I can't bring her back," he said quietly. "But I can make sure you don't end up like her." The lock gave way with a sharp click. The chain fell loose. Anna stared at her ankle, at the raw, bloody skin beneath the cuff, and for the first time in weeks, maybe months, she felt something close to hope. "Can you walk?" Gideon asked. She nodded. "Good. We're leaving, now." But before they could move, the barn door crashed open. Colton Voss stood silhouetted in the doorway, a rifle in his hands. "I thought you might be stupid," Colton said, his voice calm. "But I didn't think you'd be this stupid." Gideon rose slowly, stepping between Anna and the rifle. "She's leaving," Gideon said evenly. Colton laughed, a low, ugly sound. "She's not going anywhere, and neither are you. You can't keep her like this." "I can do whatever I want," Colton said. This is my land, my ranch, my daughter. She's not property. She is if I say she is. Gideon's hand drifted toward his hip where his revolver hung. Colton noticed. Go ahead, he said. Draw. Let's see how fast you really are. You shoot me, and every hand on this ranch will hear it, Gideon said. You think they'll all stay quiet? They will if they want to keep getting paid. Gideon's mind raced. He couldn't outdraw a rifle. Not at this distance. And even if he could, Anna would be caught in the crossfire. He needed time. You know what people will say when they find out what you've been doing? Gideon asked. Colton's smile faded. Nobody's going to find out. You sure about that? For the first time, doubt flickered across Colton's face. Gideon pressed forward. Because I've already told someone, and if I don't walk out of here tonight, they're going to the marshal. It was a lie, but Colton didn't know that. The rancher's grip on the rifle tightened. You're bluffing. Maybe, Gideon said, or maybe you're about to lose everything. The two men stared at each other, the air between them crackling with tension. And then, from somewhere outside, a voice called out, Colton! You in there! Colton's head snapped toward the door. Gideon didn't wait. He grabbed Anna's hand and pulled her toward the back of the barn, toward the loose boards he'd noticed earlier. Stop! Colton shouted. But Gideon was already kicking the boards free, dragging Anna through the gap. Behind them, Colton's rifle cracked once, twice, the bullets splintering wood. But they were already gone. Section 2. Word count. 1,007 words. Section 3. Danger. Arrives, they ran. Through the trees, down the ridge, stumbling over roots and rocks in the near dark. Anna's breath came in ragged gasps, her bare feet bleeding. But she didn't stop. Gideon kept his hand locked around hers, pulling her forward. Behind them, shouts echoed through the valley. Lanterns flickered to life. Hoofbeats pounded the dirt. They're coming, Anna gasped. I know. Keep moving. They reached the creek at the bottom of the ridge and splashed across, the icy water biting at their legs. On the other side, Gideon pulled Anna into the shadow of a fallen cottonwood and pressed a finger to his lips. She nodded, her chest heaving. They waited. The hoofbeats grew louder, closer. Then voices. Check the creek. They couldn't have gotten far. Lantern light swept across the water, casting long, shifting shadows. Gideon's hand moved to his revolver. But the riders didn't cross. After a few tense minutes, they turned back, their voices fading into the night. Gideon let out a slow breath. We've got maybe an hour before they regroup. We need to move. Where? Anna asked. There's a town about 10 miles south. We get there, we find the marshal. The marshal works for my father. Gideon cursed under his breath. Of course he did. Then we keep going, he said, all the way to the next county if we have to. Anna nodded, but her legs were shaking. Gideon saw it. Can you ride? I haven't ridden in months. You're about to remember. He led her through the trees to a small clearing where he'd hidden 2 horses earlier that day, stolen from Colton's own stable. Anna stared at them, then at Gideon. You planned this. I don't do anything halfway. He helped her into the saddle, then swung up onto his own horse. They rode hard, keeping to the low ground, following the creek south. The night stretched long and cold around them. By dawn, they'd covered nearly 8 miles. But so had Colton. Gideon spotted the dust cloud on the horizon first. A dozen riders, maybe more, moving fast. They found our trail, he muttered. Anna's face went pale. What do we do? Gideon scanned the landscape. Ahead, the land opened into flatland. Nowhere to hide. Behind them, the riders were closing in. He made a decision. There's a settlement about 2 miles east, he said. Old trading post. If we can get there before they catch us, we might have a chance. Might. It's all we've got. They spurred the horses forward, pushing them to the edge of exhaustion. The settlement came into view. A handful of weathered buildings clustered around a dirt crossroads. Gideon and Anna dismounted and stumbled into the largest building, a general store with a sagging porch and a faded sign. Inside, an old man stood behind the counter, a shotgun cradled in his arms. "Help you?" he asked, his eyes narrowing. "We need shelter," Gideon said, "just for a few hours." The old man glanced at Anna, then back at Gideon. "What kind of trouble you running from?" "The kind that's about 2 minutes behind us." The old man sighed. "You got money?" Gideon pulled out a handful of coins and slapped them on the counter. The old man pocketed them. "Back room. Don't make a sound!" They ducked into the back just as hoofbeats thundered into the settlement. Through a crack in the wall, Gideon watched as Colton and his men dismounted. The rancher's face was dark with rage. "Anyone see 2 riders come through here?" Colton demanded. The old man stepped onto the porch, his shotgun still in hand. "Nope." Colton's eyes narrowed. "You sure about that?" "I'm sure." One of Colton's men moved toward the store, but the old man raised the shotgun. "You step inside my store without permission. You're leaving in a box." The man stopped. Colton stared at the old man for a long moment, then turned to his men. "Spread out. Check every building." Gideon's hand went to his revolver. Anna grabbed his wrist, her eyes wide with fear. He shook his head. "Not yet." The men searched the settlement for 20 minutes. Gideon and Anna stayed frozen in the back room, barely breathing. Finally, Colton called his men back. "They're not here," he said. "But they can't have gone far. We'll pick up the trail." He mounted his horse and rode out, his men following. Gideon waited until the dust settled, then stepped back into the main room. The old man was pouring himself a drink. "You two are either very brave or very stupid. Probably both," Gideon admitted. "What did you do to piss off Colton Voss?" "Took something that didn't belong to him." The old man glanced at Anna. "Looks to me like she belongs to herself." Gideon nodded. "That's the idea." The old man took a long drink, then set the glass down. "You ain't gonna make it to the next county, not with Colton on your trail. You got a better idea." The old man thought for a moment. "There's a man about 15 miles west. Name's Tobias Kern. Used to be a judge before the war. He's got no love for Colton. Why? Because Colton killed his son." Gideon's jaw tightened. "Will he help us?" "If you can prove what Colton's been doing." "Yeah, he'll help." Gideon looked at Anna. "You up for 15 more miles?" She nodded. The old man handed Gideon a canteen and a bundle of dried meat. "Take the north trail. Stay off the main road, and good luck." "Thanks," Gideon said. As they stepped back outside, the old man called after them. "Hey, Hayes!" Gideon turned. "You do right by that girl," the old man said. "World's got enough men who don't." Gideon nodded, and they rode. West, Section 3. Word count, 982 words. Section 4. Human Connection. They reached Tobias Kern's property just after nightfall. The house sat alone on a windswept hill, surrounded by nothing but prairie grass and the skeletal remains of an old fence. Smoke curled from the chimney, and a single lantern burned in the window. Gideon helped Anna down from her horse. She was exhausted, her face pale, her movements slow. He steadied her with a hand on her elbow. "You all right?" he asked. She nodded, but he could see the truth in her eyes. She wasn't all right, not even close. They walked to the door, and Gideon knocked. A moment later, the door opened. The man standing in the doorway was tall and gaunt, his hair silver, his face lined with age and grief. He held a rifle loosely in one hand. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice rough. "My name's Gideon Hayes. This is Anna Voss. We need your help." Tobias's eyes sharpened at the name. "Voss? She's Colton's daughter," Gideon said. "But she's not like him." Tobias looked at Anna, studying her face. "What happened to you, girl?" Anna's voice was barely a whisper. "My father, She stopped, unable to finish. Tobias's expression darkened. He stepped aside. "Come in." Inside, the house was sparse but clean. A fire crackled in the hearth, and a pot of stew hung over the flames. Tobias gestured for them to sit. "Tell me everything," he said. Gideon did. He told Tobias about the barn, the chain, the men Colton brought, Anna's plea, and Gideon's decision to take her. When he finished, Tobias sat back in his chair, his face carved from stone. "Colton Voss," he said slowly, "is a man who believes the world owes him everything, and he takes it, no matter the cost." "You knew his son," Gideon said. Tobias nodded. "My boy, Samuel, worked on Colton's ranch. Good kid, honest, hard-working." His voice cracked. "Colton accused him of stealing cattle. No proof, no trial, just took him out behind the barn and shot him." Anna's hand flew to her mouth. "I tried to bring charges," Tobias continued. "But Colton owns the marshal, owns half the county, so Samuel's buried in the ground and Colton's still walking free." "Then help us stop him," Gideon said. Tobias looked at Anna. "You willing to testify, to tell people what he did?" Anna hesitated. I don't know if anyone will believe me." "They will if you're brave enough to say it out loud," Tobias said gently. "I know it's hard, but silence is what men like Colton count on." Anna's eyes filled with tears. "What if it doesn't work? What if he just—" "Then we'll deal with it," Gideon said firmly. "But you don't have to face him alone." Anna looked at him, and something in her expression shifted. Not hope, not yet, but trust, fragile and uncertain, but real. She nodded. Tobias stood. "All right, we'll ride to the county seat tomorrow, file a formal complaint, get the circuit judge involved." "Colton will try to stop us," Gideon said. "Let him try." That night, after Tobias had gone to bed, Gideon and Anna sat by the fire. Anna stared into the flames, her arms wrapped around her knees. "Do you really think this will work?" "I don't know," Gideon admitted. "But I know we have to try." She was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Why do you care so much?" Gideon didn't answer right away. He poked at the fire with a stick, watching the embers glow and fade. "Because I couldn't save Lena," he said finally, "but I can save you." "That's not fair to yourself," Anna said softly. "Maybe not, but it's the truth." Anna turned to look at him, her eyes searching his face. "You're a good man, Gideon Hayes." "I'm really not." "You are," she insisted. "You just don't see it." Gideon met her gaze, and for the first time in years he felt something shift inside him. Not redemption, not yet, but the possibility of it. "Get some rest," he said quietly. "Tomorrow's gonna be a long day." Anna nodded and curled up on the bedroll Tobias had left for her. Gideon stayed by the fire, keeping watch, and in the flickering light he made a silent promise. Not to Lena, not to Anna, but to himself. "This time I won't walk away. If you're still with me, take a breath. Pour yourself something warm, and ask yourself this. If you were in Gideon's place, would you have the courage to stand when the whole world is telling you to walk away? Let me know in the comments what you would have done. And if you want to see how this ends, hit subscribe so you don't miss it. Section 4. Word count. 821 words. Section 5. Full resolution, plus epilogue. Morning came cold and clear. Gideon woke to the sound of horses outside. He was on his feet in an instant, his hand on his revolver. Through the window, he saw them. Colton Voss and 6 of his men, rifles drawn, surrounding the house. "Tobias!" Gideon hissed. The old judge appeared from the back room, his own rifle in hand. "I see them." Anna stumbled out of bed, her face pale. "He found us." "Stay back," Gideon ordered. Colton's voice boomed across the yard. "Hayes, I know you're in there. Send my daughter out, and maybe I'll let you walk away." Gideon stepped to the window. "She's not your daughter anymore. She's free." Colton laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "You think you can take her from me? You think you're some kind of hero? I think you're a coward who hides behind money and guns." The laughter stopped. "Last chance, Hayes," Colton shouted. "Send her out, or I burn this house to the ground." Tobias cocked his rifle. "Over my dead body." Gideon's mind raced. They were outnumbered, outgunned. If Colton's men opened fire, they wouldn't last 5 minutes. But then, hoofbeats. From the east, a line of riders appeared on the horizon. At first, Gideon thought it was more of Colton's men, but as they drew closer, he recognized them. The old man from the settlement, a handful of ranchers, the blacksmith from town, men who'd worked alongside Colton, men who'd stayed silent for years, but who'd finally had enough. They rode into the yard and formed a line between Colton and the house. The old man dismounted, his shotgun resting on his shoulder. "Colton!" Colton's face twisted with rage. "What the hell are you doing here, Mercer?" "We heard what you been doing to that girl," Mercer said calmly. "Why, and we decided we ain't gonna stand for it no more." "This is none of your business!" "It became our business the moment you started dragging our valley's name through the mud," Mercer replied. "You think we're gonna let you keep running this place like it's your own private kingdom? You think we're gonna keep pretending we don't see what you are?" Colton's hand drifted toward his rifle. One of the other ranchers, a man named Donnelly, stepped forward. "You draw that gun, Colton, and you'll be dead before you hit the ground, and you know it." For a long moment, Colton stared at the line of men in front of him. Then he looked at his own men and saw the doubt in their eyes. They weren't willing to die for him. Not for this. Slowly, Colton lowered his hand. "Fine," he spat. "Take her. But don't think this is over." "It is over," Tobias said, stepping out onto the porch. "Because tomorrow I'm riding to the county seat, and I'm filing formal charges: kidnapping, assault, abuse of a minor. And if the circuit judge doesn't hang you, Colton, I'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your miserable life." Colton's face went white with fury, but he said nothing. He turned his horse and rode away, his men following. The valley fell silent. Mercer looked up at Gideon. "You all right, son?" Gideon nodded slowly. "Yeah, thanks to you." "Don't thank me," Mercer said. "Thank the girl. She's the one who gave us the courage to finally do something." Anna stepped onto the porch, her face streaked with tears. You came for me." "We should have come sooner," Donnelly said quietly. "And for that, we're sorry." Anna didn't know what to say. She just stood there shaking as the weight of everything finally broke over her. Gideon moved to her side, steady and silent, and for the first time in months, Anna let herself cry, not out of fear or shame, but out of relief. 3 weeks later, Colton Voss was arrested. The circuit judge arrived, heard the testimony, and signed the warrant. Colton tried to run, but Mercer and the others tracked him down before he made it to the county line. He was sentenced to 15 years in the territorial prison. Anna stayed with Tobias for a time, helping him tend his land, learning to trust the world again. It wasn't easy. Some days were harder than others, but slowly, piece by piece, she started to heal. Gideon stayed too, not because he had nowhere else to go, but because he'd finally found a place worth staying for. One evening, as the sun set over the prairie, Anna found him sitting on the porch, carving a piece of wood. "What are you making?" she asked. "A grave marker," he said quietly. "For Lena." Anna sat down beside him. "You think she'd forgive you?" "I don't know," Gideon admitted, "but I hope so." They sat in silence for a while, watching the light fade. "Thank you," Anna said finally. "For what?" "For not walking away." Gideon looked at her, and for the first time in years he smiled. "Thank you for giving me a reason to stay." The wind picked up, carrying the scent of grass and dust and something new, something that felt like hope. And as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Gideon and Anna sat together, no longer haunted by the past, but ready, finally, to face the future. Years later, travelers passing through the valley would hear the story of the girl who was chained in a barn and the man who refused to look away. They'd hear about the night a community finally stood up to a tyrant and the quiet courage it took to break the silence. And if you listened closely, on a still evening when the wind was just right, you could almost hear the echo of chains falling and the sound of a girl learning to breathe free again. The barn still stands on that hill, empty now, but the memory of what happened there lingers, a reminder that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is refuse to walk away. The sun dipped lower, dust rose around their feet, and Gideon knew he'd finally done something worth remembering. The afternoon sun hammered down on the wooden platform like a judgment. Dust hung thick in the air, choking, unmoving. The crowd gathered in the yard outside Branson's feed-in auction. 40, maybe 50 folks stood silent, watching. Not cheering, not jeering, just watching. The way people watch a hanging when they're too afraid to look away and too ashamed to speak up. On the platform, a woman knelt, Her wrists were bound behind her back with frayed rope, her ankles tied tight to an iron ring, bolted into the wood. Her dress, once white, now gray with road dust and sweat, clung to her frame. Her dark hair fell across her face in tangled strands, and she kept her head bowed low, eyes fixed on the planks beneath her knees. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just whispered, over and over, the same 3 words. "Don't look there!" Not loud, not to anyone in particular. Just a soft, broken mantra, like a prayer she'd long stopped believing in. Don't look there. The auctioneer, a fat man in a stained vest, sweat pooling under his arms, grinned wide as he circled her like a vulture. He tapped his cane against the platform edge, the sound sharp and deliberate. "Now, gentlemen," he drawled, voice carrying across the yard. "This one here's been through a rough patch, I'll admit. Widowed 6 months back. No family left to speak of. No land, no coin, no prospects. But she's strong. She can cook, mend, keep a house. And she's young enough yet to bear a man children, if that's what you're after." He leaned down, lifted her chin with the tip of his cane. She flinched, turned her face away. "Don't look there," she whispered again, softer now, almost inaudible. The auctioneer chuckled. "Shy, this one. But that ain't a bad thing, is it, boys? Some men prefer a woman who knows her place." A few scattered laughs rippled through the crowd. Nervous laughter, the kind that came when people didn't know what else to do. At the back of the yard, standing near the fence line where the shadows started, a man watched. His name was Cole Brennan. He was 42, weathered, lean as a fence post. His hat sat low over his eyes, brim shadowing most of his face. He wore dust-brown trousers, a faded blue shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, and boots that had seen 1,000 miles of hard country. His hands rested on the fence rail, still, quiet. He hadn't come here to buy anything. He'd come because someone in town had mentioned the auction, and something about the way they said it, casual, dismissive, like it was nothing, had twisted something deep in his gut. Now he stood here, watching, and the twist had turned into a cold, hard knot. The auctioneer raised his cane. "We'll start the bidding at $20. 20 for a woman who can work, who won't talk back, who knows what gratitude looks like. Who'll start us off?" Silence. The crowd shifted. A few men glanced at each other. One spat into the dirt. Another turned away, shaking his head. The auctioneer's grin faltered. "Come now, gentlemen. 20's a fair price. Hell, I'll drop it to 15 if you're shy." Still nothing. Cole's jaw tightened. The auctioneer's voice turned sharp. 10 then. $10. You won't find a better deal this side of the Rockies." A man near the front, tall, barrel-chested, wearing a sheriff's badge pinned to his vest, stepped forward. His name was Dalton. Cole knew him. Everyone knew him. He'd been sheriff for 8 years, ever since the war ended. He was loud, confident, the kind of man who made decisions for others and expected no argument. "I'll take her," Dalton said, pulling a coin purse from his belt. $10. The auctioneer's grin returned, wide and greasy. "Sold! To Sheriff Dalton! A fine choice, sir. A fine choice indeed." Dalton tossed the coins onto the platform. They clinked against the wood, rolling slightly before settling near the woman's knees. She didn't move, didn't look up, just kept whispering. "Don't look there!" Cole's hands tightened on the fence rail. Dalton stepped onto the platform, boots heavy on the planks. He crouched down beside the woman, reached out, and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Look at me," Dalton said, voice low but firm. "You're mine now. You understand? You do what I say when I say it, and we'll get along just fine." Her eyes, wide hollow, drained of everything except fear, met his for just a second. Then she looked away. Dalton's mouth curled into a cold smile. He stood, dusted off his hands, and gestured to one of his men. "Cut her loose. Take her to the house." One of Dalton's deputies, a younger man with a patchy beard, climbed onto the platform and pulled a knife from his belt. He sawed through the ropes binding her wrists, then her ankles. The woman slumped forward slightly, catching herself with one hand on the platform. She didn't try to run. She didn't fight. She just knelt there, waiting. The deputy grabbed her arm, hauled her to her feet. She stumbled, nearly fell, but he jerked her upright and dragged her toward the edge of the platform. That's when Cole moved. He didn't think about it, didn't plan it. He just stepped away from the fence, pushed through the crowd, and walked straight toward the platform. "Hold on," Cole said, voice steady, cutting through the murmur of the crowd. Everyone turned. Dalton looked down from the platform, eyes narrowing. "Something you need, Brennan?" Cole stopped at the base of the platform, hands loose at his sides. He looked up at Dalton, then at the woman, then back at Dalton. "I'll buy her from you," Cole said. The crowd went quiet. Dalton's smile faded. "What?" "I'll buy her," Cole repeated. $20, double what you paid." Dalton stared at him for a long moment, then laughed. A short, sharp bark of a laugh. "You serious?" "Dead serious." Dalton stepped to the edge of the platform, looking down at Cole like a man studying a bug. "You got $20 to throw away on a woman you don't even know." "I got $20, Cole said. "And I'm offering it to you. Take it or don't." Dalton's eyes narrowed further. "Why?" Cole didn't answer right away. He glanced at the woman again. She was watching him now, her expression unreadable, somewhere between disbelief and exhaustion. "Because some things ain't right," Cole said finally. "And this ain't one of 'em." Dalton's jaw tightened. He didn't like being questioned, didn't like being challenged, especially in front of a crowd. But $20 was $20. He held out his hand. "Fine, 20, but you take her as is. No refunds." Cole reached into his coat, pulled out a folded stack of bills, and counted out 20. He climbed onto the platform, walked over to Dalton, and placed the money in his hand. Dalton counted it slowly, deliberately, then nodded. "She's yours." He gestured to the deputy, who released the woman's arm and stepped back. The woman stood there, swaying slightly, staring at Cole with wide, wary eyes. "Don't look there," she whispered again, quieter now, almost to herself. Cole looked at her, really looked at her, and something in his chest cracked. He recognized her. Not her face, not at first, but the scar, a thin, pale line running along the left side of her jaw, just below her ear. 8 years ago, he'd been riding through the foothills near Silver Creek. He'd come across a burned-out homestead, nothing left but ash and charred beams. In the wreckage, he'd found a girl, maybe 16, unconscious, bleeding from a gash along her jaw. He'd wrapped the wound, given her water, stayed with her until she woke. She'd told him her name. Lena. Lena Cartwright. Her family had been killed in a raid. Soldiers, she said, though she didn't know which side. She'd been the only one left. Cole had helped her onto his horse, ridden her to the nearest town, left her with a family who promised to take her in. And then he'd ridden away. He'd thought about her sometimes over the years, wondered if she'd made it, if she'd found a life. Now here she was, kneeling on an auction platform, sold like livestock. And she didn't recognize him, or maybe she did and just didn't care anymore. Cole swallowed hard, forced his voice to stay steady. "Come on," he said quietly. "Let's get you out of here." He offered her his hand. She stared at it for a long moment. Then slowly, she reached out and took it. Section 1, Word Count, 1,002 words. Section 2, Moral Decision, plus Hidden Connection, Reveal. Cole led her down off the platform and through the crowd. No one said a word. They just watched, eyes following the two of them as they moved through the yard toward the line of horses tied near the gate. Cole could feel their judgment, their confusion, their silent questions. He didn't care. He untied his horse, a gray mare, old but steady, and turned to Lena. She stood a few feet away, arms wrapped around herself, gaze fixed somewhere far off in the distance. "Can you ride?" Cole asked. She didn't answer. He stepped closer. "Lena." Her eyes snapped to his. For the first time, there was a flicker of something. Recognition, maybe, or just shock that he knew her name. "How do you know my name?" she asked, voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. Cole hesitated. He hadn't planned on telling her, hadn't planned on any of this. But now that they were standing here, face to face, he couldn't think of a way around it. 8 years ago, he said quietly. "Silver Creek, your family's homestead. You were the only one left." Her expression shifted. Confusion, then slow realization, then something darker. "You," she said. Cole nodded. "Yeah, me." She stared at him, eyes narrowing. "You left me. I got you to safety." "You left me," she said again, louder this time, voice cracking. "You rode away. You didn't look back. You didn't check if I was okay. You just left." Cole's jaw tightened. "I thought you'd be safe with that family." "They sold me," Lena said, voice shaking, now raw and bitter. 3 months after you left, they sold me to a man who needed a house girl. He worked me half to death for 2 years, then sold me to someone else when I got sick. That man died, and his debts got passed to me. And when I couldn't pay, I ended up here." She took a step closer, eyes blazing. "So don't stand there and tell me you got me to safety," she said. "You got me nowhere. You did nothing, and I'm still here, still paying for it." Cole felt the words hit him like punches. She was right. He'd told himself back then that he'd done enough, that he'd saved her life, that he couldn't do more. But the truth was, he'd been a coward. He'd been scared of getting involved, scared of the mess it might bring, scared of what it would cost him, so he'd ridden away, and she'd paid the price ever since. "I'm sorry," Cole said, voice low, rough. "I should have stayed, should have made sure you were okay. I didn't, and that's on me." Lena stared at him, breathing hard, eyes wet, but no tears falling. "Why'd you buy me?" she asked. "Guilt?" "Yeah," Cole said. "Guilt, but also because what happened back there, what Dalton was about to do. That ain't right, and I couldn't just walk away again. So you bought me instead. I didn't buy you to own you," Cole said. I bought you so you could leave. You want to go, you can go. Right now. I won't stop you." She didn't move. "Or," Cole continued, "you can come with me. To my place. It's small, nothing fancy, but it's safe. You can stay as long as you need, work if you want to, leave when you're ready. Your choice." Lena looked at him for a long, silent moment. Then she laughed, a short, bitter sound, more exhale than laugh. "Your choice," she repeated. "You know how long it's been since anyone said that to me." Cole didn't answer. She shook her head, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and looked away. "Fine, I'll come with you. But not because I trust you. Because I got nowhere else to go." "That's fair," Cole said. He helped her onto the horse, then climbed up behind her. She flinched when his arm settled around her waist to hold the reins, but she didn't pull away. They rode in silence. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the road. The air cooled slightly, though the heat still clung to the earth like a memory. Cole kept his eyes forward, but he could feel the tension radiating off Lena. Tight, coiled, like a spring wound too tight. After a while, she spoke. "Why'd they burn my family's house?" Cole's grip on the reins tightened. He'd been dreading this question. "I don't know," he said. "Liar." He didn't respond. "You know something," Lena said, voice hard. "I can hear it in your voice. Tell me." Cole exhaled slowly. "There were rumors, after the war, about land grabs, soldiers, Union and Confederate both, going after homesteads that had value, calling the owners traitors, sympathizers, whatever excuse worked, burning them out, taking the land, selling it off. And my family. Your father owned good land," Cole said quietly. "Water rights, timber, enough to make someone want it." "Who?" Cole didn't answer. "Who?" Lena demanded, twisting in the saddle to look at him. Cole met her eyes. "Dalton." Her face went pale. "Sheriff Dalton," Cole said. "He wasn't sheriff back then. He was a lieutenant. Led a group of Union soldiers through this territory, securing land for the government. Your father's homestead was one of the ones he hit." Lena stared at him, mouth slightly open, eyes wide with disbelief and rage. "He killed my family," she whispered. "I don't know if he pulled the trigger," Cole said, "but he gave the order." "Yeah. And you knew." "I found out later. After it happened. After you were gone. And you did nothing." "I didn't know where you were," Cole said. "I looked for you. For a few months I looked, but you disappeared, and I let it go. I told myself it wasn't my fight." Lena turned away, staring out at the darkening road ahead. "So the man who killed my family," she said slowly, "just bought me, and then you bought me from him." "Yeah," she laughed again, that same bitter, broken sound. "That's a hell of a thing." "Yeah," Cole said, "it is." They rode the rest of the way in silence. Section 2, word count, 1001 words. Section 3. Danger arrives. Cole's place sat at the edge of a wide valley tucked against a line of pine trees. It was small, a single-room cabin with a stone fireplace, a lean-to for the horse, and a well out front. The roof sagged slightly on one side, and the wood was gray with age, but it was solid, sturdy, safe. Cole helped Lena down from the horse, then led the mare to the lean-to. He unsaddled her, gave her water, and hung the tack on a peg. When he turned back, Lena was standing near the well, arms still wrapped around herself, staring at the cabin like she wasn't sure if she should go inside. "There's a bed," Cole said. "You can have it. I'll sleep outside." "I don't need your bed. You need rest." She didn't argue, just walked slowly to the cabin door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Cole followed. The cabin was dim, the only light coming from the small window near the fireplace. A cot sat against one wall, a table and 2 chairs against the other. A shelf held a few tins of food, a coffee pot, and a worn Bible. It wasn't much, but it was clean. Lena stood in the center of the room, looking around like she was cataloging every detail. "You live here alone?" she asked. "Yeah." "No wife?" "No." "Why not?" Cole didn't answer. He moved to the fireplace, started building a fire. "You hungry?" "No." "You should eat." I said no. He didn't push, just lit the fire, let the warmth start to fill the room, then stood and moved toward the door. "I'll be outside if you need anything." "Wait!" He stopped, turned. Lena was looking at him now, eyes searching his face. "What happens when Dalton comes looking for me?" "He won't." "You don't know that. He got his money," Cole said. "He's got no claim on you anymore." "You think that matters to him?" Lena's voice rose slightly, sharp with fear. "You think a man like that just lets something go? He bought me because he wanted me. And now you took me from him. You think he's just going to accept that?" Cole's jaw tightened. "If he comes, I'll deal with it." "How?" "I don't know yet." Lena stared at him, then shook her head and turned away. "You're going to get yourself killed, and me with you." Cole didn't have an answer for that. He stepped outside, closed the door behind him, and sat down on the porch step. The night was cool, quiet except for the low chirp of crickets and the occasional rustle of wind through the pines. He leaned his elbows on his knees, let his head drop forward, and tried to think. She was right. Dalton wouldn't let this go. Men like him didn't. They took what they wanted, and when someone took it back, they made sure that someone regretted it. Cole had crossed a line today, and Dalton would make him pay for it. 3 days passed. Cole kept busy, chopping wood, mending fence line, checking the well. Lena stayed inside most of the time, moving through the cabin like a ghost. She didn't talk much, didn't ask questions, just watched, listened, waited. On the 3rd evening, as the sun sank below the horizon, Cole heard it. Hoofbeats, distant at first, then closer. He stood from where he'd been sitting on the porch, hand moving instinctively to the rifle, leaning against the wall. The door opened behind him. Lena stepped out, eyes wide. "Is that—" "Get inside," Cole said, voice low and firm. "Cole." "Inside, now." She hesitated, then ducked back into the cabin. Cole picked up the rifle, checked the chamber, and stepped down off the porch. The riders came into view a moment later, 5 of them, moving slow and deliberate down the road toward the cabin. Dalton rode at the front, shoulders squared, badge glinting in the fading light. They stopped about 20 yards out. Dalton dismounted, walked forward a few steps, and stopped. His men stayed on their horses, hands resting on their gun belts. "Brennan," Dalton called out, voice carrying across the yard. "We need to talk." "Nothing to talk about," Cole said. "I think there is." Dalton hooked his thumbs in his belt, tilted his head slightly. "See, I've been hearing things. Hearing you got something that belongs to me." "She don't belong to you. I paid for her, and I paid you double," Cole said. "Transactions done." Dalton smiled, a cold, empty smile. That's not how this works, Brennan. See, I bought her for a reason, and you taking her from me, that's a problem. Your problem, not mine. Dalton's smile faded. You know who I am. You know what I can do. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Just hand her over, and we'll call it square. No. No? Dalton's voice dropped. Dangerous now. You sure about that? Cole didn't move. Yeah, I'm sure. Dalton stared at him for a long moment, then glanced back at his men. One of them, a lean man with a scarred face, grinned and spat into the dirt. Dalton turned back to Cole. You're making a mistake. Wouldn't be the first time. Dalton's jaw tightened. He stepped forward, closer now. Close enough that Cole could see the cold fury in his eyes. You know what I did to her family, Dalton said, voice low, almost conversational. You know how they screamed, how they begged. Cole's grip on the rifle tightened. And now here you are, Dalton continued, playing hero, trying to save her, trying to make yourself feel better about all the times you didn't. But here's the thing, Brennan, you can't save her. You couldn't then, and you can't now. All you're doing is making it worse. Cole didn't answer. Dalton leaned in. Last chance. Hand her over. No. Dalton straightened, nodded slowly. All right. Your choice. He turned and walked back to his horse. Boys, he called out. Burn it. Section 3. Word count. 950 words. Section 4. Human connection. The men dismounted. One of them pulled a torch from his saddlebag, struck a match and lit it. The flame flared bright in the growing darkness, casting flickering shadows across the yard. Cole raised the rifle. Don't! The man with the torch paused, glanced at Dalton. Dalton shrugged. He's got one shot. 5 of us. Do the math. The man grinned and started walking toward the cabin. Cole aimed. I'm warning you. A voice cut through the tension. Stop! Everyone turned. Lena stood in the doorway of the cabin, arms at her sides, chin lifted. Dalton's eyes narrowed. There you are. She stepped down off the porch, walked slowly across the yard, and stopped a few feet in front of Dalton. I'll come with you, she said, voice steady. Just leave him alone. No, Cole said immediately. Lena, get back inside. Shut up, Cole, Lena said, not looking at him. She kept her eyes on Dalton. I'll come with you. You got what you wanted, so call off your men and let him be. Dalton studied her, lips curling into a smile. That's more like it. He reached out, grabbed her arm, and that's when the first horse screamed. Not from Dalton's group, from the road. Everyone turned. Out of the darkness, 3 more riders appeared, moving fast. They reined in hard at the edge of the yard, horses snorting and stamping. Cole recognized them immediately. Old ranch hands. Men he'd worked beside for 20 years. Men who'd seen him ride out 3 days ago and hadn't seen him come back. The one in front, a gray-haired man named Harlan, face like carved stone, looked down at Dalton, then at Cole. Gid's horse came back alone this morning, Harlan said, voice flat. We figured something was wrong. Dalton's grip on Lena's arm tightened. This ain't your business, old man. Harlan's eyes shifted to Lena, then back to Dalton. Cole's one of ours. That makes it our business. Another rider, younger, heavy-set, named Pruitt, spat into the dirt. Dalton, I worked your father's land when you were still pissing yourself. Don't make me regret not putting a boot in your ass back then. Dalton's jaw clenched. You, threatening a lawman. I'm reminding a badge-wearing coward that laws don't mean shit if you ain't got the people behind you," Harlan said. "And right now I don't see anyone backing your play." Dalton looked around, at his men, at the old ranch hands at Cole. His men were shifting now, uneasy. One of them, the one with the torch, lowered it slightly, glancing at Dalton like he wasn't sure anymore. Dalton's grip on Lena loosened. Slowly, he let go. "This ain't over," Dalton said, voice low, dangerous. "Yeah," Harlan said, "it is." Dalton stared at him for a long moment, then turned, climbed back onto his horse, and gestured to his men. They followed, mounting up, the one with the torch, tossing it into the dirt where it sputtered and died. They rode off into the dark. No one spoke until the sound of hoofbeats faded completely. Then Harlan looked down at Cole. "You all right?" Cole exhaled slowly, lowered the rifle. "Yeah, thanks." Harlan nodded, tipped his hat to Lena, and turned his horse. "Come by the ranch tomorrow. We'll talk." The three riders disappeared into the night. Cole and Lena stood in the yard, silent, the only sound the crackle of the dying torch in the dirt. After a long moment, Lena spoke. "You got lucky." "Yeah," Cole said. "I did." She looked at him, eyes shadowed in the darkness. "Why'd you do it? Why'd you risk all that for me?" Cole didn't answer right away. He just looked at her. Really looked at her. And saw the girl he'd left behind 8 years ago. The girl who'd survived when everyone else had died. The girl who'd been sold, used, broken, and still kept going. "Because I should have done it the first time," Cole said quietly. "And I didn't, and I've been carrying that ever since." Lena's eyes glistened, but she didn't cry. She just nodded, turned, and walked back toward the cabin. Cole followed. Inside, the fire had burned low. Cole added another log, stirred the coals, and sat down at the table. Lena stood near the window looking out at the dark. "You were right," she said after a while. "About Dalton, about what he did." "I know. I didn't remember his face," she said. "But I remembered his voice. When he grabbed my chin on that platform. I knew, somewhere deep down, I knew." Cole didn't say anything. "I've spent 8 years trying to forget that day," Lena continued, "trying to bury it. And now it's all back, every second of it. I'm sorry." She turned to look at him. "Stop apologizing. I don't know what else to say." "Then don't say anything." She walked over to the table, pulled out the other chair, and sat down across from him. "Just sit with me." For a while, so they sat, in silence. The fire crackled. The wind whispered through the pines outside, and for the first time in 8 years, Lena didn't feel alone. Section 4. Word count, 917 words. Section 5. Full resolution plus epilogue. Morning came, slow and quiet. Cole woke on the porch, blanket pulled tight around his shoulders, dew clinging to the wood. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked out at the valley. The sun was just cresting the ridge, casting long golden streaks across the grass. Inside the cabin, he heard movement. He stood, stretched, and walked to the door. Lena was awake, sitting at the table with a cup of water in her hand, staring at the wall. "You sleep?" Cole asked. "Some," she said. He stepped inside, moved to the fireplace, started building up the morning fire. "You want coffee?" "If you got it." He did. He made a pot, poured 2 cups, and handed one to her. She took it, wrapped her hands around it, and sipped slowly. They sat in silence for a while. Then Lena spoke. "What happens now?" Cole looked at her. "What do you want to happen?" She laughed softly, a tired sound. "I don't know. I've spent so long being told what to do, where to go, who to be. I don't even know what I want anymore." "Then figure it out," Cole said. "Take your time. Stay as long as you need. And if Dalton comes back, he won't. How do you know?" "Because men like him only push when they think they can win," Cole said. "Last night he saw he couldn't. He'll move on." Lena didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue. Over the next few weeks, a rhythm settled over the cabin. Lena stayed, not because she had nowhere else to go. Cole had offered to take her to the nearest town, help her find work, give her money to start fresh. But she stayed. She mended clothes, planted seeds in the small patch of dirt near the well, cooked simple meals. She didn't talk much, but she started to relax, started to breathe a little easier. Cole worked the land, fixed what was broken, kept his distance when she needed it, and stayed close when she didn't. One evening, as the sun set and they sat on the porch together, Lena spoke. "I'm pregnant." Cole froze, cup of coffee halfway to his mouth. She didn't look at him, just stared out at the darkening valley. "Found out a few days ago. Wasn't sure if I should tell you." "Who?" "Dalton," she said, voice flat. "The night he bought me, before you came." Cole set the cup down slowly, hands shaking. "Lena, I don't want to talk about it," she said quickly. "I just needed you to know, 'cause it's going to show eventually, and I didn't want you to think I lied." Cole swallowed hard, tried to find words. "What do you want to do?" "I don't know." Her voice cracked slightly. "I don't know." He reached over, gently, and placed his hand on hers. She didn't pull away. They sat like that for a long time. 2 months later, word came through the valley. Dalton had been arrested. Turned out, after that night at Cole's cabin, some of the ranch hands, Harlan, Pruitt, and a few others, had started asking questions. Digging into Dalton's past, his land deals, his law enforcement, they found records, testimonies, evidence of raids, burnings, illegal seizures, families torn apart, land stolen, lives destroyed. They took it to the territorial governor. Dalton was stripped of his badge, tried and sentenced to 15 years. When Cole heard the news, he rode into town, stood outside the jail, and watched through the bars as Dalton sat in his cell, staring at the wall. Dalton looked up, saw him, and smiled. That same cold, empty smile. "Come to gloat?" Dalton asked. "No," Cole said. "Just wanted to see it for myself." Dalton laughed. "You think this changes anything? You think justice makes it right?" "No," Cole said. "But it's a start." He turned and walked away. Lena gave birth in the early spring. A girl. She was small, quiet, with dark hair and her mother's eyes. Lena named her Grace, not because she believed in it, but because she wanted to. Cole built a second room onto the cabin, carved a cradle from pine, sat up on the hard nights when Grace cried and Lena couldn't hold her anymore. He didn't ask questions, didn't push, just stayed. One night, as they sat on the porch with Grace sleeping in Lena's arms, Lena spoke. "Thank you." Cole looked at her. "For what?" "For not leaving this time." He nodded slowly. "I'm not going anywhere." She looked down at Grace, then back at him. "I don't forgive you. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I know, but I'm glad you stayed. Me too. They sat together, watching the stars come out over the valley, and for the first time in a long time, the silence between them wasn't heavy. It was just there, a space where something new could grow. Years later, when Grace was old enough to ask, Lena would tell her the story. Not all of it, not the worst parts, but enough. Enough to know where she came from, enough to know what her mother had survived, enough to know that some men run when things get hard and some men stay. And Cole stayed. Not as a father, not exactly, but as something close. A man who'd made a mistake, carried the weight of it, and chose to do better. That was enough. The sun set low over the valley, casting long shadows across the land. The cabin stood quiet, smoke rising from the chimney, the sound of laughter drifting out through the open door. Inside, Lena rocked Grace to sleep, humming a tune she barely remembered from her own childhood. Cole sat at the table, carving a small wooden horse, the firelight flickering across his weathered face. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and for the first time in 8 years, Lena felt something she thought she'd lost forever. Peace. The sun hadn't yet burned through the morning haze when Caleb Thornton rode into Bitter Springs, but the town square was already alive with noise that made his jaw tighten. Not the good kind of noise. Market chatter, livestock bleating, wagon wheels creaking. This was different. This was the sound of men laughing too loud, of coins clinking, of something rotten being disguised as commerce. He pulled his horse to a stop near the livery and dismounted slow, dust rising around his boots. The square ahead was packed tight with bodies, ranchers, drifters, a few townswomen keeping their distance but watching anyway. At the center of it all stood a makeshift platform, nothing more than stacked crates and warped planks. But it served its purpose. On that platform stood a girl. She couldn't have been more than 11, maybe 12 if you were generous. Her dress was pale yellow, torn at the hem, stained with dirt and something darker. Her wrists were bound in front of her with rough hemp rope, the kind used for tying down cattle. Her ankles were tied too, but loosely, just enough to keep her from running, not enough to make her fall. She stood barefoot, toes curled against the splintered wood, her shoulders hunched forward like she was trying to fold into herself. Her hair hung in tangled waves around her face, and she kept her eyes down, fixed on the boards beneath her feet. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just stood there, small and still like a sparrow with clipped wings. "Lot 17!" the auctioneer bellowed. A stocky man with a handlebar mustache and a voice that could carry across a canyon. He gestured toward the girl with a sweep of his arm, grinning wide. Young, healthy, no family ties. Been evaluated by Doc Mercer himself. Clean bill of health. Ideal for domestic work, field support, or... He paused, letting the implication hang heavy in the air. Whatever arrangement suits your household. Laughter rippled through the crowd. A few men elbowed each other, muttering comments Caleb couldn't hear but didn't need to. His hands curled into fists at his sides. "Bidding starts at $40, the auctioneer continued. "Do I hear 40? 40! Someone shouted from the back. 45! Another voice called. The girl flinched at the sound of her price rising, but she didn't look up. She kept her gaze locked on her feet. her lips moving silently. Maybe a prayer, maybe just counting breaths to keep from breaking. Caleb felt something cold settle in his chest. He'd seen a lot in his 43 years. He'd fought in the war, buried friends, watched towns burn and families scatter. He'd seen cruelty dressed up as law, seen good men turn bad under the weight of survival. But this was something else. This was a child being sold like livestock in broad daylight in a town that still flew the Union flag outside the courthouse. 4 years since the war ended. 4 years since Lincoln signed that paper. And yet here they were. 50! Someone yelled. The auctioneer's grin widened. $50! Do I hear 55? Caleb's gaze swept the crowd. He recognized a few faces. Local ranchers. Men who'd lived here long before the war and would likely die here long after. Men with wives and children of their own. Men who should know better. But nobody stopped it. Nobody spoke up. The girl's head tilted slightly, just enough that Caleb caught a glimpse of her face. Her eyes were dark, shadowed with exhaustion, but there was something else there too. Something sharp and fierce beneath the fear. She glanced toward the crowd, just for a moment, and Caleb saw her lips move again. Don't look there. He barely heard it over the noise, but he saw it. Saw the way her mouth shaped the words, the way her shoulders tensed as if bracing for a blow. Not a cry for help, not a plea for rescue, just a quiet, desperate request for mercy. Don't look at me like this. Caleb's throat tightened. 55, the auctioneer crowed. Going once. 60. The word left Caleb's mouth before he fully realized he'd spoken. His voice cut through the noise like a blade. Flat and certain. The crowd turned toward him, faces swiveling to see who'd interrupted. The auctioneer's grin faltered for half a second, then returned. 60. We have $60 from the gentleman in the back. Do I hear 65? Silence. Caleb stepped forward, weaving through the crowd until he reached the front. He kept his eyes on the girl, watched the way her shoulders stiffened at his approach. She still didn't look up. Going once, the auctioneer called. Going twice. Nobody spoke. The auctioneer slammed his hand down on a crate. Sold to the gentleman for $60. The crowd murmured, disappointed or relieved. Caleb couldn't tell which. Coins exchanged hands. A ledger was signed. The whole transaction took less than 5 minutes, clinical and efficient, as if they were selling a horse or a barrel of nails. The auctioneer climbed onto the platform and untied the girl's wrists, then her ankles. She stumbled slightly when the ropes fell away, her legs unsteady beneath her. The man grabbed her by the arm and hauled her forward, not rough but not gentle either, and shoved her toward Caleb. She's all yours, mister. Best of luck with her. The girl's head snapped up then, just for a second, and Caleb saw her face clearly for the first time. His heart stopped. Not because she was young, not because she was afraid, because he knew her. He didn't know her name, didn't know where she'd come from or who her people were. But he knew that face, knew the sharp line of her jaw, the stubborn set of her mouth, the way her eyes flickered with something that refused to be snuffed out. He'd seen that face before. 6 years ago. Maybe 7, a farmhouse outside of town, smoke rising from the barn, a woman screaming, a man lying face down in the dirt, blood pooling beneath him, and a girl. a small girl with dark eyes standing in the doorway, holding a baby in her arms. Caleb had ridden past that day. He'd been on his way to somewhere else, somewhere important, or so he'd told himself. He'd heard the screams, seen the smoke, and he'd kept riding. Because it wasn't his business. Because the war was over and he was tired. Because he didn't want to get involved. He'd kept riding, and now, 6 years later, that same girl stood in front of him, bound and sold like an animal. She was staring at him now, really staring, and there was no recognition in her eyes. She didn't remember him. Why would she? He'd been just another rider passing by, just another face that turned away. "Come on," Caleb said quietly, his voice rougher than he intended. He gestured toward his horse. "Let's go." The girl didn't move. She just stood there, trembling slightly, her bare feet planted on the dirt. Her lips parted, and for a moment Caleb thought she might speak. But she didn't. She just turned and walked toward his horse, slow and unsteady like a ghost learning how to haunt. Caleb followed, the weight of $60 in coins heavy in his pocket, heavier still in his chest. He didn't know what he was going to do with her. Didn't know what he was supposed to say. Didn't know if she'd forgive him, or if he'd even tell her the truth. But he knew one thing. He wasn't going to ride past this time. Section 1. Word count, 1,298 words. Section 2. Moral decision, plus hidden connection, reveal. They rode in silence. Caleb's ranch sat 3 miles outside of Bitter Springs, tucked into a valley where the grass grew thick and the creek ran clean most of the year. It wasn't much. A weathered cabin, a small barn, a corral that needed mending. But it was his. He'd built it with his own hands after the war, piece by piece, trying to carve out something quiet in a world that had been nothing but noise. The girl rode behind him, perched on the back of his horse with her arms wrapped loosely around his waist. She didn't hold on tight, didn't lean into him for balance. She just sat there, stiff and distant, like she was already planning her escape. Caleb didn't blame her. When they reached the cabin, he dismounted and offered her a hand. She ignored it, sliding off the horse on her own and landing hard in the dirt. Her legs buckled slightly, but she caught herself before she fell. "You hungry?" Caleb asked. She didn't answer, just stood there staring at the cabin like she was trying to decide if it was a trap. "There's food inside," Caleb continued. "Water, too. You can clean up if you want. I'll get a fire going." Still nothing. Caleb sighed and turned toward the barn, leading his horse inside. He unsaddled the animal slowly, giving the girl time to process. When he came back out, she was still standing in the same spot, arms crossed over her chest, her face unreadable. "Look," Caleb said carefully. "I didn't buy you to own you. You understand that?" Her eyes flickered toward him, sharp and wary. "I'm not gonna hurt you," he added. I'm not like those men back there." She didn't respond, but her jaw tightened. Caleb rubbed a hand over his face, exhaustion pulling at him. "You can leave if you want. I won't stop you. But if you stay on your own terms. I'll give you food, a place to sleep, and when you're ready, I'll help you figure out where you need to go. That's it." The girl's gaze dropped to the ground. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then, in a voice so quiet, Caleb almost missed it, she spoke. "Why?" Caleb blinked. Why what? Why did you buy me? He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He didn't have a good answer. Not one that made sense. Not one that didn't sound like a lie. I don't know, he said finally. Guess I didn't like what I was seeing. Her eyes snapped back to his, and there was something hard in them now, something that cut. Everybody says that after. Caleb flinched. She turned and walked toward the cabin, bare feet silent on the dirt. She pushed open the door and disappeared inside without another word. Caleb stood there for a long time, staring at the empty doorway, the weight of her words pressing down on him like a stone. He gave her space. For 2 days, the girl stayed inside the cabin, barely speaking, barely eating. Caleb left food on the table, bread, beans, dried meat, and it would disappear by morning. But he never saw her take it. She moved like a shadow, quiet and careful, never letting him get too close. On the 3rd day, he found her outside, sitting on the porch steps, staring out at the valley. The sun was low, painting the sky in shades of gold and rust. She looked small against the vastness of it all, a fragile thing trying to hold itself together. Caleb approached slowly, like he was dealing with a spooked animal. He sat down on the steps a few feet away, leaving space between them. "You got a name?" he asked. She didn't answer right away, then barely audible. "Lily." "Lily," Caleb repeated, testing the sound of it. "That's a good name." She didn't respond. They sat in silence for a while, the only sound the distant hum of cicadas and the rustle of wind through the grass. "I need to tell you something," Caleb said finally. Lily's shoulders tensed. He hesitated, the words catching in his throat. "I saw you before. 6 years ago, maybe 7. Her head turned slightly, just enough that he could see the edge of her profile. "There was a farmhouse," Caleb continued, "outside of town, smoke coming from the barn. A man lying in the dirt. A woman screaming." Lily went very still. "You were standing in the doorway," Caleb said quietly, "holding a baby." Her hands curled into fists in her lap. "I rode past that day," Caleb said, his voice raw. "I heard the screams. I saw the smoke, and I kept riding." The silence that followed was suffocating. When Lily finally spoke, her voice was low and shaking. "That was my father, my mother, my baby brother." Caleb closed his eyes. "They burned the barn first," Lily said. "Then they shot my father. My mother tried to run, and they shot her too. I hid in the house with my brother until they were gone. Lily, I carried him for 2 days," she continued, her voice breaking. 2 days. He cried the whole time. I didn't have any food, didn't have any water. And then he stopped crying." Caleb's chest tightened. "I buried him under a tree," Lily whispered. "I was 8 years old." She turned to look at him then, and her eyes were filled with something darker than anger, darker than grief. "You rode past." Caleb nodded slowly. "I did. Why?" "Because I was a coward." The words hung between them, raw and unvarnished. Lily stared at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she stood, brushing the dirt from her dress. "You think that makes it better?" she asked. Caleb shook his head. "No." She nodded once, then turned and walked back inside. Caleb stayed on the porch, watching the sun sink lower, the shadows stretching long across the valley. He'd told her the truth. He'd confessed his sin, but he didn't know if it would ever be enough. Section 2. Word count. 1,097 words. Section 3. Danger arrives. They came 3 days later. Caleb was out in the corral, mending a section of fence that had rotted through, when he heard the sound of hoofbeats approaching. He straightened slowly, squinting against the morning sun, and saw 3 riders cresting the ridge. His gut tightened. The man in front was easy to recognize even from a distance. Sheriff Cole Whitmore, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a badge pinned to his chest and a reputation that preceded him. Whitmore had been around since before the war, one of those men who'd found a way to stay in power, no matter which side was winning. He wore authority like a second skin, comfortable and smug. Behind him rode 2 deputies, younger men with rifles slung across their saddles. Caleb set down his hammer and walked toward the house, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. By the time the riders reached the yard, Lily had appeared in the doorway, her face pale but composed. "Stay inside," Caleb said quietly. She didn't move. Whitmore reined his horse to a stop and dismounted, his boots hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. He tipped his hat toward Caleb, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Caleb Thornton," Whitmore said. "Been a while." "Sheriff," Caleb replied evenly. Whitmore's gaze drifted past him, landing on Lily. His smile widened. "That the girl you bought at auction last week?" Caleb's jaw tightened. "That's right." "Interesting," Whitmore said. "See, I've been hearing some things. Folks in town are talking, saying you're keeping her here against her will. That's a lie, is it?" Whitmore's tone was light, almost friendly. "Because the law's real clear about this sort of thing, Caleb. You can't just take a girl, especially one that young, and keep her on your property without proper documentation. Makes people nervous, makes them wonder what you're doing out here all alone." "I'm not doing anything," Caleb said flatly. "She's free to leave whenever she wants." "That's so." Whitmore glanced at Lily again. "What do you say, girl? You free to go?" Lily's eyes flickered between Caleb and the sheriff, her expression unreadable. "She doesn't have to answer to you," Caleb said. Whitmore's smile faded. "Actually, she does. I'm the law in this county, Thornton. And if I say I need to take her in for questioning, that's exactly what's going to happen." One of the deputies shifted in his saddle, his hand resting casually on the rifle. Caleb's pulse quickened. He knew where this was going, knew the game Whitmore was playing. This wasn't about the law. This was about control, about making sure nobody in Bitter Springs got any ideas about standing up to the way things were run. "She's not going anywhere," Caleb said quietly. Whitmore's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me." "She's not going anywhere," Caleb repeated. "Not with you." The deputies tensed. Whitmore took a step forward, his hand moving toward the revolver at his hip. "You want to make this ugly, Thornton?" Caleb didn't move. "I'm saying she stays here. That's the end of it." For a long moment, the 2 men stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Then Whitmore let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "You're a fool, Caleb. You know that?" Caleb didn't respond. Whitmore turned back toward his horse, swinging himself into the saddle with practiced ease. "I'll be back," he said. "And next time I won't be asking." He spurred his horse forward, the deputies following close behind. Dust rose in their wake, swirling through the yard like a warning. Caleb watched them go, his fists clenched at his sides. When they were out of sight, Lily stepped out onto the porch. "He'll come back," she said quietly. I know. He'll bring more men. I know. She looked at him, her dark eyes searching his face. Why are you doing this? Caleb turned to face her, the weight of the question pressing down on him. Because some things are worth standing for, he said. Lily didn't respond, but for the first time since he'd brought her home, something in her expression softened. Just a fraction, just enough. She turned and walked back inside, leaving Caleb alone in the yard, the sun climbing higher, the shadows shrinking around his feet. He knew what was coming, and he knew he couldn't stop it alone. Section 3. Word count, 843 words. Section 4. Human connection. That night, Caleb couldn't sleep. He sat on the porch, a lantern burning low beside him, his rifle resting across his knees. The valley was quiet. The kind of quiet that pressed against your ears and made you hear things that weren't there. Hoofbeats, whispers, the creak of a gate swinging open. The door behind him opened and Lily stepped out, wrapped in a blanket Caleb had given her. She didn't say anything, just sat down on the steps beside him, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. They sat in silence for a while, the only sound the distant call of a night bird. "You don't have to do this," Lily said finally. Caleb glanced at her. "Do what? Fight for me." He looked away, staring out into the darkness. "I'm not fighting for you. I'm fighting because it's the right thing to do." "That's the same thing." Caleb shook his head. "No, it's not. What's right doesn't belong to one person. It belongs to everyone. And if I let Whitmore take you, I'm saying it's okay for him to do it to the next person. And the one after that." Lily pulled her knees up to her chest, resting her chin on them. "You can't win." "Maybe not. Then why?" Caleb was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, 6 years ago, I rode past your family's farm. I heard your mother screaming, and I kept riding. I told myself it wasn't my fight, that I'd done enough fighting in the war, that I deserved to rest." His voice cracked slightly, and he stopped, swallowing hard. "But the truth is, I was scared. Scared of getting involved. Scared of what it might cost me. And because I was scared, your father died. Your mother died. Your brother died." Lily's eyes glistened in the lantern light. "I can't undo that," Caleb said. "I can't bring them back, but I can make sure I don't ride past again." A tear slipped down Lily's cheek, and she wiped it away quickly, her jaw set. "I hated you," she whispered, "when you told me. I hated you so much." "I know. I still do. A little." Caleb nodded. "I understand." She looked at him then. Really looked at him, her gaze piercing. "But I think maybe you hate yourself more." Caleb's throat tightened, and he couldn't speak. Lily reached into the blanket and pulled out something small and tarnished. A locket, old and scratched, hanging from a thin chain. "This was my mother's," she said quietly. She opened it, revealing 2 faded images inside, a man and a woman, their faces worn but still visible. "I've carried it since the day they died." She closed the locket and held it out to Caleb. "Here." Caleb frowned. "I can't take that. I'm not giving it to you," Lily said. "I'm asking you to keep it safe, until this is over." Caleb stared at the locket, his chest aching. Slowly, he reached out and took it, the metal cool against his palm. "I'll keep it safe," he said. Lily nodded, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. She stood and walked back toward the door, pausing just before she went inside. "Caleb." He looked up. "Thank you." The door closed softly behind her. Caleb sat alone on the porch, the locket heavy in his hand, and for the first time in 6 years, he felt something other than shame. He felt hope. So here's the question that changes everything. If you were in Caleb's boots, if you'd ridden past that day and carried the guilt ever since, would you stand and fight now, knowing it might cost you everything, or would you let fear win again? Take a breath. Pour yourself some coffee. Think about what courage really costs. And if you're still with me, tap subscribe so you don't miss how this ends. Tell me in the comments, what time is it where you are right now? Because what happens next is going to test everything Caleb believes about redemption. Section 4. Word count. 749 words. Section 5. Full resolution, plus epilogue. They came at dawn. Caleb saw them from the porch. 8 riders this time, not 3. Whitmore led the way, flanked by his deputies and a handful of men Caleb didn't recognize. Hired guns, most likely. Men who'd do whatever Whitmore asked as long as the pay was good. Caleb stood, rifle in hand, and stepped down into the yard. Behind him, Lily appeared in the doorway. "Go inside," Caleb said. No. He didn't argue. There wasn't time. Whitmore reined his horse to a stop 20 feet away. A smug grin plastered across his face. "Last chance, Thornton. Hand over the girl and we'll call this a misunderstanding." "She's not yours to take," Caleb said. Whitmore's grin faded. "You're making a mistake." "I've made plenty of those," Caleb replied. "This ain't one of 'em." Whitmore's hand moved toward his gun, and then a voice cut through the tension like a whip. "Cole!" Everyone turned. From the ridge behind Caleb's cabin, a group of riders appeared. 10, maybe 12, their horses moving at a steady trot. They weren't soldiers, weren't lawmen, just men. Ranch hands, farmers, a few shopkeepers from town. Men who'd worked beside Caleb for years. Men who'd heard what was happening and decided they weren't going to let it stand. At the front of the group was Tom Hadley, an old ranch hand with a gray beard and a weathered face. He reined his horse to a stop beside Caleb and nodded once. "Morning, Gid," Tom said. "Tom," Caleb replied. Tom turned his gaze to Whitmore, his expression hard. "Cole, I branded calves with you 20 years ago. Don't make me shoot a man I once called friend." Whitmore's jaw tightened. He glanced at the men behind Tom, calculating the odds. Then, he looked back at Caleb, his eyes filled with cold fury. "This isn't over," Whitmore said. "Yeah," Tom replied. "It is." For a long moment, Whitmore didn't move. Then he spurred his horse around and rode off, his men following close behind. The valley fell silent. Tom dismounted and walked over to Caleb, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "You all right?" Caleb nodded, his throat tight. "Yeah, thanks." "Don't mention it." Tom glanced at Lily, tipping his hat. "Ma'am." Lily nodded back, her expression wary but grateful. The other men dismounted, and for a while, they stood together in the yard, talking quietly, sharing water, making sure Whitmore was really gone. It wasn't heroic. It wasn't cinematic. It was just people looking out for each other. Eventually, the men rode off, promising to keep an eye out, to spread the word that Caleb's place was under their protection. When they were gone, Caleb turned to Lily. "You're free," he said. "You can go wherever you want. I'll help you get there." Lily looked at him for a long moment, her dark eyes unreadable. Then she shook her head. "I don't have anywhere to go." "Then stay," Caleb said. As long as you want. No strings. She studied him, searching his face for a lie. When she didn't find one, she nodded. Okay. Weeks later. Days turned into weeks. Lily stayed. She mended clothes, planted seeds in the small garden behind the cabin, helped Caleb with the animals. She didn't talk much, but slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, she began to relax. The tension in her shoulders eased. The wariness in her eyes softened. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the valley in shades of amber, Caleb found her standing near the fence line, staring out at the horizon. He walked over and stood beside her, saying nothing. "I think I remember you," Lily said quietly. Caleb's heart skipped. "Not your face," she continued, "but the sound of hoofbeats riding away." Caleb closed his eyes. "I used to dream about it," Lily said, "about someone coming back, about someone stopping." She turned to look at him, and there were tears on her cheeks, but her voice was steady. "You didn't stop that day, but you stopped this time." Caleb's throat tightened, and he nodded, unable to speak. Lily reached into her pocket and pulled out the locket, holding it in her palm. "I want you to have this," she said. "Lily, not as payment," she interrupted, "as a reminder that people can change, that it's never too late to do the right thing." Caleb took the locket, his hands trembling slightly. He opened it and looked at the faces inside, the man and woman who'd died because he'd been too afraid to act. "I'll keep it," he said. "I promise." Lily smiled, small, fragile, but real. They stood together in the fading light. Two people bound by grief and guilt and something that might one day become forgiveness. Years later, Caleb kept the locket on his mantle, where he could see it every morning when he woke. A reminder of what silence costs. A reminder of what courage looks like when you finally find it. Lily grew up strong. She learned to read and write, helped Caleb run the ranch, and eventually started teaching the children of nearby families. She never forgot what had happened to her. Never forgot the men who'd bought and sold her like an animal. But she also never forgot the man who'd stopped, the man who'd stood when he could have run, the man who'd taught her that even the worst mistakes can be redeemed if you're willing to pay the price. And on quiet evenings, when the wind whispered through the valley and the sun dipped below the ridge, they would sit together on the porch, no longer strangers, no longer enemies, and watch the world turn, knowing they'd survived the darkness together. The sun dipped lower, dust rose around their feet, and in the distance, the valley stretched out wide and open, full of possibility.